Betty soon saw Banner surrounded by a group of green muscular men and brought in. Bruce. Betty shouted excitedly, and Banner quickly asked. Betty, are you okay? Did he give you any trouble? No, I'm okay, but his target is you. Don't worry. Betty, I won't let him succeed. I believe you. The two of them said goodbye better than a wedding. They looked at each other in the distance and talked to each other. Banner even wanted to step forward, but was stopped by the muscular green man. When the leader saw this, in order to fit his own villain aura, he also said, Look, I am still a good person. At least you are reunited now, but the story of the two people cannot tolerate a third party. Banner and Betty are completely different. Ignoring him, he still looked at each other affectionately. Betty, wait for me. Okay, I'll wait for you, Bruce. The strong smell of Kying Yao almost made the leader vomit, but more importantly, he felt a sense of irritation at being ignored. Banner actually ignored him and only had eyes for that woman. This made him very unhappy. In his eyes, Banner and he represent absolute power and absolute wisdom. He is Banner's old enemy, and they should be more sympathetic to each other. Pull them away, the leader ordered. The strong green-skinned man immediately drove Banner onto the experimental table and fixed his hands and feet. Betty was also pulled aside and locked up. She struggled hard, looked at the experimental table, and shouted, No, what are you going to do to him? The leader felt comfortable and looked at Betty with a victor's attitude. Said, That's too much, Betty. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and now, I finally get Banner. Betty felt extremely uncomfortable for no reason, as if a woman had robbed her man. Of course, the leader is a man, and his relationship with Banner is not that kind of relationship, but that doesn't stop her from feeling unhappy. She has never been a particularly gentle character, so she immediately looked at Banner and shouted, Bruce, look at him. Where is the Hulk? Let them taste the power of the Hulk. Banner originally said just as he was watching the two people quarreling over him for no reason. When Betty asked, they suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? You're talking, Bruce. Betty shouted in confusion. The leader finally laughed loudly and said sarcastically, Betty, haven't you noticed yet? He can no longer become Hulk. Betty was stunned. What's going on? Hulk. Something went wrong temporarily. Banner replied dully. Hulk now feels as if he is autistic and doesn't want to come out at all. He is completely different from before when he was young and energetic and ready to move when stimulated. As if it was a problem that a middle-aged man must encounter, he didn't know what to do at this time. It's okay, Banner. Betty didn't complain at all, and said, Even if you can't do it anymore, I still love you. Although this sounded strange, Banner was still very moved. Said, You are so kind, Betty. The leader was inexplicably covered in dog food again, and became angry. Stop their mouths. The world was finally clean, and he walked to the closed door. In front of Betty's cage, the whole person actually leaned down, and his green head looked a little funny. But this did not prevent his evil words. Watch, Betty, I will kill Banner with my own hands in front of you. No, you can't do this. After reading Betty's meaning, the leader finally felt happy. At this moment, a voice sounded. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Don't you know that freedom of speech is the most basic human right? Both the leader and Betty followed the sound and saw the experimental table. I don't know when a charming black figure appeared. It was Felicia who had just lurked in. As for why she was able to directly touch the experimental table, it was also thanks to the leader's manipulation of his green-skinned men, making them dull. After bypassing the various patrol defense lines surrounded by ordinary people outside, it was easier to sneak in inside. Black Cat. The leader naturally knew the upstart superheroes in New York who were in the limelight recently. He was a little annoyed and sneered. Banner, I remember I said, if you find someone else, I don't need to say more about what will happen. Have you done it again? Sorry, I happened to be there, so I don't worry about Dr. Banner coming alone. Felicia explained casually, and directly tore the metal claws on the experimental table with an alloy claw. Various restraints allowed Banner to regain his freedom. Banner pulled out the foreign object in his mouth and said, Okay, Felicia, what are we going to do next? What? Of course it's up to you, Dr. Banner. Me. Banner startled. Of course. Felicia came late and didn't hear what happened just now about Banner's predicament as a middle-aged man.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
She said, Watch your Hulk kill everyone and take us out. Boom. Soon, Felicia was also tied up, escorted by a group of strong green-skinned men, and thrown into the cage next to Betty. The leader smiled and said to Banner, I thought you really prepared some magic weapon from the sky, Banner. That's it? Did Hulk turn your head stupid? Banner felt a little ashamed. He didn't expect Felicia to come here and give her head away. No, in the final analysis, it was still his problem. If Hulk hadn't suddenly stopped coming out, things wouldn't have turned out like this. At this moment, Banner felt extremely guilty and self-blame, and became even more depressed. He felt his own powerlessness. Without Hulk, he seemed to be nothing. He's also angry, but without Hulk's anger it's just impotent rage. The leader also began to order his subordinates to replace various damaged instruments by Felicia and bring in new ones. Although he mutated and had a super brain, his physical fitness has hardly improved, and he has to order his subordinates to do many heavy tasks. The experimental table was quickly reinstalled, and Banner was escorted onto the table again. Although the leader also needs Banner in the form of the Hulk to cooperate with the experiment, he has also prepared a lot of special sedative anesthetics for this purpose. When he faced Banner at the entrance of the manor, he had also secretly prepared a lot, ready to wait. Hulk started firing injections as soon as he arrived, but he didn't expect them to be used. However, if we just want to draw blood for the time being, Banner in human form is enough, but it's just not that durable. He never wanted to kill Banner. He knew that this was also the bottom line of Black Superman. As long as Banner is spared, Black Superman probably won't take action directly. At this moment, the leader put his hand on Banner's chest and said, "Now, you are finally mine, Banner." Betty looked on with eyes wide open. Felicia, who also had her limbs and tail tied up, saw her appearance and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "I'm not okay," Betty said seriously, "my head feels a little heavy." Their reaction was naturally noticed by the leader, who was a little proud. He deliberately chose a good angle for Betty to see clearly, just to let her watch her lover being raped in front of her. "Banner," the leader said, "don't worry, I will help you make Hulk come out again. After all, I also need him to help me do some research." Betty felt her head getting heavier. At this moment, there was a sudden bang sound, and the newly brought in instruments suddenly exploded. The leader who was controlling these machines was unprepared for a precise blast, and his whole body was blown away and fell to the ground. Although Banner was also affected a little, the main victim was still the leader. "It's done." Seeing this, Felicia also waved her fingers excitedly. In less than a second, the leader suddenly fell to the ground. Betty was also a little confused by this sudden scene. At the same time, she noticed Felicia's strange behavior. "What's going on, Felicia?" she asked. "Actually, I have a helper, Betty." Felicia was very happy even though she was still tied up. The battle to defend her dignity seemed to be successful. She no longer had to be a pet. The tail extending from the tailbone was raised very high. "She and I made a plan. I would sneak in first, ostensibly to save Banner. Giving away heads is actually to destroy the equipment. The leader's physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people. While I attract everyone's attention, my helpers will also place bombs in the new equipment. As long as the leader starts operating the bomb will explode with a wave of precise blasts, enough to stun them. A very simple strategy, but very effective." Betty sighed and said to the door, "If I guessed correctly, is she your helper?" Felicia also quickly looked out the door and saw Natasha rushing in after hearing the explosion. "Natasha!" Felicia shouted. Natasha nodded and saw the leader lying on the ground. Knowing that their plan was successful, she breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly released Felicia and Betty and rescued them. "Thank you very much, Natasha," Betty said to Natasha. She didn't know that in another time and space, the beautiful red-haired girl in front of her would become the next Banner after she disappeared. "You're welcome, I just carried out the task smoothly," Natasha replied, and then she was hugged tightly by the happy Felicia and experienced a feline bear hug. "We succeeded," Felicia said tightly. Yes." Natasha didn't understand why Felicia was so happy, and subconsciously wanted to break away from Felicia's embrace. After all, Felicia was still much taller than her, and she was being held like this. "I feel like a sister." She could lose to anyone, but she didn't want to be inferior to the cat-eared girl in front of her, especially if she became a younger sister or something. But she tried hard and found that she couldn't break free. "Hey, this girl is so powerful." Fortunately, Felicia let go quickly, because Betty said worriedly, "How is Banner? Let's go and see." It was so pitiful that he finally had someone who cared about him, and the distance just exploded. The closest one, besides the leader, was Banner. And he was also affected. Several people hurried over to take a look. Fortunately, although they were slightly injured, they were not serious. Several people rescued Banner from the experimental table again. "Sorry, Dr. Banner, in order to subdue the leader, we have to do this. Are you okay?" Felicia apologized. "It's not a big problem." Banner was supported by his girlfriend and said, "But we still have to solve a problem." "What problem?" Felicia was stunned. "The leader has passed out, what about these green giants?" Several people looked around. The green-skinned men controlled by the leader temporarily lost control due to the leader's sudden coma and stood there blankly. But don't think this is a good thing. The leader's Hulk transformation experiment was not pleasant, it could even be said to be extremely painful. The transformed Hulks are also in a state similar to the Hulk, uncontrolled and crazy. It's thanks to the leader's telepathic power that he can control them and make them obedient. But now, the leader was suddenly knocked unconscious, and the Hulks suddenly surrendered control. After the initial confusion, everyone became irritable and crazy. "Roar!" As one Hulk shouted, as if all the Hulks were activated, they all beat their chests and stamped their feet. Although they are all just degraded versions of the Hulk, the sight of dozens of Hulks roaring and shouting in unison is enough to scare everyone. "What's going on?" Betty was just an ordinary person after all, hugging Banner's arm in panic and asked. "Maybe it's caused by the leader's coma," Banner said. It's really hard to say whether this was a deliberate backup by the leader to prevent him from suddenly losing consciousness, encountering an accident, and causing chaos. "Whether it is or not, I think we're in big trouble now," Natasha said. She also felt a little numb. One Hulk was enough for her to eat a pot, and now, there were dozens of them surrounding them. But what's even more troublesome is that once these dozens of guys are allowed to disperse, the consequences will be truly unimaginable, in various aspects. At this last moment, she also turned her attention to Banner. I remember that you can also turn into a big green guy, but now I can only rely on you. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Banner hesitated to speak. It happened that tonight, her girlfriend and 2 consecutive beauties needed his big dick, but he didn't have the ability. He called Hulk a few more times in his mind, but there was also no response. Dr. Banner may not be able to turn into the Hulk for the time being. Felicia helped Banner out in time, but it still made him feel embarrassed. The newly liberated Hulks also looked at the different people at this time. Roar. As one Hulk roared and rushed forward, all the Hulks also moved. Run. Natasha could only shout and ran away. Fortunately, they were indoors now, and with their petite bodies, they could still maneuver around. Especially Natasha, I don't know why, but she is quite good at avoiding the attacks of these Hulks. Not to mention Felicia. From being chased by the Sandman until she started meowing, to being trained in various terrifying ways by the Black Superman, it was quite easy for her and the Hulks to hide from the cats. In an instant, the entire manor turned into a sea of green. Only Banner and Betty were ordinary people at this time, especially Banner, who often stayed in the laboratory and lacked exercise. They have no other possibility except being caught. At this critical moment, Betty sacrificed herself and pushed Banner away, while she herself was caught in the hands of the Hulk. No, Betty. Banner shouted desperately. He kept urging Hulk in his body. Come out quickly. Please, Hulk, I can't live without you. The strong emotions finally caused Hulk to react, and Banner was overjoyed. Mad. It was almost, if only he tried harder. Bang! Betty was treated like a ball by the Hulk, smashed the window, and was thrown into the sky. It's a home run. Banner's eyes instantly lost their luster and he knelt on the ground blankly. The Hulk who threw Betty saw that he had done a good job and actually laughed. Felicia and Natasha also noticed this scene and looked over. The next moment, a bigger and thicker green hand grabbed the smiling face of the Hulk, and then smashed it to the ground, creating a huge deep pit. At the same time, the ground also moved towards the surroundings collapsed, and the whole house was shaken heavily. Everyone could feel the power of the blow. The Hulk's head was instantly exploded into plasma. Hulk stepped on the Hulk's body with one foot and roared angrily towards the sky and everything around him. At this moment, he is the Hulk, but not completely. If in the MCU, it was Hulk who gave up everything to help Banner, then at this moment, it is Banner who gave up everything to help Hulk. There's blended together. From the beginning, Banner's anger because he couldn't go any further. Betty's anger after being caught. The various insults he encountered after being unable to transform, and the various difficulties faced by his friends around him all turned into firewood at this moment and ignited his anger. With Hulk's strength rising all the way, Felicia could completely feel Hulk's rage that wanted to burn everything to death, which was completely different from the Hulk she had faced before. She felt like she couldn't last 10 seconds under this Hulk. Roar. As Hulk roared, the other Hulks felt something was wrong with their remaining will and wanted to escape, but it was too late. There's no way Hulk would let them go. A bloody massacre unfolded in front of Felicia and Natasha. Those pirated Hulks had no power to fight back in front of the Hulk at this moment. You must know that even if these Hulks are inferior quality production versions, their speed and strength are enough to easily defeat the original Lizardman. Black Cat, I don't think this is good, Natasha said. But we can't stop him now. He's gone completely crazy. Why do I feel like you don't seem very scared? When that big guy kills all the Hulks, it might be our turn. Natasha, while they were talking, a broken limb of a Hulk was flung towards the two of them, splattering blood all over the floor. Felicia swallowed and said, maybe we can live in peace, but I will lose my dignity. Natasha. What? What dignity? No, it's nothing. The Hulk was already about to die. After everyone was killed, Natasha was a little anxious and said, use whatever trump card you have? Felicia. But what? Felicia, there is no life like dignity. Important. Natasha shouted anxiously. Finally, the last mass-produced Hulk was torn in half by Hulk, with a large amount of blood splattered on his green skin, making him look like an evil ghost from hell. He also looked at the two people arguing at the side. In an instant, both Felicia and Natasha felt a chill rising from their buttocks. Hulk has completely lost control and is furious. Almost without pausing, he rushed towards Felicia and Natasha. At this last moment, Felicia finally admitted and shouted, woohoo, okay, make pets when you are pets, you can save your lives. What kind of pet? After Felicia shouted those words, she seemed to have lost all her strength and was already lying flat. She said, didn't you say that life is more important than dignity? But you didn't say it was for pets. While the two were talking, Hulk rushed directly in front of them, punching heavily with both hands. If you lift it up, it will be smashed down. Felicia and Natasha both closed their eyes subconsciously. In the face of the absolute power and speed, any resistance was in vain. Natasha is even desperate. After being an agent and spy for so many years, she has performed countless missions and played with the enemy at her fingertips. Is it finally her turn to end this time? Then, she heard a bang, and a huge collision exploded in her ears. Fortunately, they were not the ones who were hit. Hulk's blow that smashed them into pieces didn't even land on them. Instead, Hulk himself was punched away again and blasted out of the manor. After surviving the disaster, Natasha happily opened her eyes, and then she saw a white cloak suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. She was stunned for a moment before saying, "Black Superman. So this is Felicia's trump card?" "So, Felicia just said pet, is this what she meant? I told you earlier, with the Black Superman thigh hug, let alone being a pet, buy one get one free plus one of hers is fine? Wait, why is Black Superman still holding someone in his hand? I saw that Betty, who had just been thrown out, was actually in the hands of Black Superman." At this time, Felicia was not happy about surviving the disaster at all. Instead, her face was filled with despair. "It's over. My future life will be dark. What will he do to me? Will he play with the cat? How will he do it? Where?" Her tail swung uncomfortably. Thinking of ordinary people's actions of stroking a cat, Felicia felt an electric current flowing from her brain along her spine, through her entire back, to her tailbone, and then to her tail. All of a sudden, her legs felt weak and sticky. Somehow, there was even a sense of expectation hidden in the strong resistance. This made her even worse. Peter also turned around and looked at the two people condescendingly. Natasha was looking at him and Betty in his hand with surprise. The Hulk's home run just now was perfect, maybe at least even for a baseball player. It was a pity that she met him. Not only was Betty caught, she was almost intact except for a little skin injury. It just seemed that he fainted due to excessive fright. Peter wouldn't go out of his way to watch Betty die because of Hulk's explosive seed. After all, there are many ways to stimulate, and if it doesn't work, it's good enough to use another method of torture next time. This approach, which would permanently scar Banner Hulk, is not the best option. However, it seems that the results this time are still good. As for Felicia, Peter also gave her a strange look. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This kid did a pretty good job tonight, at least he did a good job in the first half, so he was considered qualified. When Gwen first dealt with the Green Goblin, she also made mistakes or did something less than perfect. He is willing to give everyone the opportunity to make mistakes, choose, and grow. But what does it mean when Felicia is twitching her body and shaking her hips to rub her legs? Shaking his head, Peter threw Betty directly to the two of them, said, "Take care of her," then disappeared. Because the speed was too fast, the entire figure seemed to disappear out of thin air. Natasha quickly caught Betty and said, "Since nothing happened to my girlfriend, we just need to let Hulk know and he should slowly calm down." Although Felicia has slowly recovered, she is still immersed in the fact that I was about to be raised as a pet made me feel a little complicated. She said, "No, you don't know. Black Superman has his own unique way of dealing with things." Natasha was stunned. What way of dealing with it? This seemed to be a big piece of information about Black Superman's deeper way of doing things. At this moment, they felt a heavy tremor coming from outside the house, as if an earthquake was coming. Natasha was a little confused, but Felicia just said calmly, "Look, this is how he dealt with it." Outside the manor, the furious Hulk was about to get up, and then a foot suddenly appeared again. Stepping on his chest, he stepped into the ground at once. He recognized Peter and beat him violently as Black Superman several times, and he was even beaten to the point of becoming autistic at one point. But now he is no longer what he used to be. Hulk could feel that the original boundary that had been unable to be broken was broken through in one fell swoop during this transformation. In his current state, he is fully capable of confronting and surprise. What's even more amazing is that at this time, his and Banner's states are completely integrated. The two personalities have never been so connected, and are even becoming more and more inseparable. This transparent state can even be said to be an evolution, unique to the Hulk's evolution. With the killing and catharsis, Banner as the main personality will be swallowed up bit by bit, leaving only a more powerful new Hulk with Banner's wisdom. This is also Banner's choice. After seeing Betty hit a home run, he was devastated and realized his own incompetence. Everyone is looking forward to Hulk and needs Hulk. Instead of letting him continue to be incompetent, it is better to leave everything to Hulk and satisfy everyone. So, Hulk thinks he can do it again. With the anger of Betty's death, he will definitely beat this annoying guy in front of him to the ground this time. He roared angrily, and his strength surged again, trying to catch Peter who was stepping on him in one fell swoop. But the ferocious expression on his face quickly froze, because his huge, thick palm was lightly caught by Peter again. Peter shook his head and said, "It's a pity. It should be interesting after you evolve, but I don't want Banner to disappear." Hulk immediately felt an ominous premonition. But at this time, he was stepped on by Peter and held by one hand. He was completely unable to move or resist. Peter stretched out his other hand and cut Hulk's chest, then gave it a hard push. The huge power invaded Hulk's limbs and bones in an instant, and even penetrated into the ground through his body. This blow directly incapacitated the physically powerful Hulk and interrupted his evolution. At the same time, tonight, people throughout New York also suffered an unprecedented small earthquake. Heck, New York has never suffered any earthquakes in its history. Felicia and Natasha were in the manor, so close that they could best feel the energy level of this earthquake. He was unstable, the utensils fell over, and there were cracks on the floor and walls. The earthquake also spread outwards along with the manor. Although it came and went quickly because there was no follow-up energy support, most people in New York clearly felt it. The ground swayed, hanging lights and utensils rattled unsteadily. This immediately caused many news media to report on it the next day. This matter is very unscientific, but experts like to use science to explain such unscientific things, and they explain it clearly and with great enthusiasm. About the new changes in the crustal movement. Is New York also affected by a certain earthquake zone? Unknown vibrations may come from the bottom of the sea. Until someone used a model to analyze the source of the earthquake and discovered the tragedy of a manor in the suburbs. At that time, the manor had already been cleared by SHIELD, but there were still many traces of the battle, especially the cracked ground from the center of the earthquake that spread outward like a spider web. The whole world had the ability to do this. There is only one. In an instant, public opinion was detonated again, and the experts disappeared, but the melon could not stop. In short, it is difficult to say whether the lives of New Yorkers have been better or worse over the past 6 months, but Gwen always manages enough. One of the parties involved in this small earthquake, the leader, failed to escape in the end and was successfully taken into custody by SHIELD. A leader is no better than an abomination. A scientist with a super brain can cause more harm than a berserker, especially when this scientist meets a spy organization that is fearless and always wants to study something wonderful. I knew there would be some big trouble, but Peter doesn't care. Any subsequent trouble will be SHIELD's fault. If SHIELD can really seize the leader and come up with something interesting, Peter will be happy to see it happen, and vice versa. The second person involved, Banner, also woke up successfully the next day. When he opened his eyes and saw the intact Betty, he almost thought he had arrived in heaven. That's great, Betty. I didn't expect to see you again after I die. Hiss. What's going on? How can heaven be like this? Does it hurt so much? He soon found that he was lying on the hospital bed and there was pain everywhere in his body. It felt like he had been ravaged by something. Because you're not dead yet, Bruce, Betty said. I'm not dead. Banner was surprised. What, do you want to die? No, I didn't mean that. It was Black Superman who saved me and you. Betty quickly explained everything to Banner, who I also gradually remembered some memories from the Hulk period. This made him feel a little complicated. The price of being beaten this time was much greater than any other time, so great that even Hulk couldn't bear it. This caused him body aches, multiple fractures, and completely lost his ability to take care of himself. Most importantly, it hurts. This time, the Hulk rose up, but Banner was left with a psychological shadow. But no matter what, it is infinitely better than death. You don't seem happy, dear. Betty knew Banner very well and quickly discovered his thoughts. Yes, I don't know what to think of Black Superman. Banner sighed and said. He is unlike Stark, Connors and the others. Although he was saved once by Black Superman, he did not get to know each other any further. Many things were not taken for granted to him. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart for Black Superman's help, but he also felt a little uncomfortable with the way Black Superman acted. You know, Betty, I really thought you were dead, beaten to a pulp by a home run. Hey, that sounds so cruel. Well, I just wanted to say, even now, when I think of that scene, I still feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Betty hugged Banner gently. Don't be afraid, Bruce, am I doing well? Yes. Banner enjoyed his girlfriend's facial cleanser, said softly and gently. Even though I understand that this shouldn't be done, I still think that it would be great if Black Superman could have appeared earlier. In this way, maybe you wouldn't be in such danger. Black Superman is not the same as those traditional heroes. He is more self-centered and acts arbitrarily. He didn't seem to be in the mood to rule the world, at least not yet, but what he got in exchange was a kind of indifference. He could watch the people around him sink into the mud and struggle step by step, just like a cold god. Are you blaming him? No, I have to admit, a little bit. I can't understand it. And it's not just me, I feel that the changes to Hulk this time are also very big. He seems to be a little resentful and afraid of Black Superman. Betty didn't have much to do about this, she didn't even know enough about superheroes than Banner. She thought for a while and said, Bruce, maybe you can talk to those who have also been helped by the Black Superman. Banner was stunned. You mean? That's right, Connors, Stark, as well as Spider-Woman, Catwoman, Osborn, and even Peter Parker. I remember you told me that Stark was very optimistic about that child, and I think they must be able to give you more advice. Asgard. Loki has been imprisoned by Odin since he returned from the atrium. He once questioned Odin very puzzledly. All his actions were to gain Odin's approval and help Odin solve his troubles. Why did Odin never look at him, but instead chose Thor, who came back from a walk in the atrium? At this time, the previously elegant second prince of Asgard seemed a little depressed. His hair was messy and unkempt, and his overall temperament was very gloomy. He's been in jail for a while, but it's not a complete news blackout. He knew that Odin went to the atrium after waking up and quickly fell asleep again. During this time, Thor became the regent, and I heard that he even awakened the blood power in his body, and his strength increased significantly. This made everyone optimistic about him and full of confidence in him, and the originally turbulent 9 realms returned to stability. Even his mother Frigga is assisting him in handling government affairs. This made Loki so jealous that all this belonged to him. Ha, the divine power of blood. Is this why you chose him, father? Loki sneered. Thor got everything, strength, fame, power, and the love of his father. And he lost everything, even his identity as the Prince of Asgard no longer existed. He was just a feral child adopted by Odin, a child born with stunted growth. The so-called bloodline power is only possessed by Thor. At the same time, Loki is also afraid of Thor. He was afraid that when Thor reacted, he would be the first to deal with his younger brother who had tried to frame and kill Thor and compete with Thor for the throne. At this moment, the prison door was suddenly opened. Who is it? You know, as a loser in the fight for the throne, he is now hated by everyone in Asgard, and no one wants to have anything to do with him. Loki narrowed his eyes and looked outside with some discomfort. Well, the result was unexpected and reasonable. The visitor turned out to be Thor, who was wearing royal robes and was at the peak of his life. He was somewhat high-spirited. This was a bit dazzling in Loki's eyes. The two can be said to have formed a sharp contrast at this time. What is he here for? Loki asked in his mind. He couldn't think of the reason why Thor came to him at this time. Was he laughing at him? Or, kill him? Loki was shocked, but said sarcastically on his face. What's wrong, my brother? Why do you have time to see your rebellious brother? I just came to see how you are doing. Thor hesitated for a while. Explain. In theory, this period is the best time for him to grow up rapidly and learn how to be a king. Still, Thor screwed up a bit. He is a warrior. He once thought that as a king, as long as he had unparalleled strength and fearless courage, he could lead his subjects to a better future. But this is not the case. It was only after he sat on the throne that he discovered that being a king was such a tiring task. It turns out that being a king requires much more use of brains than muscles. Weighing the pros and cons, distinguishing right from wrong, and allocating benefits, there were too many things that made him overwhelmed. Even with Frigga's help, he had to spend a lot of time dealing with them every day. Overall, he's still too young. He awakened the divine power in his body, and everyone thought he was ready, including Odin. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But in fact, his magical power was just forced out of him by some guy with bad taste. He has not suffered enough testing and growth at all. When Thor felt extremely confused about the future, he somehow suddenly remembered his brother who was imprisoned. He missed Loki a little. Loki has been very smart since he was a child and has a lot of clever ideas. If Loki was still here at this time, he would definitely be able to help him very well. Of course, he couldn't say these words directly. How could a strong brother expose his weakness to a weak brother? Also, frankly saying that he misses Loki would make him look gay. When Loki saw Thor's hesitation, he became even more suspicious. Do you see how depressed I am? Very good, you should be satisfied now. Thor, I have completely failed. No, that's not what I meant. Could it be? Do you still want to kill me to get rid of the trouble forever? Loki suddenly stared at Thor and asked. This stunned Thor. Why did Loki say exactly the same thing as Black Superman did? He thought I was going to kill him. In Loki's eyes, his reaction seemed to have been exposed. Due to his preconceptions, Loki almost gave him a stone-throwing blow. He couldn't believe it. You really want to kill me? Why do you all think so? Thor asked in confusion. But this made Loki even more certain. You? Who else? Damn it, there are actually allies? His stupid brother now knows how to find allies? No, you must escape, otherwise you will die. Loki determined that Thor definitely wanted to eliminate him completely, just like all kings would eliminate threats. Thor, who was very nervous and slow, did not notice the seriousness of the matter. The two of them are almost talking like ducks. A conflict soon broke out between them. Loki didn't want to die, so he could only use illusions to preemptively attack. Of course, this poses no threat to Thor who has awakened his divine power, and cannot even hurt him. But Loki just took advantage of this opportunity to escape from prison. For him who is good at illusions, this is perfect. By the time Thor reacted, he had already fled. But Thor at this time was not a vegetarian. The power of the god of thunder plus Mjolnir allowed his strength to reach the cosmic level easily, which was totally worthy of the surprise. With a burst of divine power, he quickly caught up with Loki and blocked Loki's way with a meow hammer. Why are you running away, Loki? Thor also fell in front of Loki and said, you know, this will only make your crime and punishment more serious. Loki also didn't expect that he and Thor would now be together. There was such a huge difference in strength, which made him even more frustrated. Do you really want to kill me? For that damn throne? Perhaps due to the inertia of history, after finding himself cornered, Loki made the same decision as in the MCU and fell into the abyss of the universe. Loki. Thor even jumped down and stretched out his hand to catch Loki, but Loki rejected him. You are no longer my brother, Thor. The gears of destiny have already began to rotate slowly, but the incident of brothers and sisters far away in Asgard was far from affecting the Earth, at least temporarily. In the bedroom, Gwen came home from a busy day and was ready to recharge her batteries. She didn't even have time to take off her spider suit, so she sat on Peter's lap with her legs spread, and kissed him deeply. At the same time, her thighs were clamped hard because of the pleasure. Their lips parted. Peter teased, if you keep doing this, you're going to crush me. Gwen let out a few heavy breaths and said, nonsense, you're obviously still very strong. In fact, most girls' emotions and bodies are relatively slow to warm up. For girls who are relatively young and immature, even if their favorite emotions are confirmed, their bodies still need a period of running in and development. During this process, if the running in effect is satisfactory enough, their own feelings will become more passionate and unsatisfactory. That's what happened to Gwen at this time. Over the past few months, her mind and body had been adjusted to the best state by Peter, and she was ready for everything. Her emotions became more intense, reflecting the reality that she had become a little shy recently and seemed to be addicted to Peter. Often she would extend an intimate invitation whenever the opportunity arose. If it weren't for George's adult prohibition restraining Gwen, Peter might have been eaten by her right now until all his bones were left. Gwen hugged Peter and said, "Peter, you are obviously better at kissing. I feel like my whole body is soft and light. I learned it from you." Peter said an even lighter word, completing his message to Gwen. The ultimate counterattack. Gwen snorted and said, "Nonsense, why haven't I seen you softened by my kiss? I feel like I don't even have the strength to get up." Gwen softened, but who would really believe her? "If you talk nonsense without strength, you will really suffer a big loss, hehe." A woman's mouth. Peter just said, "Dear, men and women react differently." Gwen blinked, subconsciously twisted her hips, and smiled foolishly. "You smile like a middle-aged idiot, Gwen. It's all your fault." Okay, Peter stroked Gwen's back and said, "You haven't changed your clothes yet." Well, Gwen bit her lower lip lightly, turned her head and whispered in Peter's ear, "Help me take off your suit." A problem faced by most superheroes is that although their suits look cool, they are actually not easy to put on and take off. The same goes for Gwen's original suit. If someone could help her put on and take off her clothes, it would be twice the result with half the effort. She had already set her sights on Peter, and had had this idea for a long time. "No problem." Peter did not refuse, and said while groping for an opening on Gwen's body with his hands, "It just so happens that I've recently helped you adjust your technological suit. You can try it." "It's so itchy." Gwen giggled twice at the touch, twisted her waist unconsciously, and said, "You said what is? Don't move." Peter patted her. Oh. Gwen felt her whole body tremble, her buttocks tightened, and her body was peeling off bit by bit. This made her both shy and expectant, her face burned a little, and she diverted her attention and asked, "How have you and Dad been talking recently?" "You mean about changing houses? I'll go check it out with Uncle George in a few days." Peter patted Gwen's gluteus maximus again and said, "I participated in Mr. Stark's Clean Energy Project and Expo, and he gave me a very generous reward. And Dr. Connors, he insisted on adding me to the Biological Serum Project. These are enough for us to easily change a house in the Upper East Side, or even if you want to buy a luxury house." Although Peter did not deliberately make money, he did. Sometimes the money flowed into his pocket like water flowing upside down, and he didn't bother to refuse. Gwen raised her hips consciously and said, No, that's fine. "Peter, the most important thing is you. We won't be separated." "Of course we won't be separated." Finally, the suit was folded. "Take it off completely." A large amount of skin was exposed to the air and was so white that it glowed. Although she was still wearing some clothes underneath, Gwen still felt very shy. Peter looked at it with admiration. "You have such a good figure, Gwen." The most outstanding part of Gwen's body is her waist and hips. Her 6-month career as Spider-Woman has allowed her to develop perfect proportions and shapes that will drive every man crazy. The compliment from her boyfriend made Gwen a little proud. She straightened up unconsciously and said, "Where's the new suit? Let's try it." After the Superman talent package was upgraded to LV3, Peter's super brain improved again. At this level, many original problems or troublesome things are easily solved in his eyes. Under his hands, although the hardware configuration of the vibranium suit has not improved much, the software functions have been upgraded to a higher level. It is more perfectly adapted to the Spider Silk launcher and is completely separated from the Stark system. Gwen held the suit and looked at Peter eagerly. "What's wrong?" Gwen turned around, exposed her back to Peter, and then turned around and asked, "Would you help me put it on?" Peter was a little funny and said, "I have set up the function for you to wear conveniently, Gwen. This will allow you to dress and change easily and conveniently by yourself in the future." Hearing this, Gwen was stunned for a moment. How can this be possible? In this way, what will happen to her long-planned plan to dress as a tool? She still liked Peter more than wearing it herself. "Isn't that bad?" Peter asked. "Of course not. I mean," Gwen wanted to explain, but suddenly felt that her starting point seemed a bit unhealthy, so she hesitated. "What did you say?" "No, it's nothing. Obviously it's a good thing that the suit has new functions, but Gwen would rather not have this function at the moment." Banner's personality was once swallowed by Hulk and became one. Although this process was interrupted by Black Superman, it still had an irreversible impact on him. From the moment he woke up in the hospital that day, Banner vaguely felt the changes in Hulk. It just so happened that he couldn't take care of himself and had nothing else to do, so he simply started meditating in an attempt to reconnect with Hulk. Then, he discovered that the problem seemed a bit big. First of all, the first question is that Hulk has grown up. If Hulk was a relatively innocent child before, now Hulk has become a more impulsive and irritable adolescent thorn. Although it has become stronger, it is also more difficult to communicate and control, and its independent will is stronger. This made Banner complain a lot. He had to spend time and energy again on how to get along with the now adolescent Hulk. What left Banner speechless the most was that Hulk actually wanted his help to find a She-Hulk. Damn it, where could he find a She-Hulk? What would Betty think of him? Of course, as a sequelae of fusion, it is not without its benefits. Being more powerful is one of them. If Banner and Hulk are connected, they can enter that semi-fusion state again and greatly increase their combat power. At the same time, Banner also discovered that Hulk's power was beginning to affect him. Although his body is still at the level of an ordinary person, his recovery speed from serious injuries has been significantly improved. It is similar to a residual health recovery buff. Although it had a similar effect before, the effect is much stronger now. In just a few days, he was able to get off the ground and sit in a wheelchair. Banner also took this opportunity to complete Betty's suggestion to him 2 days ago. Ask those who are familiar with Black Superman and have been helped by Black Superman what they seem to think of Black Superman. Soon, he was pushed back to Stark Tower by Betty. Banner, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. The doctor said that you would be unable to get out of bed for several months. The first person he met was Connors, and the two met in Connors' office. However, what Banner didn't expect was that Felicia was also there. It's Hulk's power. I feel like the boundaries between me and him have become blurred. Banner replied, sitting in a wheelchair. This is not a good thing. Connors frowned. Who knows, it might be a bad thing, or it might turn out to be a good thing. Banner shook his head, looked to the other side, and asked, Felicia, why are you here? Felicia today. He no longer wore a dark battlesuit, but changed back to a professional OL, which looked even more different. Then very soon, Banner felt Betty behind him give him a heavy squeeze on his waist. Hiss. Suddenly, he withdrew his gaze without squinting. Speaking of this, Connors was obviously very happy and said, I am also very surprised, Banner. Remember the plan I told you last time? I hope Felicia will be the spokesperson. He looked at Felicia, glanced at her and said, I gave up originally, Felicia. You said you wouldn't come, but now you have changed your mind. Can you tell me why? It's nothing. Felicia was a little concerned about him. After that night, Black Superman did not look for her again. Under the preconception, Felicia thought that Black Superman was disappointed in her. This made Felicia a little disappointed and felt that she had not completed the test. At the same time, she did not forget her agreement with Black Superman. If you are not qualified, just be an obedient pet, mascot. In short, she is a person who keeps her promises. Although the cat owner is not doing her job right now, has gone somewhere, and does not come to pet the cat or feed small fish, she still quickly found something she could do and helped Connors endorse the genetic serum. Although she couldn't really wait to die, but for some reason, after accepting the identity of a pet, she felt less burdened when doing things. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This made her sad and happy. Felicia, how could you be so depraved? Cats will never be slaves, you should find a way to become the master? When Connors and Banner saw Felicia's appearance, they were very sensible and did not continue to ask questions. After all, she was not Tony's kind of harmful friend. Connors quickly asked Banner about the reason for his visit, and Banner didn't hide it. He said bluntly, Man, I don't know what to think of Black Superman. Connors suddenly became energetic and interesting. Asked, Oh, what did he do to you? Banner felt that Connors's attitude was a little strange, and he seemed a little too excited. But he still talked about what happened in the past 2 days. Special training, kidnapping, home runs, violent beatings. Of course, the main focus was on Betty's home run. Although Betty was saved in the end, he couldn't imagine what would happen to him if something happened to Betty. This made him very confused. On the one hand, reason told him that it was Black Superman who saved him and Betty, and he was very grateful. But on the other hand, he couldn't accept that Black Superman kept putting the two of them in danger for Hulk's sake, and almost separated them from life and death. He is too indifferent to the point of cruelty. As a listener and puzzle solver, Connors was actually listening with interest at this time. Finally, someone followed him and suffered both mental and physical abuse from the Black Superman. He was very pleased and said, It's okay to be miserable. This is how everyone got here. Banner looked confused. Force. What's going on? He's obviously here to clear up confusion. Shouldn't normal people express sympathy first when they hear what happened to him? What's going on with Connors's gloating look? But Connors also said, Banner, I understand what you are struggling with. He recalled his past experiences, the dark time when he just became a lizard man. During that time, he also did a lot of things. Mistakes, pain, struggles. Black Superman is different from others. He will not save anyone directly. Of course, fighting crime does not count. That may be just his fun. What do you mean? Banner asked. Black Superman is just looking at people's choices, Banner. I can even tell you directly, if you really choose another path, then Black Superman will most likely stand aside. No, I don't. He might do that. So, he finally took action, didn't he? Although his methods were as full of bad taste as ever. Connors said, Black Superman is indeed indifferent and even cruel at times. He watched people struggling to survive in difficult situations. He obviously had the power to save and change everything, but he was so stingy that he refused to take action. Banner nodded, yes. But this is the Black Superman, isn't it? Connors thought of Peter's relationship with them and his love with Gwen during this period, and said, I think he is very good like this, as great as a god, but restrained enough and gentle enough. Banner for a moment, some chills stood up. Damn it, what did he hear? Connors actually said that Black Superman was gentle? He couldn't understand it and even thought Connors was a little crazy. Beside, Betty and Felicia were also sitting and listening to the two men chatting. Seeing that the topic between the two had reached an impasse, Betty also asked at the right time. Felicia, you seem to have a lot to do with Black Superman. What do you think of him? This question immediately made the two men raise their eyebrows. Ears. When Felicia heard this question, based on her own starting point, she also said angrily, Black Superman is bad. He is cold, heartless, a sadist, without any conscience? He is simply not human. Several people I didn't expect to hear this from Felicia, and I was suddenly curious. What did he do to you again? He told me that if I can't hide, I will die. Felicia pointed the Black Superman at him. She talked about all kinds of inhumane training and listed 108 kinds of evil deeds. So, you hate him? Betty asked curiously. Felicia was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, Hey, it doesn't seem like there is one. Felicia's words left several people present speechless. You've talked so much about feelings before, but in the end you still spoke out of integrity? The way several people looked at her suddenly changed. This made Felicia a little unbearable. Hey, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? Tony's voice suddenly came from the door, attracting everyone's attention. Tony. He seemed a little embarrassed, as if he was running away from something in a hurry, which was rare for Tony. However, he quickly regained his dignity in front of everyone. Huo, it seems that today is very lively. Everyone is here. Are you having a party? You didn't even call me. He said as he walked away. Naturally he sat down among the crowd and said, Banner, you look pretty good. It seems that Black Superman has taken good care of you. Banner smiled bitterly and said, Stop teasing me. Tony spread his hands. So, what are you talking about? Nothing, just a little bit about Black Superman, Banner explained his confusion. After hearing this, Tony frowned deeply. So, you are complaining that he didn't rescue you earlier? No, I didn't mean that. That's what you meant. Tony was rare and serious. Listen, Banner, he has no obligation to save you. You might as well think about it. If there is no Black Superman and only you, what will you become? Banner was a little shocked. Speechless. If there was no Black Superman, maybe he would have run away to avoid reality, and how could he have everything he has now? I don't deny that Black Superman does sometimes. Even Tony couldn't help but clicked his tongue. He does mess with people sometimes, but he does make everything better, isn't it? If it weren't for him, I would have died in that cave I don't know where, and Ethan wouldn't have been saved. I understand, Tony. I just can't get over it, that's all. Betty is in front of me got hit by a home run. I almost got smashed into a pulp. Banner, can you stop talking about the home run? I'm sorry, Betty. Banner hesitated and continued, and, I'm really curious now, what does Black Superman look like in your eyes? What else can I do, if I can't beat him? Tony shrugged, did not continue, and continued. Banner, before you want him to do better, you should do better first. Are you doing better yourself? Banner murmured. Tony's arrival completely ended the discussion. Felicia said curiously, you said, you are a little curious about the image of Black Superman in everyone's mind. Who is next? Well, I plan to find Spider-Woman and Spider-Man talk to Peter. I think they might be able to give me some new inspiration. Banner replied. Connors, rightward arrow. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, good luck to you, Banner. Banner could not understand the meaning of Connors's mouth, and replied easily, yes. At this moment, another voice suddenly came from outside the door. Tony, I know you are here. You must explain to me why you are still safe and sound, and the physical examination report is still very healthy. It was Pepper's voice, and everyone looked at Tony. Damn it, it seems I can't stay here any longer. Tony's expression suddenly changed. After all, paper can't cover up the fire. As time went by, Pepper got his physical examination report through some means and found that he was in extremely good health, so he came to hunt him down. Guys, I have to take the first step. Please hold Pepper back for a moment. She is angry now. I'm afraid she will do something irrational. Do you understand? Tony said. Tony, come out. Pepper's voice got closer and closer. No, I have to go. Tony stopped delaying and turned around and left in the other direction. Pfft. I don't know who couldn't help laughing, and suddenly everyone started laughing. Pepper walked in and was a little confused when he saw everyone laughing, but still asked, did Tony come here just now? Connors and Banner also relied on Tony's funding for research, so it was not suitable to expose them. Boss. But Felicia is different. She has no employment relationship with Tony. The most important thing is that she is just a pet now. What bad intentions can a kitten have? Mr. Stark said, don't let us tell you that he went in that direction. Felicia pointed to the direction in which Tony escaped. Pepper sneered, thank you, Felicia, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. Then she followed in Tony's direction. Manhattan, Upper East Side. Peter, Gwen, George, and Uncle Ben arrived here together today. As we all know, Manhattan is the wealthy area of New York, and the Upper East Side is the wealthy area of Manhattan. Central Park is located here, as well as various cultures, shopping malls, and some of the wealthiest residents in New York. After George was promoted to police chief, his financial resources and power were actually enough to afford him a better apartment on the Upper East Side. He had already had this plan, but it was shelved due to various reasons. Until recently, his neighbor's kid, his daughter's boyfriend, Peter Parker, actually mentioned that he also intended to change his residence. And he actually set his sights on the Upper East Side. George's first reaction was that Peter was talking arrogantly, but he calmed down and thought about it, and quickly rejected the idea. Peter is not usually the kind of person who likes to talk big. But this gave George even more of an urge to fuck the dog. He had worked hard for most of his life and finally got the position of police chief, so he could move into the richest area in New York. But now Peter is lucky, he has caught up with him at such a young age. Has he spent most of his life living like a dog? Of course, it was impossible for George to believe Peter as soon as he said it. It was not until Peter fluttered the two flags of Osborne and Stark that everything became extremely convincing. Even if George still didn't believe it, this was far beyond common sense. But when Gwen appeared in front of him and testified for Peter, George had to accept the reality. Well, my daughter is Spider-Woman. I originally thought this was magical enough, but now it seems that you kid seems to be even more shocking. However, as an older man, George couldn't help it, reminding Peter, I know that you and Gwen are both special, so I don't care why you can do all this in such a short time. But I must tell you, Peter, now that you are young and successful, everything may seem easy to you. But rather than moving there now, you might as well make good use of the money and purchase some effective assets, which can help you go further. I understand. Peter just said, but Uncle George, you have already planned to move away, haven't you? Gwen and I don't want to separate. George frowned, just because we move away, it doesn't mean that you and Gwen we can't date each other. But Gwen hugged Peter happily. Peter, you are so good. George, underscore. Although he still felt something was wrong, his own daughter was like this, so what else could he say? So, here comes today's business, and their target is a high-end apartment located on 5th Avenue. Taking the elevator all the way up, George's requirements were higher. The house must be able to accommodate their large family. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But Peter and Uncle Ben were much more relaxed. 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms were enough to meet their basic living needs. But not only that. The decoration, facilities, and property of the apartment itself are all without faults. Especially the decoration, which is much more refined and luxurious than the original apartment. At least it jumped up several levels at once, which made Uncle Ben a little uncomfortable. The view outside the window is also very good, and you can see the most prosperous and beautiful urban areas in Manhattan. Not to mention the surrounding communities, they have complete functions, convenient transportation, and good public security. For some things, their only drawback is that they are expensive. For 2 middle-aged couples who are about to enter old age, this is simply the best choice for retirement in the next few decades. Peter, this is unbelievable. Uncle Ben sighed. Over the past 6 months, Peter has been getting along day and night, and naturally he has not forgotten to share some of his recent developments with his 2 relatives from time to time. For example, some connections with Osborne and Stark. Therefore, he can understand the matter of changing his house, but it is not easy to accept it all at once. Uncle Ben in this world still has a stable job with a good salary, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to live in Manhattan for so many years. But he was just good. He was still an ordinary citizen. The only special thing was that the neighbor detective he had been friends with for many years became the police chief one day. He had never thought that one day he would be able to live in a house like this, and he was even a little scared because of it. Peter, maybe we don't need to change to a house like this all at once. May and I are fine living in the old house. But here, more comfortable, isn't it? I mean, isn't it a little too fast? That's a little bit of my opinion, Uncle Ben. Besides, you don't want me and Gwen to separate, do you? Peter said there was a reason that Uncle Ben couldn't refuse. In fact, if Peter contacted Osborne or Stark, or found a way to do it himself, he could even get a better one easily. But it's not necessary. For Uncle Ben and Aunt May, this kind of house is already the limit. Peter once said that he did not want to rashly change the lives of Uncle Ben and Aunt May, which has already touched the bottom line. In the final analysis, it was Guyi's original words that gave Peter some sense of urgency. He is not invincible, nor does he have no enemies. This enemy is even more powerful than ever before. Peter has been thinking about it since he talked with Guyi. What is the absolute point in time? What causes this phenomenon? His underlying rules, logic, and why they exist. He tried to use various time, space, and causal quantum theories to explain it, but the final results were all nonsense. The existence of an absolute point in time is extremely unscientific. You must know that in Marvel, the so-called magic is essentially just another kind of science. It just requires more advanced sensory organs and more idealism. Until Peter remembered his past life. He looked at it with a detached view of the world, and finally realized and had the answer. It is impossible to come up with an answer using the rules and theories of this world to explain. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an existence of the level of Strange after his blackening to have any ideas or solutions. The so-called absolute time point is the absolute plot point. It is the knife in the hands of Marvel writers. It is recognized by the majority of fans and readers as the plot of each hero's life, story, and comics that cannot be changed. Even if people don't like these plots themselves. Trying to change these absolute plot points is tantamount to going against the creators of the entire world, the writers, or even the owners. It can be regarded as going against the underlying rules of the higher dimensions of this world. Maybe in other worlds, the so-called screenwriters and authors are very high-minded, but essentially they can't interfere with each other, and it's okay to ignore anyone. But in Marvel, there is a supreme god, OAA. In terms of setting, he is the almighty creator, the origin of everything, and the most top-notch existence in the Marvel universe. But in essence, he is actually a screenwriter and the embodiment of the author's concept. He may not be hostile, but what his existence represents is enough to destroy all deviance. Everything that goes against him will naturally be cleared up by the self-correction mechanism of this world. Peter, how are you doing here? Gwen suddenly came over and held Peter's hand. Everything goes well, dear. Where's Uncle George? Peter looked at Gwen and asked with a smile. Dad, he is a little hesitant. You know, we have a lot of people in our family. Gwen said to Peter. Dad, Mom, me, and my 2 younger brothers, we all need rooms, but it is difficult for an average apartment to have so many rooms, unless it is a single-family villa. But even Dad would find it difficult to afford a house of this level, unless that person is a billionaire. Uncle Ben saw 2 young lovers. They were chatting happily and said very philosophically, I'm going to see George. Suddenly Peter and Gwen were left in the room. Actually, if he had been corrupt for 2 more years, there would be no chance. Peter held Gwen in his arms, picked a sofa and sat down and said, Hey, Peter, what are you talking about? Dad wouldn't do such a thing. Gwen didn't resist, but pressed close to her. It's hard to say. Peter looked at the innocent and silly girlfriend in his arms. How could he achieve this position if he was not properly complicit? Of course, generally speaking, George still belonged to the group of good people, the kind that is worthy of one's heart. So, Peter just said, So, what do you think? What else can you think of? I can only squeeze it in temporarily and let my 2 brothers live in one room. When they grow up. Gwen glanced at Peter and smiled foolishly. When they grow up, you will marry me, right? Peter answered knowingly. That's what I mean. Gwen hugged Peter's neck happily and said, I love you to death, Peter. That's it. Okay, Mua. Actually, Peter leaned in. Gwen whispered in her ear, you can give your room to your brother now, or you can move in with me. Hihi. Gwen seemed to be very moved, but still said, Dad will go crazy. Peter hugged Gwen, gently stroked her back, and said, You also need an independent laboratory. There is always it's a bit inconvenient to move around my bedroom. That won't work. I want you, Gwen said lazily. She screamed out from the comfort of Peter's touch. Of course I'll be there too. That's okay. In the end, Gwen couldn't bear it anymore and looked at Peter with watery eyes. She took the initiative to kiss him, as passionately as usual, until a cough sounded behind her. Gwen instantly shivered. Spider-Man's quick reflexes were put into full play at this moment. She exited the state in an instant, quickly got up from Peter, turned around, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Dad. I saw Uncle Ben clenching his fist and covering his mouth in embarrassment. The cough just now was made by him. And George was standing next to Uncle Ben, with a dark face and an extremely stiff expression. He glared at Gwen, then directed his extremely angry eyes at Peter. Happy New Year, babies. Of course, compared to the 2 middle-aged men, the most embarrassing person at this time is definitely Gwen, who is the person involved. There is nothing more depressing than being discovered by your father while you are kissing your boyfriend. After a long absence, Gwen wanted to find a hole in the ground to put her head in. George, I told you it was best not to come over, but you still don't believe me. Completely different from George, Uncle Ben said cheerfully. Of course it's best if you don't come over. After all, the pig that is provoking me is your boy. George suddenly became furious. Don't say that. I grew up watching Gwen, and she is almost like a daughter to me. George couldn't help but rolled his eyes, no longer paying attention to the old man who was making jokes, but glared at Peter. Boy, come here with me. But Gwen stopped directly in front of Peter and protested. Dad, you can't do this. This made George very angry. The daughter who was once so cute has now begun to turn her elbows outward. This feeling makes people have mixed feelings. But he couldn't be angry with Gwen, so he could only shift the blame to Peter. Everything was this kid's fault. Gwen, it's okay. Peter patted Gwen on the shoulder and said, Uncle George won't do anything to me. Humph, that's not necessarily the case, kid. George said harshly and turned around. Take a step. Peter reassured Gwen and then followed. Uncle Ben, Dad, and the others. Don't worry, Gwen. George just saw his dear daughter being seduced by other boys, and he was a little sullen. Uncle Ben looked kind throughout the whole process. After all, you won't lose anything today. I'm even more worried when you say that. Gwen said silently, looked in the direction the 2 left, and couldn't help but follow them secretly. And Peter also followed George to the aisle outside. George leaned against the window, silent and gloomy, like the last calm before the storm. You don't seem afraid at all, Peter, George asked. Why should I be afraid of an elder I respect? Peter asked. These words left George speechless. It was really impossible for him to blame Peter, but seeing Gwen and Peter so affectionate all at once made him a little unbearable. You have really changed a lot. He stared at Peter and said. You also know that Gwen is special. Her future is destined not to be smooth sailing, and she will encounter difficulties that ordinary people can't imagine. She is my favorite, my beloved daughter, but even if I am her father, I still cannot protect her from wind and rain for the rest of my life. No, Gwen is the one who helps me now. If it weren't for Spider-Woman, maybe my job would be even more difficult. George shook his head and said. In short, the future that Helen and I can accompany Gwen is limited. She needs someone who can accompany her for a lifetime, support her, and walk hand in hand with her. Maybe this is it will be much more difficult than ordinary people, and you will encounter many dangers, accidents, and tests. George looked at Peter again. The light from the window shone on his face, and the expression on it had long since disappeared from the previous dullness, but was replaced by a serious look. Can I entrust her to you, Peter? Although you are still very serious now. You are young, but I feel that you can already make a commitment. This is a question that every father will worry about and struggle with. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. They worry about whether the person their daughter entrusts is worthy of trust, what they will do if they are wronged, and whether the bad boy who kidnapped their daughter will do all kinds of bad things to her. To a certain extent, George was lucky, because he had watched that bad boy grow up and was very close to him. It was as if they had passed the precious gem from left hand to right hand, entrusted it, and passed it down for protection. At the same time, he is also special. Because he has a very special daughter, even if he doesn't show it in front of Gwen on weekdays, he is still very worried about Gwen's future. He never worried about Gwen's ability, but sometimes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. From this point of view, he hoped that Gwen could be more ordinary. He could not treat his wife Helen like this. It is impossible to tell old friend Ben that the most suitable partner is Peter, who is Gwen's boyfriend and also knows Gwen's identity. Of course, Uncle George. Peter responded without any hesitation, even if it means going against the world. At this moment, the two men, the old and the young, seemed to have completed some kind of sacred handover ceremony, truly recognizing each other. He said to the other party, "It's not that serious, Peter. I think there is no need to do something right with the world." George seemed to have let go of a big stone in his heart, and he felt humorous for a long time. He patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "Young people should be more restrained. Maybe you don't believe it, but I still have to say that Gwen is usually the more proactive." "Shut up, my daughter, it can't be like this." When they returned to the room, they saw Uncle Ben picking at the side and looking at his future new home, and sitting nearby with an unnatural look on his face, unable to tell whether he was happy or sad. Temperature. George and Uncle Ben came here to look at the house sincerely, and soon went shopping elsewhere together, leaving Peter and Gwen behind. Gwen hugged Peter eagerly. "Little eavesdropper." Peter hugged and teased. "Ah, you discovered it." Gwen exclaimed in surprise, then buried her face in Peter's arms and explained palely. "I didn't mean it. We won't blame you." "Well, I'm just worried about Dad because I don't treat you well. You underestimate Uncle George too much, Gwen. Hehe. I feel like I'm so happy, with you and my dad." Gwen blinked and joked. "Even if you go against the world, haha." Unexpectedly, Peter kissed him directly this time, and Gwen immediately softened. The house was not finalized so quickly. At least, Aunt May and Aunt Helen would come over to take a look, but by then they would not have much to do with Peter and Gwen. After a brief interlude, they soon ushered in a heroic life again. But it wasn't that there was any new crisis, it was just that Banner had extended an invitation to them, hoping to meet and chat. As for what we were talking about, I believe everyone knows it, and it was nothing more than Black Superman. Of course, before getting down to business, they usually chat about some interesting topics. What? Has Mr. Stark finally been discovered by Miss Pepper? It should be said that he has been discovered for a long time, but the evidence has only been obtained recently. God, Gwen leaned against Peter and gently covered her mouth with her fingers in surprise. What will happen to Mr. Stark? I don't know, maybe we can warn him in advance. Haha, you are so bad. Peter. So, what's the matter with you two looking for us? Peter also took this opportunity to ask directly. That's right, Banner said without hesitation. I want to ask you what you think of Black Superman. Alas, he is still too young. I feel that many plots can be spread out and written slowly, layer by layer, but I never thought of it before. Gwen was stunned for a moment when she heard Banner's question. What do we think of Black Superman? Several people were in a private room with a nice environment, under the window. It's just a wide street. That's right. Banner sat in a wheelchair and roughly explained the ins and outs of the matter to Peter and Gwen. I have asked other people, and they have given me various ideas. I feel a lot more relieved now. Oh, what do they think? Peter asked. Connors said Black Superman is strong and gentle. Damn, I just think Black Superman is a violent maniac. Peter smiled half-heartedly. Oh, next. Next? Felicia is next. It's hard to say. What's wrong with her? Gwen asked curiously. She said a lot of bad things about Black Superman, but I think, Banner hesitated for a while and said, she seems to be quite addicted. Addicted? Gwen frowned. Probably, although Black Superman has been treating her very roughly, although she said she didn't want it, she actually enjoyed it physically. Ah, Gwen blinked, not understanding her good friend. Hobby. It feels a little strange. Felicia seems to be a little off. This is just my guess. Maybe I have misunderstood. Banner did not forget to add a disclaimer. Okay, who else? Mr. Stark. Unexpectedly, Stark's attitude is what I think is the most correct. He feels that before evaluating Black Superman, he should do his own thing well. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Stark to say such a thing. After the Pepper incident, Tony's image of a big shot in Gwen's heart had long been shattered. He is also a billionaire after all, and there must be something special about him. Of course, I think he seems to be a little bit itchy about Black Superman. It seems that everyone's attitude towards Black Superman is not very good. Rather than saying it's bad, I think it's more complicated. As the Black Superman himself, Peter will not have any ideas because of these attitudes and opinions, he just takes it for fun. At most, I'll try harder next time as a reward. So, what do you think? Banner looked at the two of them and asked. My words, Gwen thought for a while and felt a little complicated. I don't know what to say. I just think Black Superman is very determined. What do you mean? Banner's eyes lit up, such a special thing it was the first time he heard the comment. Gwen also talked about her feelings. Since I became Spider-Woman, I have encountered many difficulties and problems. These things often make me feel confused and even question the identity of Spider-Woman itself. But I have never been in the world. Black Superman has experienced confusion, only deep darkness, and determination. Although sometimes his actions are not very heroic, he has protected more people. She looked at Peter and said, I don't like some of Black Superman's ways, but even now, I often question whether his approach is the right one. You are the best, Gwen. So are you, Peter. Even Banner and Betty couldn't stand this sudden bowl of dog food. He cleared his throat. Are you looking at it from the perspective of a hero? Banner muttered to himself and looked at Peter. Peter, what do you think? What else? Could Peter say? He could only add, me too. Gwen couldn't help laughing. You're too perfunctory. Peter shook his head, and for Gwen's sake, he said, maybe, it's just he sees the world from a different perspective than everyone else. After all, none of us are Black Superman, and no one can understand him. These words caused Gwen and Banner to fall into deep silence. Peter's words awakened them. They had been trying to explain Black Superman from their perspective, but no one had ever looked at everything from Black Superman's perspective. In other words, most people can't do it. Hey, who can have the kind of power that rivals the whole world like him? At the same time, his identity and his experience all seem to be a mystery. Peter, thank you. This has inspired me a lot. Sure enough, I was right to come to you. You're welcome, Dr. Banner. We are very happy to be able to help you. Gwen was very happy in front of outsiders. Everyone said it like a lady. Of course, things are not over at this point. I saw Banner say, Peter, can I ask you to do me a favor? Of course, you said it. Peter did not refuse. Can you introduce Harry Osborn to me? His identity is very special, and I also want to ask him what he thinks of Black Superman. Banner said, Harry. Peter had to say, Banner was playing quite a big game. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Harry is the son of the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin died at the hands of Black Superman. Even though Harry said he had looked away, asking a son what he thought of the man who killed his father was kind of interesting. At least for Harry now, this wouldn't be a problem. However, before Peter could answer, he was suddenly interrupted by movement outside. I saw a group of marchers passing by suddenly. They were shouting lively and walking on the street. This attracted everyone's attention. Of course, this is not Happy America, with protests marching every day. Most of them held high signs with the words Black Superman written on them. At the same time, some people distributed flyers around from time to time. Then, soon some people were attracted to join them. What are they doing? Banner asked in confusion. Don't you know, Dr. Banner? Gwen explained. After the court incident and the battle between Black Superman and another mysterious man around the world, some people spontaneously gathered together and formed an organization. And it was only recently that this organization officially came to the forefront in New York. Dad was even worried about it. What organization? The Church of Black Superman. The Church? They regard Black Superman as, are you crazy? Banner said in surprise. In fact, in the eyes of many people now, Black Superman is indeed similar to a god, except that he walks in the world and really exists. Moreover, people don't simply worship his power. Gwen said with some complexity. Remember Black Superman's speech in court? During this period, more and more people who have been directly or indirectly helped by Black Superman have come out to speak out. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. They refused because of what Black Superman said. Follow them as dogma, protect the weak, and punish those guilty who are beyond the reach of the law, but who have caused great harm to the collective due to their own selfish interests. This, Banner was already a little stunned in surprise, and he quickly realized coming to the key point. Has the spirit and will of Black Superman been accepted and embraced by so many people? Compared with unparalleled power, this phenomenon of countless people believing in one will seems more terrifying. This kind of thing has happened in history, which has caused catastrophe and war that swept the world. That's Hydra. In theory, this gathering will be even more terrifying than that time. Because no matter how powerful Hydra is, it is still within common sense and predictable, but Black Superman is not. He truly has the power of one person to rival the whole world. When this power is coupled with the following of countless people, Banner trembled at that sight for a moment. Of course, Black Superman does not have a tendency to commit suicide, and his current mass base is far from reaching that level. But judging from the current development, this is not impossible. Maybe, he will really become a god. Banner said with a wry smile. Gwen suddenly remembered what Peter had just said. So, what does Black Superman think in the face of all this? More and more people are placing their hope and faith in him. Peter shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he doesn't care at all. Gwen was stunned and said, if that's true, then he is too cold and cruel. The gods that people support don't care about them. Banner couldn't help but said at this time, does the government not care? No, it's Black Superman. Yes, and Black Superman doesn't care either. After all, these guys are acting in his name. Gwen sighed and said, Actually, Dad also tried to intervene at the beginning. After all, such a hastily organized group will definitely be chaotic at the beginning, and even breed a lot of crimes, and even the church itself is involved in some legal issues. Then what? It doesn't sound like it's going well. Yes, Gwen said, there seems to be a capable person behind them. That person gave them a lot of funds and also set up a plan. There are certain rules and regulations, which makes them very clean so far. At the same time, Dad actually discovered that for the first time, this Black Superman church has been registered with the relevant associations and departments, which means that it is legal. Banner held it in for a long time, and could only say, well, maybe they are a serious organization in themselves, and we are suspicious. However, they are not completely without problems. At this time, Gwen said again. This made Banner confused for a moment. What's the problem? There seems to be more than one financial backer and leader behind the church. They are burning money with each other, fighting, vying for the dominance of the church, and even involving gangsters and some capital giants. Dad thinks this may be a bit of a hidden danger. Who is it? Do you have any clues? No. Gwen shook her head and said, they don't seem to want people to know their identities. They hide them so well. Very good. Okay, a church is becoming more and more confusing, huh? Banner also sighed. The marchers quickly left the receiving area, and several people also turned their attention back to look at Peter. He has not responded to Banner's request. Of course it's no problem, but he's been a little busy recently. You may need to wait and arrange a time. Peter said. Thank you so much, Peter. Banner thanked him first, then laughed at himself and said, I can't do anything else now, can I? Harry has been very busy recently. He was so busy that he didn't even pay attention to the gene serum, a project that he held the string for resurrection, and left it to Connors to deal with. This is naturally because he has more important things in his hands now, at least for him. So what is he busy with? I believe many people have already guessed it. Yes, he is one of the two mysterious people fighting behind the Black Superman Church. He discovered early on that people began to gather together because of Black Superman's will. At first, they just recognized each other online. Then, as the number of people increased and their mutual recognition deepened, many people followed each other and became friends. Then there were group chats, societies, and forums. It was at this stage that Harry started to pay attention and join. He didn't realize at first that things would develop like this. If you spread out this wonderful process full of twists and coincidences, you can even write a short story of 100,000 words. Closer to home. As the heir to Osborn, Harry is naturally more ordinary than other ordinary people. He quickly relied on this advantage to stand out in this small group and gain some fame. Of course, during this process, it was not like Harry had never met a guy who was as ordinary as him, an account named Black Superman Fanatic Pope. The other party has also emerged and has a group of fans. However, in subsequent contacts, Harry soon discovered that the other party's financial resources seemed not as good as his own, which made him soon not take the other party to his heart. Then unexpectedly, more and more people joined this group. As if awakening to some kind of common resonance, people gathered together one after another. At this time, Harry, who was already one of the leaders, was naturally challenged by these new influxes of guys. Some of them are social elites or have small assets, and they have made some names one after another, and then launched a challenge to the old king. But they were all quickly defeated by the humble Harry, and they were subdued one by one. The power in Harry's hands once again skyrocketed. This should have been a happy thing, but Harry soon discovered that the Black Superman Fanatic Pope who he didn't look down on actually used this to complete a large wave of annexations and upgrades. At this time, the crowd of the opponent's men was no weaker than his own. Moreover, the other party's methods were also very clever and mature, and they directly named themselves the Black Superman Church, which happened to correspond to his fanatic pope. In an instant, the fanatical pope was at the height of his powers, and having come to this point, it was naturally impossible for Harry to admit defeat. Especially that stupid guy actually started some kind of church. Damn it, he actually came up with such a good idea? Harry found that he was suddenly tempted. Well, although that guy was stupid, he was not without merit. Facing the opponent's powerful offensive, Harry quickly launched his counterattack, even to the point of pulling out all the stops. He directly used money to connect with others and seize the ownership of the church. This time, the opponent was stunned. Everything the fanatic pope did was a wedding dress for Harry. But the fanatic pope was not a vegetarian. He quickly launched his powerful appeal and recruited a large number of people from nowhere. Moreover, this group of people were loyal and full of action, and they directly started offline activities. Various activities, parades, creating momentum. This time, Harry also felt very troubled. Yes, he does have money, but sometimes, money cannot directly exchange for such a strong appeal. This is the scary thing. After the two sides went through the experience of not knowing each other without fighting, each showing their special abilities, and then stabbing each other in the back, they finally got real fire at this moment. Thus began a mighty war of burning money, robbing people, and robbing church orthodoxy. At this moment, Harry received an invitation from Peter. Dr. Banner would like to chat with you about his views on the Black Superman. What do I think about Black Superman? Generally speaking, at this critical moment, Harry should not focus on irrelevant people and things. After all, at this time, if something goes wrong accidentally, it is easy to lose everything. His opponent is not simple. However, for the sake of Black Superman, Harry agreed. He had to admit that this topic tickled him a little. Soon, the two parties met at Harry's mansion, and Peter also participated as a middleman. Would you like something to drink, Dr. Banner? Harry welcomed the two into the room and shook Banner's hand. With the rapid recovery buff, Banner was able to get out of the wheelchair and walk on his own with the help of crutches. Anything is fine, Harry. Okay. Harry looked at Peter again and said directly, I know, Coke, right? I've specially prepared some here for you. The three of them were sitting on an expensive sofa with a medieval aristocratic style. Sitting down, Harry did not delay, and went straight to the point. I am very curious, why did Dr. Banner suddenly study the Black Superman? Without going into too much detail about the repetitive content, Banner repeated what he had said before. Told it once. Harry was naturally very happy to hear more interesting things about Black Superman. And he even secretly regretted not being able to participate. He commented, Connors's opinion is good, but I think Black Superman should not be associated with gentleness. He just uses his power more correctly and is not held hostage by anyone. Felicia Yagen is so lucky that he doesn't know how lucky he is. Black Superman is the most powerful person in the world. If you don't like it, you can replace him with someone else. He almost said that this person was himself. This fully demonstrated his attitude, which surprised Banner. Although he had already looked away from Harry about Norman Osborn and Black Superman, he would not come to the door unless he was allowed. However, Harry's attitude towards Black Superman seems to be a little too good at this time. You seem to identify with Black Superman, Banner said. Harry naturally understood the implication of Banner's words and asked, My father is the Green Goblin, but I am not, Dr. Banner. Do you want to hear me yelling at Black Superman? Of course not. Harry, in fact, I'm very happy that you have such an opinion. I almost thought you were a fan of Black Superman, Banner said with a smile. However, his unintentional words made Harry somewhat silent. Fan? No, how can I be a fan of Black Superman? Harry shrugged and said, I just know him better because of my father. Well, I have to admit, Harry also has him. A difficult, not easy place. He cannot openly support Black Superman. Harry was once confused about what happened to Norman Osborn and didn't know how to look at the Black Superman. Although he later looked away and felt relieved, everyone can understand this kind of thing. But if now, Harry suddenly said that he was a fan of Black Superman, that would be a bit incomprehensible. Faced with the revenge of killing your father, you can choose to let go, but now you actually tell me that you still admire me? In fact, even now, Harry still feels confused from time to time, even though he is now in charge of half of the Black Superman Church. This was due to the complexity of the original incident. He is already a fan of Black Superman, one of the original fans. The fault between his father and Black Superman did not lie with Black Superman. He understood that it was his father who had caused great harm to society. He had convinced himself to let it go, but he still couldn't convince himself to face it. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Are you letting go of the hatred in your heart because you are right? Harry, you also taught me a lesson. I believe your father will be pleased to see you like this. At this time, Banner also said with great benefit. Harry felt a little ashamed, I hope so. Banner also sighed, so, the charm of Black Superman is really great. Whether it's Connors, Felicia, or you all seem to have been influenced by him to a certain extent. To a certain extent. So far, the only one who can maintain some doubts about Black Superman seems to be Spider-Woman. Gwen has always done a good job in this regard. Peter also said with a smile. Banner seemed to have remembered something and said to Harry, Have you heard? Harry, the Black Superman Church has emerged recently, but the identity of the organizer is still a mystery. Believe me, the person behind it is definitely a fan of Black Superman. Harry. After sending Peter and Banner away, Harry sat on the sofa a little discouraged. Originally, he was obsessed with church affairs during this period, and he briefly forgot about his father's conflicts, but today Banner's arrival brought all these things out. This made him feel a little unmotivated for a moment. It was at this moment that he received a message. When he opened it, Harry found that it was from the fanatic Pope, and the other party also directly proposed that he want to meet with him to discuss what to do with the church. Prison. Jin Bin's cell is located in the deepest part of the prison and is also the most luxurious one. It is equipped with all facilities, and all kinds of information about the entire American underground gang will be sent here on time every day. This prison was built with the help of Kingpin. He enjoyed almost the same power here as the outside world. He was still the guard of the entire prison and the emperor of the prisoners. Even if what he needs is not available in the prison, someone will quickly help him get it. Of course, being imprisoned itself had some impact on his underground empire, but these impacts were not worth mentioning compared to other things. For example, Black Superman. Recently, he created an account online called Black Superman Fanatic Pope. He quickly attracted many people who also gathered because of the Black Superman. Kingpin did not expect that these people would come in so many and so fast. Therefore, soon, the idea that was just a prototype in his mind was quickly realized by him. He brought these people under his command, unified their thinking, and established an iconic organization, the Black Superman Church. For Jin Bin, who had established a huge underground empire, this was almost not difficult and the process was very smooth. Until he met a guy named the strongest Black Superman. Jin didn't know where this stupid boy came from, but he was surprisingly rich, at least, much more than his net worth. After all, a lot of his property is in the dark and is in industry, which allows him to mobilize a lot of power, but the idle floating funds are much smaller than some people. And Black Superman is the strongest, also directly registered the ownership of the Black Superman Church before him. This time I hit gold and was caught off guard. There were many underground gangs operating in the past, but Kingpin actually didn't think of this incident for a moment. If it were just an ordinary person, registration would just mean registration. Do you still want to threaten him with chicken feathers as an arrow? I'm afraid it's not that I don't know what cruelty is. But Black Superman is the strongest is different, he is rich. At the same time, the other party is also very familiar with the government operations of the United States. With this layer of feathers, it really caused him a lot of trouble. Jin Bin also tried to search for the other party's information, but unfortunately, the other party did have some skills and did a good job in this regard, but he was not able to find much useful information. And although he is called the Fanatic Pope, how can he really only be fanatical? After spending money on everyone for a period of time, Jin Bing quickly realized that it was meaningless for both sides to continue like this, and it could not directly determine the outcome. Moreover, judging from a series of actions, the other party is obviously also a fan of Black Superman. Although he hates him, Kingpin also feels a little sympathy for each other. Therefore, he sent a message to the strongest Black Superman, hoping for a meeting between King and King. Harry looked at the message from Black Superman Fanatic Pope and was speechless. Although the other party was stupid, difficult, and annoying, during this period of fighting and stabbing each other, he had to admit that the other party admired Black Superman no less than he did. There is no problem at all when the word fanatic is applied to the other party. The two were rivals, but that didn't stop Harry from admiring him. Therefore, Harry was a little hesitant about the invitation from the fanatical Pope. Normally, he shouldn't have agreed to this invitation, because he is not suitable to appear in public. Although this will not cause much real economic loss to him, the attitude of everyone will increase his psychological burden. He was often entangled with Black Superman and his father. But as the saying goes, a blockage is worse than a sparse one. The arrival of Banner and Peter had broken the balance in Harry's heart and made him a little depressed. He needed a way to vent. By chance, this invitation came to me. Maybe, Fanatic Pope would be a good outlet? After all, the other party is the same as himself, a fan of Black Superman, the purest kind. This suddenly made Harry look forward to it. Of course, he would not accept the invitation rashly. After all, no one could be sure of the other party's true intentions. Maybe the other party had other intentions or was using tricks. In response, Harry just stood up and walked to the mansion's study. It used to be occupied by Norman Osborn, but now it belongs to Harry. Harry gently moved the vase on the cabinet. The next second, the bookshelf against the wall moved slowly, and the entrance to a secret room soon appeared in front of Harry. Harry walked into the Chamber of Secrets. This was his father's secret base that he discovered some time ago. Norman Osborn stored a lot of supplies in this secret room to prepare for war. There are even secret bases all over New York. This is why Norman Osborn was able to quickly obtain various equipment and ammunition after escaping from the medical facility. Today, these are all owned by Harry. Harry took down most of the bases, but kept the secret rooms at home. And what is stored inside now is not the original equipment of Norman Osborn at that time, but a newer generation of armor that Harry customized for himself. He does not need a life support system to maintain his life, so all functions of this part are cut off, while also avoiding the mental side effects of losing the armor. He couldn't imagine what his current self would become if his spirit was eroded. At the same time, the armor also absorbed many of the advantages of partner Stark's armor. With Osborn's existing technological capabilities, it combined the characteristics of biological armor and steel armor to the greatest extent, further improving performance. Of course, Stark's energy black technology cannot be imitated, so to a certain extent, he has only learned a little bit. The coating on the outside of the armor is also intentionally or unintentionally made to look similar to Black Superman. Harry was very satisfied with this. This should be his armor. As for the Green Goblin's flying wings, after some hesitation, Harry chose to save them as his means of movement. After all, he is his father after all, isn't he? The meeting place of the two people was also in a prison in the suburbs. When Harry arrived according to the address, he realized that the meeting place was special. He was stunned for a moment, feeling that this prison was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. And, who lives in prison? This man is also a huge fan of Black Superman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Without any clues, he was a little confused. But it doesn't matter, the answer will soon be revealed. Harry stepped on the flying wings and landed at the door of the prison. The prison seemed to have been cleared, and the middle door was wide open. He was wearing battle armor and fell heavily to the ground, making a crashing sound. The aircraft circled around him, and he walked inward along the main road, passing by the guard room, the schoolyard, and the prison cell. He came to the deepest part, in front of a closed door. Harry took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Then, he was stunned by the scene inside. The room behind the door is very spacious. No, it can't even be described as spacious. If you want to say it, it seems a bit like a church. There is a long corridor in the middle with rows of benches on both sides. It can be seen that on weekdays, many prisoners here come here to repent. Of course, whether it is voluntary or not is another matter. At the end of the aisle is a podium, and behind the podium is a huge black Superman statue. Harry had to admit that for a moment, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This church in prison was actually not gorgeous, and it was far inferior to the various cathedrals outside. However, Harry felt the seriousness of the fanatic Pope at this moment. He actually built a church and made a statue of Black Superman. Harry looked at the huge hill-like figure under the statue and said, I never expected that the fanatical Pope would be the criminal Emperor Kingpin, or Fisk. Kingpin also raised his head and looked at Harry. Prophet. Although the Black Superman fan armor blocks the line of sight, making it impossible to know the true identity of the person inside the armor, the flying wings on the side provide some clues. Kingpin sneered and said, I didn't expect that the so-called Black Superman is the strongest. The guy who has been competing with me for the leadership of the church would actually use the Green Goblin's flying wings. Let me guess, he has the ability to inherit these. The only one who has something is the Green Goblin's son, Harry Osborn, right? These words immediately cast a layer of gloom over Harry's mood. Am I right? This is really wonderful. Can you tell me what you think? Black Superman is your father-killing enemy. Ha, Harry just sneered and said, tell me your purpose, Jinbing. Jinbing didn't force it, he just smiled slightly. The huge figure like a hill stood under the statue of God, and he actually looked a bit like a priest. I think it's time for us to decide on the leadership of the church. If we continue fighting like this, we will only lose both sides. You can't do it now. I can keep fighting with you. Forget it, the family fortune your father left you is not such a waste, and Jinbin looking at Harry. His eyes finally showed the sternness of a mafia emperor. Do you think your identity can be exposed in front of everyone? You don't want everyone to know that the son of the Green Goblin admires his father-killer so much. That's enough. Harry shouted to stop. He suddenly regretted why he came to the appointment on impulse. He didn't expect that the other party would be the famous Jinbin. He originally thought that, among other things, at least the process would be more enjoyable for both parties under the common bond of Black Superman. He asked, is your identity enough? Jin opened his arms indifferently and said, of course, it will be a commendable story for a vicious thug to change his ways and convert to his subordinates because of Black Superman. A good story. He asked again, and you, Harry Osborn, do you have the courage? This question made Harry fall into silence and stood there blankly. Jin Bin seemed to have lost interest and said in disappointment, you are nothing more than that. Black Superman is the strongest. He took off his robe and stepped forward. Since you are wearing a suit of armor, you must be well prepared. How about we use a Black Superman method to decide who the church belongs to? What do you mean? Power. Kingpin's tall body pressed over, using power to decide the church's ownership is very Black Superman, isn't it? Holly had already been building up a lot of anger. Now that Kingpin made this suggestion, it could be said that it directly played into his hands. He said, are you sure? As far as I know, you are just an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Tell you. Come on, boy, my body is not so big because of obesity, they are all muscles and strength. Jinji's mountain-like body rushed up, like a giant beast. Feel free to use your scrap metal. Now, I will show you the ultimate power of human beings. In fact, in the comics, Norman Osborn stole Tony's suit, spray-painted its appearance in the red, white, and blue colors of the American flag, and transformed it into a new one. The hero Iron Patriot. Harry is wearing armor at this time, which can be regarded as inheriting his father's legacy and returning to the world line. The only difference is that he is not a villain. Closer to home. Even though Harry was wearing a battle armor at the moment, he still subconsciously retreated to avoid Kingpin's bully body, which looked like a giant beast. This is also a wise choice. After Harry dodged, the door behind him was opened directly by Kingpin. If he had been hit just now, he couldn't say whether his armor would be intact. In terms of pure combat power, although Kingpin is not as good as superhumans like Gwen, he is not weaker than martial arts masters like Daredevil at all, and can even compete with Steve. Harry's physique was only a little enhanced after the gene serum was eliminated, and his attributes were not as good as Kingpin at all. He could only rely on his battle armor and flying wings to get around. Kingpin didn't tolerate Harry either, so he directly picked up a bench nearby and used it as a throwing object, throwing it at Harry. Boom! The bench was dodged by Harry and hit the wall like a missile and fell apart, making a loud noise at the same time, declaring Kingpin's huge power. In an instant, the whole church was in chaos. Kingpin kept throwing chairs, and Harry could only use the flying wings to hover over the church and keep dodging. The scene was dizzying. Until the benches around Kingpin were thrown into the air, and he couldn't catch it at once. Harry took the opportunity and hit it with his flying wings. Unexpectedly, Jinbin had been waiting for a long time, so he stretched out his hands, grabbed it, and blocked the oncoming flying wing. His huge body trembled, but he finally stabilized. Harry didn't expect Kingpin to be so powerful and asked, have you also been injected with some kind of serum? No, didn't I tell you? This is the limit of human power. Kingpin used his strength without forgetting to ridicule. He said, have you forgotten that your father also used this trick on Black Superman? What happened? This directly angered Harry. He stepped on the accelerator of the flying wing under his feet, the horsepower soared, and the nitrogen jet at the rear spurted out an even bigger flame, pushing forward forcefully. This made Kingpin feel tremendous pressure for a moment, and his whole body took 2 steps back. However, he finally stabilized again and successfully resisted the flying wings. Kingpin also took the opportunity to throw the flying wing away. Under the action of inertia, the flying wing hit the ground hard, and Harry fell down with it. Kingpin rushed forward, pressed down Harry's armor, and punched him hard. Bang! The armor was smashed with a loud noise. Although this time he failed to break through the armor's defense, Harry inside was also shaken to a certain extent and felt uncomfortable. Kingpin grabbed Harry and said, "You know, Harry Osborn, I'm very disappointed in you." "What do you mean?" Harry came back to his senses and asked subconsciously. "You are too cowardly." Kingpin said, "I originally thought that the strongest black Superman who was against me would be number 1. I even felt sorry for him." Kingpin lifted Harry up and, "But when I saw you, I realized that you were just a little brat who hadn't grown up." He pulled Harry in front of him, his gloomy eyes stared directly at the armor's visor, and said, "You can't even recognize yourself, and you can't even honestly admit that you admire Black Superman. What qualifications do you have to compete with me for the leadership of the church?" He let go of his hand and treated Harry like a throwing it on the ground like garbage. He turned around and said disappointedly, "Your purity is too low." However, the next second, Harry's roar came from behind. "Asshole. What do you know?" Kingpin replied. Body and looked at Harry. At this time, Harry had taken off the visor on his head, revealing his pale face and pale green hair under the armor that was infected by the gene serum. Harry knelt on one knee and stared up at Kingpin's fleshy, bald head. "I have been very sympathetic to his philosophy from the very beginning. His behavior, only by fighting violence with violence can all evil be eradicated. But one day, I discovered that my father is the sin that should be eliminated. Even though he has all kinds of bad things, he is still my father. I can only look away as much as I can, and I am already a little sorry for me. Father, even the things I am doing now, I sometimes don't know if I am worthy of him." Harry asked. "And now, you still want everyone to hate him, and you also laugh at him for even his own have all his sons turned to his enemies. So what?" Facing Harry's question, Kingpin just asked lightly. He opened his arms, gesturing to everyone around him, and said, "Do you know why I'm here?" Harry sneered. "Why?" "Because you have a conscience and want to atone for your sins." Kingpin didn't care about his attitude and just said, "No, because Black Superman said he wanted to kill me." Harry was completely stunned. "He wanted to kill you? Then why did you?" "This is not a contradiction, Harry Osborn." Kingpin shook his head. He shook his head and said, "I definitely recognized the Black Superman earlier than you did. From the first night when he suddenly appeared, he started fighting crime all over New York." As he said that, he smiled nostalgically. "You know, at that time, the Black Superman actually called himself Batman and destroyed a lot of my warehouse goods." Peter. Harry frowned, and suddenly he felt deeply unhappy with Kingpin's smiling face. Kingpin just continued, "I once watched him kill a vulture in front of me. That should be the first truly superhuman criminal he killed. I still remember that at that time. He glanced at me from several kilometers away. Just like that, it was enough to make me feel cold all over and run away in a hurry. You know, at that time, I was still trying my best to think about how to fight the Black Superman." Confrontation. For some reason, Kingpin was surprisingly proud when talking about these disgraceful experiences. Harry on the side was also a little jealous. He said, "This is a wishful thinking." But he didn't expect that it would make him even more jealous. "The jealous ones are still behind." Kingpin said, "Until one day, the Black Superman suddenly appeared in front of me." "What happened when he appeared in front of you?" Harry asked quickly. Well, he had to admit that his curiosity was aroused by Kingpin. "Don't worry." Kingpin was even more hateful and said slowly, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Black Superman is telling me in front of me. He tried his ideas and tried my crimes. It's so crazy and fascinating. He will kill me one day, but not now. And I also admitted my identity the next day and moved into this building. Coming from jail. Why? Why am I still willing to trust him when he clearly said he would kill me?" Kingpin interrupted Harry and said, "Why not? This has nothing to do with any position or interest. Even if I do, he has committed countless crimes. Even if I will be killed by him one day, I am still curious and hope that he will cleanse this disgusting world." Kingpin laughed deeply. "This is exciting just thinking about it." Harry was completely shocked by Kingpin's speech, and had mixed emotions, not knowing how to respond. Harry didn't know whether to call Kingpin crazy, or be jealous that he had so much close contact with Black Superman, or admire him for being so enlightened and having a deeper understanding of Black Superman, or maybe a little bit of both. Harry didn't know. He was just a little discouraged. It seemed that he had completely lost to Kingpin in the matter of Black Superman. The fanatic Pope lived up to his name. He couldn't imagine how he would face Black Superman if one day Black Superman wanted to kill him, or once again hurt the people around him, such as Peter. Maybe, he is really not pure enough, as Kingpin said. His faith began to waver. Kingpin also walked up to Harry, looked down at the thin and pale boy, stretched out his hand, like a godfather, and said in an infectious voice, "So, surrender to me, let me dominate the Black Superman Church. I am the most suitable candidate, and I will lead the followers of Black Superman to a better future." It has to be said that Zhang is still old and hot, and Kingpin subtly shook Harry's faith with his words. In an attempt to be winner-take-all, There's a reason why he was able to build a mafia empire. And Harry was also in various shocks and self-doubts, and his flaws were exposed. At this time, being invited by Kingpin, he actually gave birth. Otherwise, he would have done better than him if he hadn't just given it to Kingpin. Such ideas. Of course, Harry has experienced ups and downs. Just when his outstretched hand was about to rest on Jinbin's, he came back to his senses, focused his eyes, and shook off Jinbin's hand, not letting Jinbin succeed. No, don't even think about it, said Harry. Jinbin was not annoyed, and just asked, why, I can obviously do better than you, Harry. With your help, our future territory will definitely be more brilliant. It's your territory, Jin. And Harry sneered. This made Kingpin fall into silence, then raised his head and grinned a cruel smile. In this case, I will no longer be merciful, Harry Osborn. You will regret this decision today. At this moment, the underworld, the Emperor's cruelty hidden under his grace and etiquette finally surfaced. He stepped forward and was about to capture Harry again, but Harry did not surrender. While retreating and getting ready for battle, the flying wing on the side was also activated again under his control. Another round of battle between the two sides was about to break out. At this moment, that's enough. A voice reached the ears of the two people at the same time, making them stiff. Black Superman? But no matter what, the voice just now cannot be faked, and the other party's performance is proof of that. Did you hear that too? Kingpin asked. Harry nodded, and seemed to have lost all strength. He collapsed on the ground and murmured, Black Superman is actually here? Did he see everything just now? At this moment, Harry felt a wave of difficulty. Yan's emotions spread in his heart, and this feeling was only seen in his life. To put it metaphorically, it's probably like being caught in a bad way with some bad words or actions, or even worse. He was caught red-handed by the real owner? God, he had just said so many shameful things and had so many shameful plays with the Kingpin? Harry's whole face turned red. When it comes to Jinpin, who is also a middle-grade patient, no matter how emotionally agitated he is or when he speaks strange words, he will never feel any shame, and he will even have the illusion of being on fire. But once that atmosphere was exposed, the shame he felt afterward was enough to make Harry want to die. Of course, one is not the other, but converting it into the worship of Black Superman, the effect is the same. In short, he died in front of his idol Black Superman. Black Superman didn't even show up, and just one word made him lose his will to live. On the other side, Jin Bing, who was obviously a more severe Form 2 patient, didn't feel anything. Instead, he was extremely excited. The fat man weighing several hundred pounds was as happy as a child. Black Superman? You are here. You are looking at me. He gasped excitedly. Have you seen it? My faith in you is extremely pure. I will always follow you, watch you, and see how you cleanse this dirty world. Ha 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 ha. Lee looked at Jin Bin like this and fell into silence. Perhaps, his purity is really not enough. To a certain extent, Jin Bin really admires and yearns for him. Damn, when he thought about Black Superman being here just now, he felt like there were ants crawling on him, and he wished he could live on another planet. And in this case, the two naturally couldn't fight. Didn't they hear Black Superman couldn't help but tell them enough? There is no reason for them to continue fighting. Of course, regarding the struggle for the leadership of the church, neither of them can easily let go. In the future, there will definitely be constant conflicts and friction. But that is a matter for the future. In short, today the matter has been temporarily resolved, and Kingpin and Harry also parted unhappily with completely different moods. Some people may ask, where did Black Superman go? If he had appeared during the final fight between Kingpin and Harry, the effect would have been better, even explosive. The Kingpin would be even more fanatical, and Harry would be even more ashamed. As a fun person, it would be remiss to miss such a good show. In fact, Peter had to leave. In New York, a very ordinary place, in a deserted alley, a blue rectangular door suddenly appeared in the air, and then, one after another, heavily armed soldiers walked out. This is an abnormal time line. One of the soldiers looked around and said, their captain seemed to be a black ant. She walked in front and warned, don't be careless. From the intelligence point of view, this timeline is very dangerous. Dangerous? Can it survive the danger? Hard to say. It's hard to say. The soldier was stunned for a moment. Captain, we have been on so many missions, this is the first time I have heard you comment on a timeline like this. The black ant shook her head and looked at the rectangular door. Said, we have to ask the observers of this timeline. I saw the last person walking out of the rectangular door. This person, like everyone else, was wearing various equipment and looked the same, except for the face that looks exactly like Peter Parker. Theoretically, there are infinite timelines, and there may only be a few timelines where abnormalities occur. However, if we want to detect them in a timely manner, we have to monitor all timelines. This requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and cannot be accomplished by a time administration or an organization. Therefore, in this case, a special identity position was derived, that of time observer. Each timeline will have a corresponding observer to monitor whether the timeline is abnormal or not. In theory, as long as there are countless timelines, there will be countless observers. The birth of observers is also full of randomness. They may come from copies of anyone in the corresponding timeline. As it happens, the clone of the observer in this timeline is Peter Parker. The danger comes from my identity, Peter Parker. The observer walked out of the rectangular door and said, according to the timeline, he should have turned into a lizard and died in the arms of Gwen Stacy, but all of this is there one day changed. That day, he seemed to have changed as a person, gained powerful power, and became Black Superman. And under his influence, the timeline also underwent countless changes. Black Superman? So, what power has he gained? Unparalleled strength, endurance, speed, defense, flight, perception, heat vision, and even seems to be getting stronger every moment. So far, there have been several power surges. The observer said. In fact, I am very confused. Such a timeline is fully capable of destruction. Why would the anomaly handling team be sent to attack? This is an order from above. The Black Ant said, looking at everyone. We don't have to doubt anything about this. We just need to know that our goal this time is to deal with the Black Superman and arrest him. This is very important. He is different from the time criminals we faced before. We must first lurk and then take him by surprise. Remember, before we put the collar on him, he has the ability to destroy us at any time, and only if we fail will we consider destroying the timeline. Then what should we do? Asked the soldier. The Black Ant replied, the current timeline should be close to the time when the Avengers first assembled. This may be our opportunity. And high up in the sky where they could not see, Peter was standing in the clouds, quietly watching. The cosmic cube has awakened. And it is in a small world, the human world. Humans want to harness its power. They will not succeed, only our allies can harness it. He will be the vanguard, and our Zidali army will follow. Give him an Earth and we will have the universe. As for humans, what else can they do except wait for death? SHIELD, underground base. For a long time, they have had a problem, that is, they have the treasure trove of the cosmic Rubik's Cube but cannot use it. Ever since Howard and other senior figures passed away and left, they have been unable to find a suitable person to study them for a long time. In the MCU, S.H.I.E.L.D. found Dr. Shavig in Thor 1, but in this world, they missed it because of Peter's intrusion. It wasn't until a few days ago that S.H.I.E.L.D. found a barely suitable candidate. As for why it was said to be barely suitable, it was because this person was the leader. The leader's extremely high intelligence is definitely more than enough for studying the cosmic Rubik's Cube, at least better than most people on the planet, but the only problem is that he may be a little uncontrollable. Of course, this is nothing in the eyes of the conceited S.H.I.E.L.D., who often see huge benefits. Just now, the leader detected an abnormal energy fluctuation from the cosmic cube, which caused researchers in the entire base to evacuate. At the same time, Ludan, Hill, and Coulson also arrived. The cosmic cube started on its own? What energy level has it reached now? Fury asked. It's still climbing. The leader concluded that someone may have activated the Rubik's Cube elsewhere. Coulson said. Hell, the Rubik's Cube is here with us. Are you saying that someone can remotely activate the Rubik's Cube through the countless defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Well, that's probably not what he meant. Forget it. When can our people evacuate? Within half an hour. Faster, move all the equipment in the second stage at the same time. Fury issued a series of orders, and finally came to the location of the cosmic cube. The leader is controlling the equipment here. S.H.I.E.L.D. monitored him closely, and even his telepathy had corresponding equipment restrictions. I can't stop it. The leader said when he saw Fury coming. Are you kidding? I'm serious, it's out of control now. Then cut off its power supply. The leader looked at Fury with a retarded expression. Don't you know, it itself is an energy source. After the leader showed off his IQ superiority, he continued, I came too short, and I haven't had time to finish the calculation. I only know that this thing is now releasing interference and gamma energy rays. Don't worry, it's so low that there's no harm. Fury suddenly realized that he might only be exposed to his constant display of intelligence in front of the leader, so he wisely ignored him and instead found Ying, who had been lurking aside. Barton, didn't I ask you to monitor the leader? You can see more clearly if you stay far away. He has no problem. What about the cosmic Rubik's Cube? I suddenly started it. Didn't the leader say that someone might be coming from the other side? Activate it. At this moment, the cosmic cube fluctuated in energy level again, but this time it was different from before. It directly opened an energy gate. After a surge of energy, a figure walked out of the energy door. It was Loki, who fell into the void of the universe, bumped into Thanos, and was sent back to invade the Earth. Loki held the scepter inlaid with the Mind Stone and looked around at the retro-mechanical equipment and the crowd surrounding him. He realized that he had finally returned to the Nine Realms. Sir, please put down your spear. In the crowd, he suddenly heard a braised egg shouting to him. He didn't tolerate the other person. An energy ray shot out from the scepter, and the battle was about to break out. Firearms cannot hurt Loki, who kills like a warrior. Later, as with the development in the MCU, he used the Mind Stone to control Hawkeye and the leader. Although the leader has telepathy, this is not worth mentioning in front of the Mind Stone. The cosmic cube also fell into his hands. Loki, what do you want to do? At this time, Fury finally asked. Oh, you know me. Loki looked at Fury. I didn't recognize it at first. I just thought it looked familiar. Then I remembered that you, like Thor, had been punished by Black Superman. Loki was speechless. He also remembered the scene when his butt was burned on fire, and felt angry. Damn, was his first appearance so awkward? Yes, I am Loki from Asgard. Loki gritted his teeth and said, I have a mission to avenge the bastard who stole the throne and tried to kill me. I will prove to Odin who is it's truly worth and trusting. And the first step I have to do is to liberate you. Liberate us. Fury is too lazy to care about Asgard's family affairs. He is more concerned about the crisis of the earth. Of course, I will conquer you and free you from this nihilistic freedom, Loki said, directly ordering the leader to take action. The leader actually used telepathy to instantly knock out several agents around him. His original ability strength was naturally unable to do this, but after being controlled by the Mind Stone, his mind-related abilities were also strengthened. Loki was also a little surprised and laughed and said, "Very good." Soon, Loki and the others took the cosmic cube and left the underground base. The entire underground base was also destroyed due to the self-collapse and explosion of the portal. Fury and the others narrowly escaped, so they were naturally unwilling to do so. They continued to chase Loki and the others in a helicopter, trying to recover the Rubik's Cube. However, they did not expect that the controlled Hawkeye shot an arrow and crashed. Only then did he realize the pain of having his shooter taken away by the enemy. But the situation was over, and there was nothing he could do. He could only mobilize manpower to rescue the people buried in the underground base, and use all personnel to search for the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Finally, he said, "Coulson, let's go back to the base. This is a level 7 incident. We are going to war. What should we do?" Coulson asked as if he was flattering. Fury was silent for a while and said, "It's time to call in the soldiers." Stark Tower. Tony has not been having an easy time these days. No, it can even be said to be very miserable. Pepper finally discovered the truth. Well, he always knew that such a day would come, but he just didn't want to face it. But now, even if you don't want to face it, you have to face it. No matter how much he hid, unless he really dumped Pepper and squatted somewhere far away, he would be caught sooner or later. But if he really ran away, Pepper would definitely break up completely in anger, and there would be no possibility for the two of them. This is not what Tony wants to see. So, after Tony struggled a lot playing hide-and-seek, he was finally caught. At this moment, he had never been so well behaved. He was sitting awkwardly in front of the sofa, carefully looking at Pepper with a cold face beside him. Jarvis suddenly appeared and said, "Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. called, and he insists on looking for you." Tony's eyes lit up. "Very good. I mean, he came at the wrong time. There's nothing we can do about it. I can only go and have a look. S.H.I.E.L.D. usually won't come to me if there's no big deal." "Really?" Pepper suddenly asked. Tony stopped immediately and said, "Okay, just tell him that I'm outside and not free." "Sorry, sir, I can't even help you." The atmosphere fell into solemn silence again. "Tony, I have never felt that time passes so slowly. Every minute and every second is torture." Finally, he couldn't help but broke the silence first. Pepper? I'm a little thirsty, would you like a glass of water?" After saying the words, he secretly cursed himself for being stupid for not even talking now. "I won't even say it anymore." Sure enough, Pepper sneered and said, "You still want to drink water now? Aren't you afraid that your bladder won't be able to hold it up later?" "Bear," Tony said nonchalantly, "Dear, what could happen to my bladder?" "Who is it?" "Your dear." Tony took a deep breath and nudged forward tentatively. When he found that Pepper didn't refuse, he nudged again. It wasn't until he got close to Pepper that he carefully stretched out his hand and placed it on Pepper's thigh. Seeing that Pepper didn't refuse again, he was ecstatic, and his face was as steady as an old dog's, and he said, "Of course it's you. Except for you, who else could it be?" According to the normal routine, Pepper should give in half and then the two of them get back together. Damn it, why didn't he think it would be so simple beforehand? If he had known it was so simple, why would he have been hiding for so long? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Pepper suddenly said, "I'm pregnant." "Yay, of course, you're pregnant." Tony wanted to help Pepper during the first half of his sentence, but the next second, he ejected directly on the spot. He stood up, stepped back a few steps, distanced himself, and said in horror, "What did you say? Are you pregnant? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Pepper saw Tony's reaction, and she couldn't tell the joy or anger in her words. "Yes, it was when we were on vacation." "Wait, I remember that I should have taken protective measures at that time." "Yes, but at that time I thought you were not going to die soon, and I wanted to leave you a wife. So I secretly pierced a hole." Tony's face was lifeless, and he collapsed back to the original sofa. He murmured, "How is that possible?" The news came so suddenly that he couldn't react at once. In fact, as a veteran of Hwakong, he is naturally aware of this method. Many girls who are close to their father-in-law have such thoughts and try to get high alimony by getting pregnant with the children of rich people to solve their life problems for the rest of their lives. Naturally, he has taken full protection on weekdays and will not give others such a chance. But because the target was Pepper, he admitted that he was indeed negligent during that time. "Is it so difficult for you to accept that I'm pregnant with your child?" Pepper looked at Tony, disappointment flashed in her eyes, and asked coldly. "No, I just couldn't accept it for the moment." Tony wiped his face and said, "You know, I'm not ready yet." Pepper was already desperate and asked, "So, what do you want to do? What should I do?" Tony was asking himself that too. Suddenly, he was about to have his own son or daughter, but he was completely unprepared to be a father. He was not sure whether he would be a qualified father. He thought for a moment of his father, Howard. In terms of inheritance from father to son, they can be said to have a perfect inheritance, or they can be said to be missing. Tony has become more and more like Howard through being self-taught, whether it is habits, personality, or handling methods, but when it comes to family education, they are extremely blank. Howard didn't care much for him when he was alive, let alone for a long time after his death. This is one of the reasons why Tony has been slow to start a family and not think about having a child. In this regard, he has always been a little hesitant, even afraid. But he couldn't blame Pepper. After all, Pepper didn't know the truth at the time and thought he was going to die. Under such circumstances, Pepper was still willing to give birth to his child. What else could Tony say? Therefore, at this moment, his heart was complicated, hesitant, resistant, confused, moved, and expecting. He could not calm down for a long time. As time went by, Pepper became more and more disappointed. Maybe she really expected too much. She originally hoped that Tony would change and become mature, but she didn't expect that he would still be the same as before. This made her tighten the skirt on her thighs. Finally, she let out a sigh of resignation and said, I understand, Tony, I will resign from Stark tomorrow. Let's get married. Tony said suddenly. Pepper was still stuck on resigning, and was about to continue talking about the end of gratitude, but was suddenly interrupted by Tony, who was completely stunned. What did you say? She said in disbelief. Let's get married, Pepper, Tony said again. He walked back to Pepper, knelt down on one knee, held Pepper's hand, and said, You know my family background, Pepper. So I have always been afraid of starting a family. I really haven't yet. Get ready. But if it's you, I think I can give it a try. Marry me, Pepper. Pepper withdrew her hand, covered her mouth excitedly, and looked at Tony with sparkling eyes. Tony scratched his head in annoyance. Damn, it shouldn't be like this. My Stark proposal shouldn't be so hasty. He should be the most grand and romantic enough. He looked at Pepper, or, the one just now doesn't count, I'll prepare a grander one another day. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by Pepper. The two hugged each other and kissed, and Tony patted Pepper's back gently and said, I'm sorry, I've been such an asshole. I failed you, Pepper. It's good that you know, so I can't be a bastard father anymore. Of course, I swear, I will be the best father in the world. The two of them were deeply affectionate, and suddenly, Jarvis's voice sounded again. I'm sorry, sir, I really don't want to disturb you, but my program has been rewritten because of your call. Stark, I'm in a hurry. Coulson's voice came directly, and Tony took it very impatiently. Picking up the phone. I'm Tony Stark's living dummy. Please leave a message if you need anything. It's urgent. Pepper covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes shining, and giggled. Tony could only roll his eyes. Said into the phone, then hurry up. Then, the private elevator nearby was opened, and Coulson walked out directly. Tony was very unhappy. Security vulnerability. We didn't do it on purpose. Maybe next time I go to S.H.I.E.L.D. I can unintentionally create some loopholes. Pepper was in a good mood and welcomed him warmly. Phil, come on. Come in. Tony was jealous again. Why are you calling it so affectionate? I can't stay long. His name is Agent. Come in, we are celebrating. That's why he can't stay long. After a flurry of enthusiastic and not so enthusiastic greetings, Coulson handed the document in his hand to Tony and said, Please take a look at this. The sooner the better. In fact, if the situation was not too serious this time, God would have with the current relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. would generally not seek out Tony. This is a helpless move. I don't like people handing me things. Tony said proudly. It doesn't matter, I just like people to hand me things. Pepper was busy trying to smooth things over, took the document and handed it to Tony, saying, Dear, didn't you say that finding S.H.I.E.L.D. would only be a big deal? A long-lost sentence honey put Tony in a good mood, like a shot of blood. He said caringly, You have to rest early now, I will take care of it next. Then, he looked at Coulson and said politely, You wait here. Coulson hesitated. After a while, he still asked, Well, can you help us contact Black Superman? Tony just looked at the information without looking back. He will naturally appear when he wants to appear. After greeting Tony, model worker Coulson didn't have time to stop, and rushed to another superhero without stopping. Of course, compared to Tony being annoying, this time he was full of expectations and excited. Because this mission brings his idol, Captain America Steve, back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Steve looked at the information S.H.I.E.L.D. gave him. Some of it he had seen before, and some he hadn't. Looks like you've caused big trouble again this time, he said. Strictly speaking, trouble has come to us this time. Coulson replied, and he said excitedly, Hello, it's my honor to meet you officially. Steve looked at it strangely. Coulson glanced. Coulson was suddenly nervous and couldn't speak clearly. Well, I mean, you were in the ice. I went to see you when you were asleep. Seeing that Steve turned his attention back to the information, he suddenly became anxious, fearing that he would leave a bad image in front of his idol if he didn't perform well, and then became even more incoherent. Seriously, I mean, it's really a great honor for you to join. Steve just smirked. He grinned and said, Will those guys join in this time? Well, Coulson was stunned for a moment before realizing what Steve was talking about, and quickly replied, Because this crisis the entire Earth is endangered, and we must use all our strength. To a certain extent, it is time to save the world. I understand what you mean, but I think I may not get along with them. Steve hesitated after a while, he said. He wasn't so irritable that he said something like Tony without him, but after what happened last time, he had already parted ways with everyone in Stark. He felt like there was nothing much he could do with such a group of guys who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun. Of course, it is worth mentioning that he couldn't help but go to the girl who looked like Carter twice afterwards. This evil depravity made him even more entangled and resistant in his heart. Coulson didn't know these things. In his eyes, Steve was extremely brilliant. Captain, I'm sorry for you. They are indeed a bit too individual and difficult to handle. So, don't they need your leadership? After all, Steve still couldn't let go of the safety of the world. He sighed and said, I understand, I will try to get along with them. Coulson was even more moved. In his eyes, Steve was doing this to save the world, and have to take up the heavy responsibility. After Loki escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base, he controlled a group of militants, hijacked a group of equipment, and established a new stronghold in an abandoned underground warehouse. Loki sat on a stone pier and looked at the people who were busy rebuilding equipment in front of him, but his mind was already far away. The Mind Stone activated again, pulling him into the illusion. The Chidori are becoming more and more impatient. The Chidori leader began to press him again. To this, Loki could only reply, let them be serious, I will lead them to launch a glorious battle. Battle? Those weak humans. They are not weak, there is another Black Superman, I hope your army can really be as invincible as you are. He didn't know about Black Superman's battle with Odin, but the scene where Black Superman burned his butt left a deep impression on him. How dare you question us, question that being. It was he who gave you the scepter and gave you ancient knowledge. The Chidori leader scolded mercilessly. And you are just an exiled person. A completely defeated loser. No, I am the king of Asgard. Loki responded loudly after being stabbed in pain. In fact, becoming the vanguard of the invaders to invade the Nine Realms and becoming a traitor is very psychologically burdensome even for him now. After all, what he did before was just to gain the approval of his father, Odin. However, all this changed after Thor returned to Asgard. He instantly lost everything and was completely defeated. Odin's eyes moved away from him with no nostalgia, and placed them on Thor with jealousy. What was even more unacceptable to him was that his once stubborn brother now wanted to kill him for the throne. Loki has never cared about the throne, but the throne is the most direct way for him to prove himself. He just wanted to prove to Odin, his mother, and everyone in Asgard that he was Odin's most outstanding child. At the same time, he also cared about the brother he had played with since childhood and whom he envied for a while. He only became aware of this emotion when he realized that he felt a suffocating disappointment when Thor tried to kill him. He had thought that, anyway, Thor was at least more than that, they were brothers after all. But now, he was wrong. Thor betrayed him. Loki almost turned from love to hatred. His biggest obsession at the moment was to take revenge on Thor and let Thor experience the pain he suffered, the pain of being betrayed. Although he didn't know that Thor had already tasted the deeper pain of betrayal such as betrayal. And this obsession also supported Loki to face that terrifying existence and supported him in returning to the Nine Realms, the Earth. He said, the throne should belong to me, and I will punish the guy who betrayed me. Haha. The Chidori leader sneered, go ahead and lead us to launch this war. The Master's ability go-getter, I will also assist you this time and help you deal with the Black Superman. The illusion was interrupted and Loki returned to reality. He took a deep breath, looked at the people busy working for him in front of him, and fixed his eyes on the leader in the center. The leader was talking to Hawkeye. Do you need anything? Loki stepped forward and asked. Hawkeye fiddled with his bow and arrow and said, I need a chaos to distract attention. The leader also added, we are short of some materials. I must have those things before I can activate the Rubik's Cube again, but S.H.I.E.L.D. has already got it, they must have collected everything. S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve soon followed Coulson to a mothership, where Natasha was also, and quickly stepped forward to meet them. Steve shook his head and looked around, are we the only ones? The others didn't arrive so quickly, Natasha said. Steve knew who the other people Natasha was talking about. In fact, he might be more familiar with them than everyone else here, so he could only keep silent and change the subject. This is your headquarters? An aircraft carrier, okay, he does look bigger than the guys I knew. It's our headquarters, Captain, Natasha said, and it's not just that. Oh, Steve asked. The next second, the entire aircraft carrier's fuselage trembled slightly. Steve only saw the water beside the aircraft carrier beginning to pour in, and then several huge turbines appeared on the wings of the aircraft carrier. The entire aircraft carrier began to take off. Actually, its name is the space carrier, Natasha introduced. Okay, it seems I'm really behind the times. Steve could only exclaim. They could only walk into the mothership. Steve looked at everything like a country boy entering the city for the first time. Of course, no one would laugh at it. In fact, he was already calm and composed. However, the more Steve looked around, the more he felt that he was out of tune with this era. Everyone was busy. Fury stood in the center and gave orders, and then passed them down one level at a time, and everyone was busy performing their duties. If it was before, now he is definitely giving orders and leading everyone forward. So, what is the significance of his coming to this era? Even after going through so much, he was still confused. Steve let out a breath to stop himself from thinking about it, and then Coulson stepped forward. How could Carlson let go of this opportunity to get in close contact with his idol? He stayed close while nonchalantly sharing his collection of cap cards with Steve as if nothing had happened. Haha. Steve had unknowingly gone out of his way of dealing with fans during his previous national tour. He was not willing to do this. In fact, he believed that Carlson must be an excellent agent and the two sides must have more in common. But Carlson's enthusiasm can only push the two parties further and further apart. During this long and embarrassing time, finally, an agent suddenly reported, it was found that 67% of the facial features match. Where? No 28 Königstrasse, Stuttgart, Germany. He is not hiding. What do you mean? Steve asked. But at this time, it no longer mattered whether he was hiding or not. Fury shouted directly, Captain. Steve looked over. Up. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Stuttgart, Germany. Just like in the MCU, Loki flamboyantly caused a riot, controlling everyone in the square and intimidating them into kneeling. The purpose of his doing this was to create chaos for Hawkeye and attract attention, so that Hawkeye could steal some materials. The development of the matter was the same as in Women's Federation 1. He gave an arrogant speech that he didn't know what to say. You are born to surrender to the strong. This is rooted deep in your blood. Until an old man stood up to oppose him. Spat, bah, you're just you. Black Superman is much better than you. This was the countless times Loki had heard about Black Superman after returning to Earth, especially at this moment. He became so angry that he wanted to kill him as a warning to others. And then the US team arrived successfully. The two sides began to fight after exchanging some trash talk with Western humor. Obviously, Steve was not Loki's opponent. He fought 4 or 6 and was suppressed by Loki. Natasha controlled the fighter plane in the sky, and even said, oh my god, he has too many phantoms. Until Tony arrived. After reading S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information, he naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. The energy that Hydra once used to conquer the world, the unknown energy that his father Howard also studied, now the cosmic cube has attracted aliens. I really don't know what's so good about this cube that so many people are grabbing. But this time, he really has to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D., because this may really endanger the whole world. By the way, he also showed off his new toy. Although there are still many red painted plate armors on the outside, you can still see the armor with strips of silver steel in many places on the body, the destroyer armor. Yes, that's right, he successfully tinkered with this thing. Although the fit was still a bit crude and it was just pushed by the reactor, after it was installed, its performance in all aspects has surpassed the original armor. I saw Tony driving the destroyer armor, falling from the sky, and knocked Loki away hard. Of course Steve recognized the armor from that day, and also recalled the parting of ways, which made the atmosphere a bit awkward. Don't worry, Captain, we have to pay more attention to the present, Tony rarely said. This made Steve stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Tony would be the first to say such conciliatory words. While he was relieved, he also looked at Tony, who knew that Tony's next sentence would be, I know it. You found that girl twice later. Don't worry, no one will take this kind of thing to heart. Steve suddenly had a black line. Natasha in the sky naturally saw all this. She was stunned for a moment. Being a woman, she captured the key words very sensitively and became curious. What girl? She didn't know that this matter had been classified as top secret by Fury. Getting back to the topic. Loki was blinded by Tony's collision. Originally, Tony's steel armor did not have this ability, but now he has become the destroyer. Apart from other things, this thing is quite effective against the Asgardians. Violently. And when Loki shook his head, came back to his senses, and saw the armor on Tony, he was also horrified and said, Destroyer. Damn it, how could he be in your hands? He still knew the goods. Unlike the original version, the destroyer is ultimately a piece of armor that was cut into pieces and shrunk down to one size to make a laser gun. It is completely different from the power of being completely preserved and reactivated to make a battle armor. Apart from anything else, as long as you can fully understand this set of armor, it is not a problem to steadily increase your combat power to the top of the planet level. Rocky was ready to come out to cause trouble, and then surrendered and was caught. Now that he saw the destroyer armor, he raised his hands without hesitation. Something's wrong. Seeing this, Steve pondered for a moment and said, What's wrong with a rock star surrendering? Tony asked. Weird, I have an ominous premonition. Tony shook his shoulders and said, It doesn't matter, I just learned a good way to deal with it recently. Steve was stunned for a moment. What? Tony was not pregnant. He looked at Loki kindly. He and Pepper were originally at an important moment in their lives, but everything was ruined by Loki's arrival. He was not in a good mood. He said, It would be good to make the enemy afraid. Steve asked, Okay, but how to make him feel scared? Loki also reacted and shouted, Don't even think about it, humble humans, the great prince of Asgard can't be scared. You, really? The destroyer armor on Tony's body has lit up, and anyone can see that there is huge energy pushing in the armor. It just so happens that I haven't played much with this new armor yet. Loki, you Earth Silvers are completely unethical? Damn it, you actually abused prisoners of war? You barbaric Earth Silvers. In the fighter plane, Loki's hands were tied behind his back, miserable, shouted. At this moment, he had completely lost his elegant appearance at the beginning. His face was grey and bruised, and his proud long hair was blown to the shape of a chicken coop. Not to mention the Asgardian robe he was wearing, it was in tatters. Rotten. For the first time in the past 1500 years, this pampered prince of Asgard was subjected to such inhuman treatment. First of all, not to mention all kinds of punches and kicks, the damn Tin Man actually used the excuse of testing the hardness of the Asgardian's body to directly blast the destroyer's energy laser at him, and also deliberately adjusted the energy level from low to high, slowly improve bit by bit. Damn it, if only ordinary Asgardians would burp their farts long ago. The most important thing is that even if he only shoots lasers, he actually hits people with his iron fists while shooting lasers. Damn it, those are the fists of the destroyer? The guy holding the shield wasn't a good person either, and I had a good time beating him later. The last time there were signs of this was the time when I came down and encountered Black Superman's buttocks being set on fire. But Tony, who was feeling extremely comfortable after a painful beating, couldn't tolerate him, and directly threatened, "Do you want to do it again?" Loki's lips moved, and he wanted to say something, but in the end he closed them again. Mouth, innocent eyes stared at Tony and the two of them, looking as aggrieved as small animals, as if the two of them had done something terrible. Although Steve had to admit that it was a bit satisfying, he didn't practice enough, and he still looked away a little embarrassed when Loki stared at him. Tony was different. He was already extremely thick-faced and had a dark heart, and it became even worse after being exposed to the Dark Superman. He finally understood why Black Superman liked to talk with his fists so much. Don't tell me, it was really useful. It is not only useful for the enemy, but also very helpful for relieving one's own emotions and soothing the mind. Natasha drove the fighter plane expressionlessly. Originally, his impression of Tony was already full of negative comments such as lecherous, animal-eared, arrogant. Now he also had to add a violent maniac to the mix. She glanced at Steve through the rearview mirror with some worry. "Captain, you must not be contaminated by them. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot lose you." At this moment, there was a sudden thunder in the sky, and then everyone felt something heavy falling from the fighter plane. Tony immediately put on his mask and opened the back hatch fully armed. Then, a handsome boy he hadn't seen for a long time, Thor, the god of thunder, landed on the hatch. He heard the news from Heimdall in Asgard that Loki had returned to the Nine Realms and was now in the atrium, so he rushed over non-stop, vowing to take Loki back and continue to be imprisoned. Well, this is pretty much the same as the unfolding in the MCU, so I won't overdo the repetitive parts. The difference was that Thor was also stunned for a moment when he saw Tony's armor. He didn't understand why the destroyer wasn't Odin's armor, and his head was blown off by Black Superman's hammer. How could he suddenly appear in a mortal body and change it to be extremely cool? Then, he saw a tattered Loki in the corner. Loki looked at him with innocent eyes. Thor's blood pressure surged in an instant, and he became angry. He thought his brother had suffered some inhuman abuse in the atrium. In fact, he had suffered inhuman abuse. He turned his attention to Tony without hesitation and glared at him. Tony was on guard and wanted to ask who the other party was. Unexpectedly, the next second, a hammer hit him directly. Boom! Tony was pushed directly out of the fighter plane. Thor walked up to Loki and said heartbrokenly, "Loki, come, follow me and I will go home." Loki's eyes widened and he shook his head. His plan has not been completed yet. Once he is taken back to Asgard, then wouldn't all the suffering he endured be in vain? He was still that utterly defeated, despised loser. How could Thor care so much? After recalling the Meow Hammer, he took Loki and ran away. Captain America couldn't stop Thor at all, but he didn't want to give up, so he picked up the parachute on the side and prepared to catch up. "Stop, Captain, you are no match for him," Natasha said quickly. "That big blonde man is Thor, the legendary one. That is not something we can handle." But Steve just said, "If I don't go here, then what's the point of me coming here?" Natasha was stunned for a moment. Steve continued, "Someone once promised me the meaning of my arrival in this era, but he disappointed me. Now I can only find it myself." As he said, he had jumped off the fighter plane. Natasha could only look helplessly at the big hole in the fighter plane that Tony had smashed and the air was leaking. "Okay, I originally wanted to ask him to help me, but now it's all up to me." On the other side, Loki, after being carried away by Thor, he was quickly landed and thrown to the edge of a mountain cliff. Loki clutched his chest in pain. Well, although he knew Thor had been careless, he still couldn't help but wonder if he did it on purpose. Thor came up and asked, "How are you? What did they do to you? Do I need to tell you?" Loki just stood up with difficulty, spread his hands, and gestured to all the embarrassment on his body, and said, "I thought you will ask me more directly about the cosmic cube. Don't be stupid, Loki." Thor picked up Loki and said, "I thought you were dead. Isn't this what you expected?" Loki sneered. "Road. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Thor was stunned for a moment and looked at Loki in disbelief. "Why do you have such thoughts? You are my brother." "No more, my father has already told you about my life experience. Oh, by the way, he is not my father anymore. I have nothing." No, Thor wanted to say something else, but suddenly, a figure rushed up, knocked him away, and fell into the woods at the foot of the mountain. It was Tony, who was smashed away by the Meow Hammer. "Okay, it's even now," he said after landing. Thor got up from the ground and looked at the destroyer armor. "No matter who you are, you've really pissed me off now." "Then, what can you do?" "Discharge," Tony habitually taunted. "I once met a guy who liked to discharge electricity. Now he doesn't know where to cool down." Thor took a deep breath. "You are ungrateful." Then he threw the hammer and smashed it. To Tony, Tony took off instantly and tried to avoid it, but he didn't expect that the hammer had an automatic tracking function and was shot down hard. But he was not a vegetarian, and he quickly responded with an energy beam to Thor. Thor took a hard bite and felt the divine power on the beam. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Why is the destroyer in your hands? I'll tell you if you lose," Tony said perfunctorily and went directly to the fierce fighting ahead. Loki sat on the cliff, not anxious at all, watching the battle between the two people below as if he was watching a good show, although his bruised nose and face made him look a little funny. However, the destroyer still has its upper limit after all, let alone Tony who is just redeveloping and utilizing its corpse and is not very skilled yet. The destroyer armor was okay if it was used to deal with the previous Thor, but it was no match for Thor who had now awakened his divine power. Now Thor and Mjolnir can compete with Mother Marvel. Whether they can beat her is unknown, but they are always on the same level. Therefore, he was quickly suppressed. At this moment, Steve arrived again and interrupted Thor's offensive with a shield. He wanted to break up the fight, but at this time Tony and Thor were both a little nervous, and it would be difficult to stop for a while. Steve sighed and had no choice but to join in. Generally speaking, Steve's combat power is the weakest. Even if he joins the battle group, it will be difficult to have any impact. His combat power is quite different from the two of them. But the strange thing is that as soon as Steve joined, Tony started to be able to fight back with his backhand. Unknowingly, the two sides actually returned to a situation of 50-50 and 46-6. After the two sides returned to balance and their voice increased, Steve began to try to break up the fight again. "That's enough. We should stop and talk." Thor and Tony also calmed down a little, and were about to respond. Unexpectedly, at this time, the sky suddenly, another big guy fell down and made a deep hole in the ground, knocking several people away. "Ah, Hulk is here." Hulk is eager to fight. Hulk, who finally arrived, roared like a stick, and the scene suddenly became chaotic again. Steve was desperate. He rolled his eyes and said, "I knew these guys. As informed, they are in the same building, which is very convenient." However, compared to Tony's precise flying, Banner's slow driving and Hulk's flying and collision were a little slower, and he didn't arrive until now. Hulk looked around, and then he smashed Thor in the face without hesitation. Thor also had a temper, and there was no way he would give in if he offended him again and again tonight. The fight between these two enhanced versions of Black Superman was completely different from Tony's inferior version of the Destroyer armor. In an instant, various hills were smashed, various thunder and lightning surged, and the degree of destruction was greatly enhanced. If they were left alone, they would have no problem destroying a city directly. Tony also realized something was wrong, mainly because Hulk's destructive power far exceeded him, and it also brought out more of Thor's potential. "We should tell them to stop," Tony said. Steve said angrily, "What have you done?" From the beginning to the end, he was the one who worried most, as if he was the father of these guys. Damn it, is the purpose of his coming to this era just to break up the fight? The two soon joined the fighting group and tried to break up the fight, but this worked for others, but not for the Hulk who was throwing splashes. He would just beat up Tony and Steve as well. Tony and Steve were full of dark things, but Hulk was on their side anyway, and it was impossible for them to help Thor beat Hulk together. Suddenly, the four of them fought together. At this moment, they missed Black Superman extremely. But Loki, who was squatting aside and acting like the sixth child, was already stunned. He just wanted to watch a show, but he didn't expect people to leave the theater directly. He was suddenly confused. His original plan was just to pretend to be caught, and then use tricks to drive a wedge between these Earth heroes, creating chaos and opportunities. The threat of chaotic heroes will be greatly reduced. I didn't expect that his trick hadn't been revealed yet. It was better for him to start a fight right away. What does this mean? Where does this put his reputation as the god of conspiracy? Loki scratched his head and held it in for a long time before he came up with a sentence. Shall I go? After all, the Earth's heroes were already fighting, and the destruction was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like nothing happened without him. Damn it, I felt so unwilling, and there was no sense of accomplishment at all. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. also discovered the heroes fighting in a group. Fury also didn't expect that before the soldiers he invited started fighting. He was already falling apart due to internal strife. And S.H.I.E.L.D. are all ordinary people, and they are even less likely to have the ability to step forward to break up the fight. Didn't you see that Tony and the captain were dragged into it? Fu Rui felt his head hurt. At this moment, Coulson finally came over to report and said, "Sir, Spider-Woman is here." Fury waved his hand impatiently. What's the use of Spider-Woman's arrival? Gwen was actually also with Banner and received the news not long after. However, Hulk at least still has hopping flight, and she has to rely on her webbing if she wants to get there. Although spider silk is very convenient for traveling in the city, once you leave the city, I'm sorry, Gwen doesn't want to mention this kind of thing. What's more, the place where Loki caused trouble was in Germany. How do you get a poor little spider to cross the ocean and get to the scene? Even if she's wearing a technological suit, she can't lie down easily. In the end, she had to go through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s channels to arrive in time. After all, she was also a hero, and there was no way she would be let off the hook at this time. However, when she arrived at the scene and saw the chaos in front of her, she was dumbfounded and didn't understand why several people were like this. "Well, I heard that we are here to capture Loki, but where is Loki?" Gwen asked. "Our people are searching." Coulson, who came back from Fury, said, "The team members are out of control and in chaos. Maybe you should hide and we will find a way to solve it." Like Fury, God the Shield is actually unaware of Gwen's role. Although Gwen appeared very early and her physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, her abilities seemed a bit mediocre compared to Tony, who was able to go up to the sky and into the earth, and the infinitely powerful Hulk. Of course, the most important thing is that in the judgment of S.H.I.E.L.D., Spider-Woman is a relatively docile and kind-hearted type. She does not need to be disciplined and will not cause great harm to society. Even in terms of closeness to Black Superman, from the outside world, Spider-Woman seems to be not much different from Tony and Hulk, or even a little inferior. This resulted in the fact that even though Gwen was always in the inner circle, she was not high in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s threat level. To put it bluntly, honest people are not valued, and pricking the head is the way to go. No, how can I stand by and watch in this situation? Gwen said subconsciously. Coulson glanced at her and said, "Do you have any idea?" Gwen didn't care about what others could see. She was more focused on the problem at hand and said, "I think I can give it a try." She soon followed suit. Join the battlefield. In the command room, Fury, who had been paying attention to the scene, quickly noticed Gwen's approach. He said unhappily, "Hey, didn't I ask you guys to keep an eye on her?" She said she wanted to try, sir. Coulson quickly replied, "I think we can let her try it." Fury pointed at the surveillance projection and asked, "What are you trying to do? Even the captain and Stark can't watch this kind of battle. She only knows how to do it. Add to the chaos. Well, it seems to have some effect." Huh. Fury quickly looked at the projection. At the scene, the battle between Hulk and Thor destroyed mountains one after another. Fortunately, they were far enough away from the city at this time, otherwise the aftermath of these battles alone would be enough to destroy a city into ruins. Before the world could be saved, he himself caused huge damage first, which would be a big joke. The two men strengthened by Black Superman were like tireless beasts, their physical strength seemed to be endless, and all kinds of thunder and lightning, hand-to-hand combat, and collision were constantly used. On the contrary, Steve and Tony on the side would be injured if they were not careful. All this until Gwen's arrival. "Mr. Stark, what happened? Why did they?" Gwen's voice quickly reached the destroyer armor through the communication of the technological armor. Tony saw that Gwen was also present, and he was heartbroken. Vibrate. Generally speaking, he will not have this kind of emotion, which means that he recognizes someone very much. But after working with Gwen several times, Tony fully realized how trustworthy this young girl was. "It's a long story, Gwen, we have to find a way to make them stop. Steve and I tried everything, but they were like taking a drug and going a little too far. Maybe we can try it my way," Gwen said, finally approaching the fighting Hulk and Thor. Hulk was pressing Thor's hammer at the moment. Gwen brought up the control panel in the technological armor, which was tailor-made for her by Peter. It could quickly and intelligently switch between various spider threads. "Switch, let's see. It's you, Spider Silk Bomb." Soon, several Spider Silk Bombs were shot out by Gwen and landed next to Hulk and Thor. They had no lethality or threat at all and were directly killed. Ignored. But soon, the Spider Silk Bombs exploded, forming cages covered in spider webs. These spider web cages have no other functions but only one feature, and that is stickiness. It was sticky and extremely tough, and it immediately wrapped Hulk and Thor. The two quickly discovered the special properties of the spider silk, and subconsciously wanted to break free, but this movement happened to play into the spider silk's sticky elastic. As they struggled, the sticky elastic spider threads became more and more entangled, becoming stickier and tighter, sticking the two of them tightly together. The state of Thor and Hulk at this time is a bit like taking the soft and not the hard. If they come hard, there are only a handful of things on Earth that can resist their power, but if they come soft, it's different. The resistance of two muscular men to such things can be greatly reduced. But this would cost Thor his life. This feeling of being stuck all over the body is extremely disgusting, but what makes Thor even more disgusting is Hulk. Because of the struggle, most of Thor's body was already stuck with Hulk. The most terrible thing was that they were facing each other. "Damn it, didn't you brush your teeth?" Thor tried his best to pull his neck away, want to stay away from Hulk's face and big mouth. He is not Nantung, and he does not want to be cheek to cheek or head to head with Hulk. But he could calmly think of a solution, but Hulk couldn't do it. He directly carried Thor and moved and struggled, and the two of them also rubbed against each other with sticky elastic spider silk on their bodies. "Asshole, stop. This will only get tighter and tighter." Hulk hates restraints. Listening to Thor's scream, Steve finally said hello to Gwen. He didn't have the communication of the armor, so naturally he couldn't communicate with Gwen immediately. "Spider-Woman, it's great that you can come." He had the best impression of Gwen. At least, there was no Gwen among the people who tricked him. And this little girl is also very kind-hearted. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the Hulk and Thor who were literally twisted into a ball. "Maybe. The new spider silk is good, Gwen." Tony finally took a rare moment to take a moment, looked at the technological suit, and said, "Look. Come on, you have completely debugged it and made it your own." Gwen was also very humble and honest, and she replied to Steve first, "Hello, Captain Steve, I am also very happy to see you again." Then he went back to Tony. "Peter helped me make this, including the spider silk bomb. To be honest, even I was a little surprised. How could he put so much spider silk on the suit? Well, it's actually a lot. The stock of special spider silk is limited, and if the spider silk bomb is not replenished, it will only be enough for 1 or 2 rounds. This is amazing, you have a good boyfriend. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. After hearing Tony praise Peter, Gwen was even better than hearing him praise herself. Happy. At this point, she was not modest at all and said directly, of course, I don't know what I would do without him. Of course, the strength of the spider silk is limited after all. After being tortured for a while and enjoying the considerate version of Hulk's tone, Thor couldn't help but release his divine power, and the thunder and lightning burned the spider silk clean all at once. Thor finally got out. Even after regaining his freedom, he was still frightened. When he thought about the feeling of his face rubbing against Hulk's face, and Hulk's tone, he was so disgusted that he couldn't help but want to vomit. Damn it, how dare you treat the future king of God's domain like this, O son of Din, Thor. Hey, is he playing Shakespeare? Tony couldn't help but complain in a low voice. We don't mean any harm. Gwen also stood up and said, maybe we should sit down and talk. I must take Loki back. He is protected by Asgard's law. Even if it is punishment, he should go back to Asgard. Scarred. But he took the cosmic cube, and we have to get it back. The Hulk on the side also got rid of the spider silk, and aimed at Gwen, who had just fired the spider silk. Stop him. Tony shouted quickly. Hulk had already rushed up. At this last moment, Gwen suddenly became anxious and remembered that Banner had come to see her and Peter. Banner asked her what she thought of Black Superman, and also told her about Black Superman's special training with Hulk. She quickly shouted, Black Superman. The Hulk, who was charging fiercely, immediately stopped on the spot and looked around in panic. Where is Black Superman? He reacted and looked at Gwen. You're lying to Hulk. No, I didn't lie to you. If you keep making trouble, Black Superman will really come. Black Superman, disgusting. Hulk could only walk aside in a depressed tone. A little autistic, carrying everyone on his back and sitting down with his hands folded. Thor on the side quickly asked in surprise, Black Superman. Tony quickly reacted. As smart as he is, after seeing Thor's reaction, he knew that the matter was probably solved. He spread his hands speechlessly. So, I should have known it was as simple as saying Black Superman. What have we been doing for a long time? But sometimes, such simple things often stumped this genius. This has nothing to do with IQ. Not to mention Thor, it would be difficult for Tony to just use Black Superman to stop Hulk. Because although he attended Banner's inquiry meeting for a while because of hide and seek, due to his character and the situation at the time, it was impossible for him to take it to heart and just left in a hurry after reprimanding Banner. Only Gwen really took it to heart and took it seriously, and then she remembered it in time. Aircraft. Carrier. In the conference room, the heroes finally gathered together. Thor stood leaning against the wall. Tony and Steve sat at opposite ends. Gwen and Felicia are sitting on the side. Why is Felicia here? As one of the heroes of New York, it is said that Natasha also has an unexplained relationship with Black Superman. SHIELD. Maybe she has been forgotten. Although she personally hopes that S.H.I.E.L.D. will treat her as a transparent person at this time. Banner had already put on a new pair of pants and was squatting in the corner awkwardly. He felt very guilty for the trouble Hulk had caused everyone. Natasha, on the other hand, was just like in the original version, staring at the monitor and watching Fury lock Loki into the special cage. Hawkeye was still in Loki's hands, and her life or death was uncertain. She couldn't let go. And Loki also started to sow discord as planned. First, it was hinted that Fury was using the cosmic cube to develop weapons, and then, it was ironic that this cage seemed to be tailor-made for a certain big guy. I don't know if the instigation of the cosmic cube is of any use, but regarding the cage, Banner said honestly, Hulk is stronger now. If you want to deal with him, you may have to reinforce it and fall down from a height of 9,000 meters. There shouldn't be anything we can do to him now. Felicia blinked and added, yes, me too. Although she was fishing from beginning to end. The comforting effect of the two charming and lovely girls was very good, especially when there was also a cat-eared girl. Banner felt a little better and said, thank you. At the same time, he also made up his mind. Steve brought the topic back on track. Loki is stalling for time. He looked at Thor and asked, Thor, what is his plan? Thor's information came from Asgard, and then after all, Asgard has better information about the universe than everyone else on Earth. He has an army of Chitauri. No one knows their origins. He plans to lead this army to invade you. I guess in exchange, he will hand over the cosmic cube. Then he still has to. Did he kidnap the leader who built the portal? Banner asked. Head. Thor wondered. An old friend and enemy of mine. I handed him over to S.H.I.E.L.D., but it doesn't seem good now. S.H.I.E.L.D. will give you an explanation. Natasha said promptly. But it's important. What's more, Loki also kidnapped one of our agents and controlled them somehow. So, what exactly does Loki want to do? He also stole a kind of material that can be used as a weapon. Stabilizer. Tony finally arrived, walked to the crowd like a master, and said, that can prevent the cosmic cube's portal from collapsing on its own, and it also allows him to open the portal anytime, anywhere, and keep it open for a long time. At the same time, he even stood directly on the stage, giving orders and giving instructions to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents working below. Of course, all this was to conceal his true purpose, secretly planting an intrusion program and invading S.H.I.E.L.'s system. As courtesy goes back and forth, he didn't forget that Coulson invaded his building and took his private elevator. Of course, the more important thing is that he doesn't believe in S.H.I.E.L.D., never. Especially after Fury failed to succeed in his conspiracy, this suspicion became even heavier. After that, there are various discussions and work assignments. Banner and Tony were responsible for studying the scepter and tracking the gamma signal released by the cosmic cube. Gwen and the others were free for the time being. They didn't want to wander around, so they simply went to Tony and Stark's studio together. Then they quickly discovered that this seemed to be no different from being in Stark Tower. They were all familiar people and the atmosphere was very similar. Well, any place with Tony Stark was similar. Gwen suddenly thought that it would be perfect if Peter was here. Of course, this was just a thought. How could she let Peter come to such a dangerous place? However, there are also differences. 4,000. 2 in 1. Tony was waiting for Jarvis to break through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firewall, wandering over to Banner with nothing to do, and couldn't help but say, "Hey, I don't even know, Banner. When did you become so fierce? Do you remember what happened last time? I asked Black Superman for help." Banner did a very practical job, and his preliminary research on the scepter and the detection of the gamma signal of the cosmic cube have been completed. Most of it is done. Of course I remember, I just didn't expect the effect to be so good. Tony found a pack of snacks from somewhere, opened them and ate them, and asked, "When can you try transforming again?" Class NA was a little embarrassed. At this time, Steve came over. When he heard what Tony said to Banner, he suddenly became angry. "Stark, what's wrong?" Tony looked over, even a little confused in his heart. He was not looking for trouble. "Steve, my husband dared to come to him for trouble? Do you know it's dangerous for you to do this?" "Dangerous? What do you mean? What happened with Hulk? We spent so much effort to get him to stop." "It's just a joke. You think this is funny?" Steve said seriously. "Besides, it's not good for Banner." Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them was getting a little wrong again, Gwen quickly stood up and said, "Captain, Mr. Stark doesn't mean any harm. I think he was just comforting Dr. Banner, in his own way." Tony received a wave of assists, and glanced at Gwen with praise. "Look, there are still discerning people." Then he said unforgivingly, "Stevie husband, I spend much more time with Banner than you do, and I care about him more than you do, at least better than your so-called concern for everyone's safety." Steve also laughed angrily. "So, are you guys in the same group?" Gwen didn't understand why she helped to smooth things over, but the captain and Mr. Stark just couldn't get along, and instead made things worse. She and Banner glanced secretly and agreed that being around the two of them was a very tiring thing. And Steve's words also exposed a big problem for everyone now. From the beginning, this place seemed a bit unlike S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone came from Stark, and they naturally gathered here after arriving here. Maybe they don't have any feelings when they are together, but to outsiders, it feels a bit like a partisan group. This can be exploited by malicious people and can easily cause problems. Fortunately, a Lone Ranger appeared at this time, Thor. He walked in and was stunned for a moment when he saw everyone there. "Are you having a party here?" "Yes, your name is Thor? I've been telling you Iskar, I'm very curious." Tony also said, "Your armor and technology are very interesting." "Thank you, you can talk to the dwarves if you have the chance." Thor was interrupted by Tony midway through his words. "Dwarves? Are they real? Look, it's getting more and more interesting." "Mr. Stark. Okay, Macho Man. I want to ask you about Black Superman." Thor was very direct. Said, "Asgard had a friendship with Black Superman, and he had a profound influence on me." Thor couldn't help but tighten Mjolnir in his hand. Of course, no one could notice this abnormality. "I have something to talk to him about now. Regarding Loki's current problem, he didn't know how to deal with it. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." As soon as everyone heard it has a profound impact, they immediately understood something, especially Banner, who blinked and became much kinder to Thor in an instant. "Come on, don't stand, find a place to sit down," he said. Greeting him, he said, "He may be busy with other things, but when he wants to see you, you can naturally see him." Thor frowned and was asked by Banner to sit down. He didn't expect that Black Superman's style seemed a bit too big. Isn't this a bit similar to his father, Odin, the father of the gods? Banner had already seen it, and suddenly asked with some pity, "What did Black Superman do to you?" Thor subconsciously said, "He did it to Mjolnir in front of me." Halfway through the words, I was stunned for a moment. He suddenly looked around and found that everyone was looking at him, and they were still looking at him with that curious, disgusting, how should I say, a bit creepy look. "Who is Mjolnir? What did Black Superman do to her?" Tony asked. A veteran of the flowers, he could tell at a glance that Thor's emotions were different when he said Mjolnir. Is it a certain woman? Moreover, the emotions are complicated, and at the same time, there seems to be a sense of intimacy that cannot be let go. Damn it, what did Black Superman do to that woman to make Thor, the son of the Nordic god king, have such complex emotions? Tony has never been a nosy person, and his strong curiosity is often used in his own affairs, but he has to admit that at this moment he is a bit nosy. Thor. I don't know why, but he, who was obviously the strongest person present and whose life level was far beyond his level, suddenly had some hairs standing on end. He had a bad feeling that something terrible would happen if he continued talking. Of course, there are also people who do practical things. Is this how you solve problems? Steve asked. What did Black Superman do to Thor? Well, he had to admit that he was also a little curious. Was it similar to him, who found a girl who looked so similar to Carter? But the priorities were different. There was no time to explore this kind of thing later. The matter at hand is more important. And what he said successfully interrupted everyone's rhythm. Tony was a little unhappy and said, "Solve the problem? Do you think I haven't?" He asked, "Why did Fury come to us now? Why did he go there before? What is he hiding from us? The information is incomplete and I can't answer it." "You said Fury has a secret?" Steve asked. "He's a spy, Captain, the king of spies." Tony took another bite of snacks. "He has as many secrets as a chicken that gives birth to chicks. I bet Banner must be struggling with this matter as well." Banner didn't. It was a pity to be able to ask Thor's secret. After hearing what Tony said, he directly replied, "In fact, Tony can be said to be the leader in today's clean energy industry, and everyone knows that the cosmic Rubik's Cube to some extent basically, it is an energy source. If Fury wants to develop the Rubik's Cube, why has he never contacted Tony before?" Tony gave some snacks to Banner and said, "And Peter, that kid's brain, I don't know how long it took, but I took him to complete the reactor, and he understands it better than most people." When Gwen heard the mention of her boyfriend, she immediately pricked up her ears and listened. Although Felicia knew that what we were talking about now was very important, she still couldn't help but yawn. She didn't even understand why she wanted to go to the helicarrier to make up for it. In short, there is a big problem here. I have asked Jarvis to start hacking the data, and the results will be there soon. Tony greeted, bringing the matter to an end. And no one present objected, except for Steve, who was a bit out of touch. Steve. He has always felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. is the shield that protects the world. Tony and the others are more like a group of dangerous elements. Although they claim to be heroes, they may cause greater harm at any time. There are various reasons for this. Maybe it's because Carter and Howard were involved in forming S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place. Maybe it's because he looks more official. And he came to this era when most of his old friends had passed away and were getting old. It seemed that all he could do for them was to protect what they had left behind. He only needs to play a soldier, obey orders, and sacrifice himself to save the world when necessary. Just like in the past, this is enough. But he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little wrong now. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. was not so strong, although Stark was still a bad person. "I'll give you an explanation," Steve said. "We will find an explanation ourselves." A party broke up unhappy, but everyone is acting for their own purposes. Steve quickly found his own way to find answers to his questions. Natasha was also worried about Barton and couldn't help but find Loki to gather information. On the other side, Hawkeye, a former S.H.I.E.L.D. senior agent who is now a mole, easily hijacked a number of transport planes and approached the space carrier. Eventually, everyone gathered again when Fury came over to check on the progress. But this time it was with all kinds of contradictions. Jarvis's invasion had results, and Steve also found the answer. The second phase of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s development of the Cosmic Cube was to create various powerful weapons. Like the Hydra it once was. This made Steve feel a little PTSD for a moment. He worked hard to defeat Hydra decades ago just to prevent them from ruling the world with the Cosmic Cube weapon. What now? You tell him that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also studying the weapons that Hydra once used to conquer the world. At the same time, due to the progress of the times, these weapons have become more powerful and terrifying. This gave him the illusion that he was working for Hydra. I was wrong. The world is still the same as before. Steve was very disappointed and said, "Give me a reason, Fury." Tony sat watching the show and even pointed at the weapon design that Jarvis had cracked. Adding fuel to the fire, he said, "Look, these things are much more lethal than the weapons I used to sell arms." Fury was forced into a corner, and in desperation, he could only blame it and said, "Because of Black Superman." Black Superman. Din had a fight. Thor was stunned for a moment before reacting. "Wait, what are you talking about? Do you need me to translate it again?" "Black Superman had a fight with your father," Fury said. "That one is all over the world, and the terrain they destroyed is everywhere. You can still see it when you go out. Do you know what you are talking about? My father is the king of the gods, Odin, the strongest in the 9 realms. A big existence, the entire universe knows his reputation. I only know that Black Superman grabbed an old man's beard and beat him in the sky that day." Thor still didn't want to believe it. "Black Superman and Asgard have a deep friendship. His armor was even a gift from us." Fury sneered. "It's a trophy, right? Wasn't there anything abnormal when your father went back?" "Abnormal?" Thor then remembered that after Odin returned at that time, he fell into trouble again. "From a deep sleep, I only woke up recently. So how could the mighty Odin be defeated?" He had some doubts about life for a moment, and even wanted to leave everyone and go back to Asgard to find Odin for confirmation. Ignoring the autistic Thor, Natasha also revealed the information he had gleaned. Loki values Hulk's power and wants to control Hulk to create chaos. Loki, who has the scepter, has the ability to do it. To this point, unexpectedly, Banner was immediately defeated. "Don't worry, I won't let Hulk come out. But go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. If Hulk is really out of control, Black Superman will wake him up in an instant." "Natasha, don't change the subject. Let's go back to the beginning, when S.H.I.E.L.D. used the Cosmic Cube to make weapons. Of course, there are all kinds of extremely powerful creatures in this universe, and our force is far from enough to fight them. The cosmic cube is our the only chance. Fury looked at Steve. Captain, it's time to wake up, the world is like this. In fact, Asgard has been protecting humans for tens of thousands of years. The autistic Thor added. Humans must have power in order to protect themselves. Fu Rui shouted back at the crowd. Black Superman is not considered a human being? Is he someone who can fight Odin? Tony was angry again. He had been dissatisfied with this old black man for a long time. He can't control it. If he can't control it, he will be destroyed. Then do you want to destroy me too? Hearing this, Banner couldn't help but said something weird. In an instant, the scene was about to become chaotic again. In the small office, several factions were divided at once. Mainly the anti-weapons faction led by Stark and Banner, Fury, and Natasha, and the shield faction of Steve who seemed to be inseparable. Thor's autistic faction and Felicia's melon-eating faction. And Gwen, who was a little anxious at the end. She doesn't understand, they are here to save the world, why do these guys have such personalities and insist on quarreling? That's enough, she suddenly said. This made everyone stop and look over. Although Gwen has always seemed like a little transparent person with a minor status from the beginning, this is just because she does not declare her personality too much and dominate the environment. Tony originally valued Gwen very much, which stemmed from their previous cooperation, and Peter. Steve is also very fond of her, not to mention Banner and Felicia. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., which looked down upon her at first, became aware of the energy in this girl after she subdued Hulk. Spider-Woman, who was born on the streets, has unknowingly reached a point where the big guys have to take her seriously, although she may still be unaware of it. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you, Gwen said embarrassedly. It's just that I think everyone should stop arguing. Isn't it that we are gathering together now to protect the Earth? We should take the matter in front of us as our priority. Lord. The effect of this was surprisingly good. Steve breathed out and was the first to let go. Sorry, my problem. He was even a little ashamed in his heart. He was originally acting with the purpose of handling things and protecting the Earth, but he didn't know when he was led astray. Of course, that doesn't mean that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s manufacturing of Rubik's Cube weapons is unimportant. In fact, it's hard for him to treat S.H.I.E.L.D. like he used to. On the contrary, Gwen can still remember his original intention at this time. Maybe this is the teammate he deserves to trust. Others, too, after seeing Gwen's outburst, subconsciously gave up and stopped arguing. Fury even said, opening up all the problems will actually be conducive to our subsequent cooperation, and you can form a real team. Yes, he has not given up on his Avengers idea and is trying to form this team of heroes. Everyone had their own conflicts before and there was no good time. But now, after Gwen called out, it seems that the best time has come to propose the idea of forming Avengers. At this time, everyone's sense of resistance must be the weakest. In fact, this was the case. Fury looked around and saw no obvious expressions of disapproval on anyone else. When he finally looked at Gwen, Gwen said excitedly, Mr. Fury, you are right. A smile appeared on Fury's face, and the big thing was done. Unexpectedly, Gwen said directly, let's all join the Justice League. Fury's smile suddenly froze on his face. Fury couldn't believe his ears. Wait, he stopped Gwen and confirmed again, are you talking about the Justice League? Yes, sir, what's the problem? Gwen replied. This is a big problem. Join the Justice League? On his SHIELD helicarrier? Listen, are you speaking human language? Originally, Fury thought that Spider-Woman was the docile and easy to handle of all people, but now it seems that she is the thorny one? He considered it and said, maybe, you have a better choice. For example, Tony asked. Fury also took a deep breath and stated the goal he had been planning for many years, of course it's the Avengers. We want anyone who dares to invade the Earth to taste our counterattack, our power, let them experience the pain. But he didn't expect that after he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. This was undoubtedly very embarrassing, and he couldn't help but ask, hey, what's the problem with this? You haven't given up on your boy band dream yet, Fury. Tony couldn't help but complain. Gwen also said, well, I'm sorry, but I think the Justice League seems better. Black Superman once told us that we will encounter major events that will endanger the world and even the entire universe in the future, so we formed it early. Justice League, now that I think about it, maybe he has foreseen this day. Tony also stabbed him again. Compared with revenge, I actually prefer to prevent this from happening, such as not touching the cosmic cube. Fury, what? A joke. If Black Superman really foresees today's scene, Fury promises that he will change his appearance and change his boss tomorrow. As for Tony's eccentricity, did Tony speak? He directly ignored it consciously. At this moment, Steve no longer trusts S.H.I.E.L.D. because of the Rubik's Cube incident. Looking at Gwen, he becomes more and more satisfied with it, and the balance of the balance is tilted. Fury, I think we should pay more attention to what is in front of us. It's something, he said politely. Fury knew that the situation was over, and he used his only remaining eye to look around at the people around him, including Tony, Banner, Gwen, and Felicia. Needless to say, these people had never been on his side. Thor from Asgard, although he is still autistic because of Odin, he is still close to Black Superman. Even if Captain Steve didn't say anything, he knew that he had lost Steve's heart, and the most he could do was force his body. Natasha was out of sorts all the time because of the Hawkeye incident. Everyone seemed to be incompatible with each other. They were either moles or traitors. Fury cried out sadly in his heart, actually having the feeling that His Majesty was rebelling for some reason. But this is only from his perspective. In fact, from the other side, Gwen felt that everyone was finally starting to act like a team and working together. Steve no longer objected, or he finally acted like a big girl and gave in half-heartedly. It was basically regarded as joining the Justice League. Needless to say, Tony and Felicia are already members of the team. Dr. Banner has no reason to refuse, and Thor is also happy to join the team of friends in the atrium. We finally have the understanding that we are in the same group. It's not much unity yet, but it's at least a good start, right? At this moment, Banner's detector finally responded and made a sound. Everyone also entered a serious state for an instant. Banner ran to the control and began to operate and retrieve information. Everyone, get ready, the detection report is that the other party is here. But midway through his words, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Everyone was a little confused, but before Banner could say, boom, the next moment, they felt a huge explosion coming from the mothership, and the location of the explosion was even very close to their studio. The whole room was being blown down. Steve and Tony escaped because they were leaning against the door, but they also fell to the ground. Natasha and Banner were not so lucky. They hit the target and fell directly to the underground level. Natasha's legs were directly pressed by the broken wall. Only Gwen and Felicia, one with spider powers and the other with cat-like balance, were still standing intact. Gwen quickly lifted the broken wall that Natasha was pressing on. Natasha couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw that such a heavy thing was lifted lightly in the hands of Gwen, who was the same size as her. Felicia also hurriedly looked at Banner, who had fallen heavily, and helped him up. But the next second, she began to tremble with fear. She saw that the Hulk in Banner's body reacted due to the stimulation. It started to move again, and Banner's whole body began to harden and grow bigger. The impression Hulk left on Felicia was not good. He was second only to Black Superman in terms of misery. This moment completely confused her, and she couldn't help him or not. Gwen and Natasha also became nervous when they saw this scene. Hulk's current teenage rebellious mentality is serious. Black Superman scared him once, but it's hard to say whether he can scare him a second time. It's not easy to control. Of course, the most dangerous thing is to hit the door. Felicia is right in front of you. At this moment, Banner suddenly cursed heavily, go back. Miraculously, he actually started to stop growing bigger, but he didn't completely shrink. The whole person was growing bigger and smaller again. Superposition state. Banner gritted his teeth and said, listen, Hulk, if you can't be obedient, I can guarantee that you will never have a chance to come out again. In the past, his attitude and way of treating Hulk was more friendly. Huero, this is very effective for the young Hulk who is not yet particularly mature in mind. Feeling Banner's kindness, he was naturally happy to accept it and obeyed. But as Banner reached adolescence, the surge in power caused his wildness to emerge again. This time, Banner found that the past methods did not work. Except for Black Superman, Hulk is almost lawless, and no one can defeat him anyway. The previous out-of-control melee with Thor directly made Banner decide that he must be tough. He has to show off his parent attitude and discipline Hulk. Hulk didn't seem to be convinced either. The two of them suddenly began to compete with each other, getting bigger, smaller, harder, and softer again. He lay on the ground and struggled hard. Anyway, only one of the two people can go out today. Felicia was stunned by this scene and asked tentatively, Dr. Banner, are you okay? I'm okay. Banner gritted his teeth and said. At this time, Natasha and Gwen also came over, looking worried. Don't worry, I will take good care of him this time. Banner endured the severe pain of the physical changes and was sweating profusely, but he still said to Gwen and the others, no, there won't be any problems like before. Banner, Hulk, always seems to be the most unstable one in the team. But at the same time, Banner's unique tenacity as an honest man will sometimes make him the most stable one. Gwen couldn't bear it, but Banner just said, the mothership was attacked. You have more important things to do. I can do it here alone. No, we can't just leave you, Ban. Dr. N.A. Can you help me with anything? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. The three women fell into silence. This is our own problem. Banner also said. Remember, the Rubik's Cube is in Stark Tower. In the end, Gwen and Natasha could only decide to leave one person to watch Banner. It's easy to take care of any problem. And this person is Felicia. Felicia, are you bullying cats like this? After Gwen and Natasha left, they also faced a new problem. So where should they go? Although they already know that they have been transferred to another home, and the Cosmic Cube is actually in Stark Tower, the space carrier is still in chaos at this time, and it is obvious that now is not the time. Fortunately, Natasha has been an agent for many years and has rich experience. She quickly made a decision. The attacker must be Barton, Hawkeye. Only he can do it. We must find him before he causes more damage. On the other side, the entire mothership's control hall was in chaos at this time. We are under attack. The exterior of the mothership was damaged, and the number 3 engine stopped running. The turbine seems to be fine, but no one can go to the fault area for repairs while in flight. Stop one more engine and we won't be able to fly. Damn it, find someone to take a look. Stark and Captain have already gone. In a moment of confusion after another orderly quarrel, Stark, the only one with the ability to fly alone on the mothership, was finally left to solve the problem. There is also the problem of Loki. Fury has already ordered Coulson, activate the lockout of the detention area, then go to the armory. Sir, someone is already one step ahead of us. Coulson looked at the surveillance camera and replied, who? Thor, he just smashed through our defenses and got in. Okay, the brothers have met again, now let's find a way to deal with the intruders in the mothership. But as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden a grenade was thrown in and exploded with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the heavily armed intruders rushed in with guns, and the scene that finally started to be somewhat orderly suddenly became chaotic again. Of course, the staff here are almost all the best agents. Even if the equipment is not with them at this time, they are not without the ability to resist. In other words, they even dealt with the intruders after the initial chaos, until an arrow with a bomb suddenly shot out from the corner. Hawkeye is here. He had obviously never been on the mothership, but at this moment he found every hidden ambush point with ease. Even though he was alone, he surrounded the agents in the main control room with firepower. The situation suddenly reversed again. I have to admit that among ordinary people, Hawkeye is definitely a ceiling-level existence. It was at this moment that Gwen and Natasha finally arrived after receiving the news. Gwen even used spider silk to stop Hawkeye's arrow. It's wrong to release explosives randomly. And when Hawkeye saw them, without hesitation, Natasha turned around and left. Natasha quickly reminded Gwen, be careful, Barton is the best shooter. He hits every target. At the same time, he is also very good at ambush and hiding. She was reminding Gwen, be careful of Hawkeye's ambush and counterattack. I know, Gwen replied. Then he directly turned on the infrared scanning of the technological suit, and the spider sensor also turned on at this moment. Hawkeye's figure was suddenly exposed in her eyes. No matter how well he hid it, it was useless. However, what Gwen didn't expect was that Hawkeye seemed to be leaving, but in fact he circled back and hid in another direction. She launched the attack without hesitation, and Hawkeye quickly understood that she had been exposed. She raised her hand and fired an arrow. Gwen went straight up to face it, turning her head to avoid it. This was extremely easy for her with spider sense. At the same time, the spider silk in the hand also intelligently switches to the most appropriate combination and launches it. Hawkeye already wanted to escape after shooting the arrow, but Gwen's spider silk was not that easy to hide. First, the spider web blocked his path, and then a spider silk bomb followed closely, in front of him. Exploded. It was the long-lost tortoise shell and spider silk. Hawkeye, one of the ultimate human beings, was killed before he could escape a single round. But before Gwen had time to be happy, an alarm suddenly sounded behind her. She looked back and saw that Hawkeye's arrow actually hit the console behind her, and the plug of the arrow was accurately inserted into the interface of the console. He had already planned it, and his target was never Gwen. The monitors on the side were soon invaded and turned black. Then, the main control board also displayed, engine number 1 has malfunctioned and has stopped running. Although Hawkeye was captured, he had finished what he wanted to do. Is this the perfect shooter? Gwen opened her eyes and said guiltily, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. It's not your fault, Spider-Woman. Natasha had already stepped forward to check on Hawkeye. From the moment Barton shot the arrow, he has succeeded. Her original intention was just to enlighten Gwen and show the power of Hawkeye. Unexpectedly, Gwen said directly, I understand, just make sure he can't come next time, right? Natasha. Full marks for reading comprehension. While the two were talking, the agents on the scene became anxious again. As anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The number 3 turbine engine has not been repaired, and now the number 1 engine is broken again. God, the aerospace aircraft carrier is really in trouble. Is it just her first appearance and is she about to crash? Tony and Steve, who were struggling to repair the number 3 engine outside, made matters worse. And they could only watch, unable to do anything. At this moment, someone suddenly reported, detected a target approaching, very fast. Who is it? Fury quickly called up the surveillance camera, but to his surprise, even the surveillance camera failed to capture it. What the target looks like. Immediately afterwards, they suddenly felt that the space carrier that was falling suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was support. Everyone felt that something pushed against the mothership. And some people even fell because of this sudden change. As the captain, Nick Fury was already a little confused by this series of abnormal things. Damn it, can anyone come over and tell me what's going on? 4002 in 1, status no, less. Someone soon answered Fury's doubts. The fighter pilot who was patrolling the mothership in an escort aircraft quickly sent back the news. This is escort aircraft number 60. I saw it. It's a person. Human. Everyone was a little confused until the escort aircraft the camera footage was also sent back. There is indeed a small black spot under the huge space carrier. If you don't look carefully, you may even pass by. But as the screen zoomed in, the true identity of the black dot gradually became clear. It's Black Superman. He was right below the mothership, holding out one hand, seemingly holding the space carrier very easily. This scene is shocking. If that person hadn't been Black Superman, this scene would have looked more like a person attaching his hands to the mothership, rather than him holding up the mothership. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., seeing this scene, for some reason, subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that Black Superman had little to do with them, and was even listed as an extremely dangerous target in S.H.I.E.L.D., but at this moment, he was filled with a sense of security, as if he had confidence in his heart. Great, it's Black Superman. Black Superman is here, and the mothership will be saved. Fury noticed this detail. Of course, he would not be idle and watch his agents. But he, the adjutant next to him, Hill, was also relieved like the others because of the arrival of Black Superman. He could still quickly detect the tense and relaxed state. This kind of mentality is not a good one. Fury frowned, and his already dark face turned even darker. And Gwen felt relieved when she saw that the matter was settled. She wanted to ask if there was anything else she needed help with, so she walked over to Natasha, who was busy dealing with Hawkeye. Natasha wanted to get rid of the spider silk, but she found that although these spider silks specially upgraded by Peter looked soft and changeable, they were surprisingly tough on the inside. What's more, she found that she couldn't get rid of the spider threads with some ordinary means at hand. Miss Natasha, these spider silks will naturally decompose in a few hours, Gwen explained appropriately. Natasha looked at Hawkeye, who was completely controlled by the tortoise shell. She was silent for a while and said, "Okay, just treat it as a small punishment. It will not be as easy for Barton to forgive himself when he wakes up." Gwen blinked, indicating that he didn't want to know the meaning of punishment, and just asked, "Is there anything else I need to do?" Natasha thought for a while and said, "The only problem now is the detention area. Loki, as well as Stark and Captain, who are repairing the engine outside exterior of the mothership." The office was suddenly bombed. Tony and Steve avoided the same fate as Banner and the others because they were close to the door. After confirming with Gwen and others that everything was fine, they quickly determined the most critical place, the turbine engine. If the engine strikes, the entire space carrier will make an emergency landing, and more than 99% of the people on the carrier will not survive. They made a prompt decision and went to the damaged engine to repair it. In fact, Tony is indeed the most suitable person to go out for repairs while the mothership is flying, and he is the only one who has the mobility and professionalism. As for Steve, an outdated old man who is still making up for the knowledge of the past and has no particularly outstanding abilities. How do you expect him to repair the engine of a mothership? Whether he can understand it or not is a big question. It can only be said that this is a cliché plot where the screenwriter created a scene where two people who are competing against each other cooperate with each other and then start to recognize each other. Although the audience just likes this. And this is indeed the case for a set of operations. Whether it is the soft technology of finding problems and specifying a solution, or the physically demanding hard technology of disassembling the machine and pushing the engine, Tony is almost all done by himself. Steve could only watch from the edge as OB beat two mobs. Of course, it's not his fault. If he were put in a head-on confrontation with Hawkeye, it would definitely be much more useful. And Tony was also in trouble at this time. He was busy repairing the number 3 engine, doing all the dirty work alone, and even risking his life to push the engine manually. At this time, you tell him that another engine is broken? Is this treating him like a bully? When had Tony Stark ever been so angry? At this moment, the entire mothership suddenly paused and then stopped descending. He didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that he had to seize this opportunity to repair the engine. Steve finally finished defeating the monsters and cooperated with Tony to open the engine valve. The somewhat hypoxic environment at high altitude made Steve take a few breaths. After repairing the engine, he was about to thank Tony. After all, if Tony hadn't worked together with him to repair the engine, the fate of the people on the ship could be imagined. Generally speaking, this is also an important turning point for the two people to soften their relationship and form a CP. But Steve looked back and said, "Huh? Where are the people?" Tony drove his destroyer armor to the bottom of the mothership. Sure enough, he saw that beloved and hated figure here again, wearing the same black suit and a new white cloak. "I was still wondering when you would show up." Sure enough, you know how to show off, Black Superman. He had just finished repairing the engine and was a little embarrassed. Tony complained unhappily. "Let me guess, if I were you, I must have been hiding and watching for a long time, and then you waited until everyone was about to die before you turned the tide." Peter gave him a strange look. "Is this what you have always wanted to do?" "No, you didn't hear clearly." "Really? I'm complaining about you. You really love to complain." Peter let go of his hand. With the repair of the number 3 engine completed and the number 1 engine restarted, the mothership has resumed its ability to take off. "I have my own business, Tony," he said. "Isn't it still a date, or is it something further?" Peter just looked in the other direction, and Tony also looked over, but there was nothing on the outer steel plate of the mothership. "I'm staring at another group of people. Confinement area. You failed, brother." Thor stood in front of the special cell and looked at Loki and said, because of the internal conflict between Banner and Hulk, he was free to take action early. After the office was blasted, he rushed to the cell. And with this little time difference, he became the first one to arrive in the cell, and all the people who came to rescue Loki were knocked down by him one by one. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. No matter how powerful Loki's illusions were, it was still too much to be watched by Thor all the time. Make bricks without straw. Failure? No, I will not fail. I will definitely be the one who wins in the end. Loki stood in the cell, looking at each other from afar. Although the Asgardian deceitful god tried to appear relaxed, his somewhat solemn attitude betrayed him. Although he could have taken advantage of the chaos and escaped when Hulk and Thor caused chaos. Although he was unable to achieve his big goal of making the heroes suspicious and completely thrown into chaos, Hawkeye had successfully obtained the guarantee materials and was completely undefeated. But who is he? He is Loki. He couldn't accept this result. During the melee between the heroes, he was even like a passerby. It made no difference whether he was there or not. He couldn't accept that everything had nothing to do with him. Not only did he want to win, he also wanted to fool everyone and win everything under everyone's eyes. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to open the spacetime channel in Stark Tower. He wants everyone's eyes, he wants Thor's eyes, he wants Odin's eyes, he wants to be the one at the center of the stage. Unfortunately, greater greed naturally represents greater uncertainty. Obviously, he lost the bet this time. But this is temporary. When the leader opens the spacetime channel and the Chitauri and the Existence's subordinates arrive, everything will be back on track. At this moment, Gwen and Natasha arrived. Their arrival interrupted Thor and Loki's affectionate look at each other. Mr. Thor, are we here at the wrong time? No, you guys came at the right time. Thor didn't think too much and just said hello. Loki is being watched closely by me. He has no chance to escape. Very good, Natasha also said. Here comes the Black Superman. The engine has been repaired, and all the invasion teams have been eliminated. Now we have to find a way to unlock those controlled by Loki. But Thor's attention was obviously not on the same frequency as Natasha. You are said that Black Superman is here? Where is he? I have to go see him. Ever since he knew that Black Superman beat up his father, Thor has always wanted to find out about Black Superman and ask him why he is so awesome. Force. After all, in his eyes, Odin has always been an invincible being, the supreme of the 9 realms. A large part of his worship of Odin also comes from this invincible myth. But now, the myth seems to have been shattered. When Loki saw that his brother's attention was suddenly taken away by 2 women, Loki was a little unhappy and said, "Don't even think about it without me." He was talking about releasing Hawkeye's control, which made Natasha's his face suddenly didn't look very good. Maybe we can ask Black Superman. Gwen said. Putting aside other aspects, there is no doubt about Black Superman's ability. At least she has never seen anything that stumped Black Superman. But Natasha shook her head. The experience of solving the boss together with Felicia told her that there is only one method for Black Superman, and that is fists. But mind control is a matter of the brain. When Loki saw Natasha like this, he also had a proud expression on his face. However, Thor quickly dispelled the problem. Don't listen to his nonsense, just give him a beating and he will return to normal. Natasha? She looked at Thor with a question mark on her face. Does it really work with fists? No need for more technical things. Thor shrugged. Anyway, I was always like this when Loki was causing trouble in Asgard. It's done, and the effect is very good. Loki just sneered, vulgar. This was the acquiescence. Natasha didn't tolerate him, and immediately counterattacked. Are you still waiting for your army? But I'm sorry, you don't have this chance. We know that you have set the location in Stark Tower. Loki, the expression on his face suddenly froze. The last trump card was revealed. Now, he no longer had the ability to speak harshly. Loki felt a little disheartened for a moment, and he realized that he seemed to have really lost it. At this moment, he suddenly froze completely. Not only him, but Thor, Natasha and Gwen outside the cell also suddenly froze in place, their movements and expressions frozen for a moment. The entire area suddenly became extremely silent. Until a rectangular door opened at the side, and a voice sounded from inside, "Captain, isn't it too rough for us to do this?" It was the anomaly handling team from the Spacetime Administration. Captain Black Ant walked in front and said, "Time is tight, this is all we can do." She just operated the machine in her hand and quickly opened the door of the cell. "We must let Loki follow the timeline, go to New York smoothly and start the war." "Oh my god, don't worry about the timeline. The Avengers have become the Justice League. I think this timeline should be buried." The soldier who has always been more lively complained, "Even the black cat has turned into a girl with cat ears. Damn it, why haven't I seen it in other timelines?" Unexpectedly, the Black Ant suddenly turned around and looked at the team member seriously. "The timeline has never been the point is Black Superman." Not only the soldier, but also the other team members were stunned. After all, they had been working hard to deal with the timeline, right? The Black Ant just said, "This matter is very special. Our target is Black Superman. He is a very unique individual. Whether it is for crisis control or other things, we must bring him back to the administration. This is also an order from above." Everyone was a little silent until someone asked, "What if we fail?" "I don't know." The Black Ant had already moved Rocky. "Maybe we will ask others to take action. Maybe it's the Annihilation World line. But the most important thing for us now is to ensure that the New York War takes place, and then lure Black Superman out." How to lure him out? This is the first time I have seen such a difficult time criminal. It has been here for so long, except Gwen Stacy can't find any clues at all. I even doubt whether he has discovered us. "Impossible," the Black Ant said firmly. "We use the most advanced equipment to control time and space. Even if black people, no matter how powerful Superman is, he cannot transcend time." "Then what are we going to do?" the soldier asked again. "This is the core problem. If you can't find the Black Superman, no matter how advanced the equipment is, it will be useless." The Black Ant also had trouble with this. It wasn't until she squinted her eyes and looked at the timeline observer who looked exactly like Peter Parker that she suddenly had an idea. Don't we have a ready-made bait, she said. The people from the Spacetime Administration quickly took Loki away. Time returned to normal, and Thor and the others didn't even notice Loki's disappearance immediately. Thor had just shrugged, and Natasha was still speechless for a while, until Gwen subconsciously glanced at the cage and said, "Wait a minute, where is Loki?" While trying to recover, he is really too old. What did you say? Loki is right in front of you, and he's missing alive. The space carrier, in the main control room. Fury slapped the table and stood up, glaring at Thor and the others who had just returned from the detention area. At this moment, Tony and Steve all returned from outside the mothership, and Peter followed them inside. When Fury saw Black Superman for the first time, he was tensed subconsciously. It wasn't until he saw Black Superman just sitting in the main seat without saying much that he relaxed. Fury, you should be able to see what's going on the surveillance camera. Natasha was a little surprised to see Black Superman, but quickly calmed down and said. But Thor couldn't control that much and said in surprise, "Black Superman." Then he quickly walked to Peter and asked directly, "Did you have a fight with my father?" Peter looked at the Nordic man. Yes, he is a very good opponent. It was Thor's turn to be speechless. Before that, he was extremely eager to see Black Superman just to verify this matter with him face to face. But now after he asked, he seemed to be stuck and didn't know how to express his emotions. I couldn't believe it, I admired it, and I was a little unhappy because the old man in the family was beaten. In short, it was very complicated. The others just glanced at Thor, and their attention quickly returned to the matter in front of them. Fury was a little silent. As soon as he got the news, he had already called up the surveillance, but the truth was really so bizarre. In the last frame, Loki was still standing in the cell blankly, and in the next frame, he suddenly disappeared. Not only them, Tony and Steve also looked solemn at this moment. They sat at the conference table, having accepted the reality earlier, and thinking about what they should do now. Since Loki's escape is a foregone conclusion, what we have to think about now is how to find the location of the cosmic cube. The sooner the better, Tony said. Steve also asked, where is Banner? Didn't he detect the results before? Gwen raised her hand and said, I know this. Dr. Banner said the location is in Stark Tower. Tony? WTF, he said with a confused look on his face, why are you in my building? Wait, then. In an instant, he realized that something was wrong. The new energy building he was so proud of might be destroyed. After being demolished, he immediately asked anxiously, Banner? Where is he now? But no one present could answer, until Felicia suddenly came over in a hurry. No, it's not good. What's wrong? Gwen asked quickly. Dr. Banner ran away. Run away? Yes. Felicia took a breath and said, he was originally competing with the Hulk, but he couldn't tell the winner. In the end, he somehow jumped directly and ran away. I won't say why Banner would compete with the Hulk to this point, but everyone understands how dangerous it would be for an uncontrolled Hulk to suddenly run into the outside world. This sudden the news that came can be said to be adding insult to injury. Everyone unanimously looked at Peter, the Black Superman sitting on the main seat. After all, it can be said that the current Hulk was created by him. Although Peter was sitting in the main control room, he was originally more focused on the team of the Spacetime Administration. Although he could stop them from rescuing Loki, there was no need. Compared with this, it is more important to test their ability level and purpose. It is actually not difficult to deal with the team of the Space and Time Administration. Although they have a variety of advanced equipment, in theory, Thanos, who is normal, cannot be completely immune to the impact. But the members of their team are just ordinary people with limited abilities. For Peter now, it is impossible for them to survive a sudden attack. But this doesn't make sense. They are just a small team, and the behemoth behind them is the tricky part. They have the ability to interrupt and erase the timeline. It's like a nuclear deterrent that makes handling this squad a little more nuanced. Maybe it would be a good idea to use Batman's usual method of sneaking into the Spacetime Management Bureau and stealing houses to solve problems? Even though the dimension where the Spacetime Management Bureau is located can almost zero all superpowers below a single body, he is still confident of achieving his goal. At this moment, he felt that everyone present was looking at him. He came back to his senses and looked at everyone. Black Superman, Fury said thoughtfully, can you tell me what you think? What do you think? Peter thought for a while and said, the mothership is not bad. Fury blinked his one eye. It was a little baffling, but the person in front of him was Black Superman, so he could only echo back. It's okay, it's okay. Unexpectedly, Black Superman's next sentence was, it's not bad to use it as a base for the Justice League. Fury? He had a black question mark on his face. What's going on? It's not enough for you to turn against the guests on my battleship. Forming the Justice League is not enough. Now you actually want to take advantage of him, even the mothership? He was so angry and cold. Could we still deal with it? But when he said it, he only said from the bottom of his heart, isn't this not good? Although Tony agreed with Black Superman's sudden words, he also knew that now is not the time for small talk. He asked, we are asking about Banner's matter, Black Superman, how should we deal with it? Why should we deal with it? Peter replied. Tony was stunned. Peter continued, this is his own business. He will have to cross a hurdle sooner or later. No one can help him. If Banner wanted to leave before because he wanted to escape reality, then now he but to face reality. He needs to find a place where no one can disturb him, and conquer the Hulk like an eagle. When he is finished, he will come back naturally. Okay, now it's Loki's turn. We must stop him before he summons the army. Steve said. Damn it, I have to get there quickly. After saying this, Tony finally couldn't help but get up and put on the display rack. If he didn't leave, his house might explode. The rest of the people were not as anxious as Tony. Apart from the fact that it was not their own house that was bombed, there was another reason. That is, there was Black Superman here. They all looked at Peter, obviously asking him if he was ready to take action. Why are you looking at me? Thor, I'm not helping you run Mjolnir so that you can watch me work at the critical moment. Peter said. Thor. And amp, asterisk and amp, percent at he stood up and left with a dark face. Steve couldn't help but ask, are you just going to watch like this? No, I also have my own things to do. What can be better than saving the world? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Another thing to save the world. What about saving the world? Could it be that besides Loki, is there anyone else who is endangering the safety of the Earth at this time? Everyone was a little curious, but at this point, they couldn't continue to ask. Steve could only stand up and say, Justice League, attack. Fury suddenly felt a pang of angina. However, although Steve and Gwen took the lead, Natasha did not leave with them. It's not that she doesn't belong to the Justice League or anything like that, it's impossible to care about that in this situation, she just hasn't forgotten about Hawkeye. She returned to the room where Hawkeye was being held. After learning about the Asgardian therapy from Thor, they immediately used it on Hawkeye. Therefore, Hawkeye is now awake. At the same time, the spider silk on his body has reached a semi-dissolved state and is no longer so difficult to break free. However, Hawkeye was not in the mood to break away at the moment, and lay on the bed with a look of despair. There are many reasons. The feeling of being controlled by Loki was very bad. It once gave him a psychological shadow. He personally killed many SHIELD agents, which made him feel guilty. In the end, whoever saw this damn turtle bound, that's quite a lot. Where will he put his reputation as a senior agent and legendary shooter in the future? Spider-Woman is indeed a young man, and her attacks are neither light nor heavy. Of course, Natasha comforted him well in the end and said, you should redeem yourself now. How? Hawkeye said with a complicated mood as he tore off the spider silk that even stretched out flesh marks on his body. New York, stop their invasion. Natasha replied. Loki was a little confused. 1 second he was still in a cell on the space carrier, and the next second he suddenly found himself in Stark Tower. Am I broken? Loki said to himself. He was puzzled, and in the end he could only let it go temporarily. Now was not the time to dwell on this. The space portal was about to open. It was extremely critical now. He went to see the leader who was swinging the instrument on the roof of the building. It's almost there. It only takes a few dozen seconds to accumulate energy, the leader responded. Very good. Loki said excitedly. This is not good at all. At this moment, Tony arrived in the destroyer armor. When you set off fireworks on the roof of someone else's house, you did not get the consent of the owner. Soon, the entire Earth will be its mine. Really? Tony stopped talking nonsense, lit up the light cannon in his hand, and shot directly at the Rubik's Cube. But at this time, the Rubik's Cube already had an energy passport and could not be broken at all. Instead, Tony himself was knocked back 2 steps by the energy that came back. Damn it! Tony cursed. The leader also stood up at this time and said, Stark, your opponent is another one. Loki was also a little confused by his action, and then they saw a green giant lizard man climbing out of the building. It was Connors, who had not shown his face for a long time and was almost forgotten by everyone. And as if to vent his forgotten grievances, he bared his teeth in a menacing manner. Connors. Tony was surprised and quickly realized, he was also controlled by you. Yes, the leader said, he bumped into us who were coming up, and I easily controlled the mind. Already, the original leader's mind control ability was not strong enough to allow him to control a sane person in a short period of time, but after being strengthened by the Mind Stone, he upgraded. Loki. As soon as he lost his scepter and his ability to control people, his men automatically took over. Although this was a good thing, it inexplicably made him feel a little bit in danger. The leader he controlled was too proactive and seemed not to be a fuel-efficient lamp. Connors, who had been controlled, rushed towards Tony. Facing Connors, who was on par with the armor and even bigger than him, Tony had no choice but to get ready for the fight. After all, what Connors said, he was once the number one, he couldn't take it lightly. Then, boom, with one punch, Connors fell to the ground unconscious under the fist of the destroyer armor. X3. Everyone present was speechless. None of them expected Connors to be so fussy about it. However, Connors did a good job in the task of buying time. Under his influence, the cosmic cube has fired a laser beam directly above New York and opened the portal. In an instant, the huge Chidori army was like a beehive, passing through the portal and landing directly above New York. Tony was the first to bear the brunt, and rushed towards the army instead of advancing. He fired the light cannon and various weapons desperately in an attempt to stop the Chidori army. But he was only one person, and after all, he was single and weak. He was quickly surrounded and fell into a disadvantage. Of course, Tony didn't panic when he saw this scene, and called directly into the armor. Jarvis, it's time for the army to go out. Sir, I have to remind you that your armor stock is still far away, not up to the level of the army. That's enough, Jarvis, can you complain at another time? Tony said, avoiding the attack of a Chidori. The army has arrived, sir. Several sets of steel armor soared into the sky and came to Tony's side. All kinds of weapons on their bodies were fully fired. It is true that this number is far from being called an army. It can only be regarded as an army. A small team, but they shared Tony's pressure very well. With full firepower, they actually slightly blocked the Chidori army that was crowding the portal to come to Earth. Until, boom, a huge figure suddenly rushed out of the portal, fell from the sky, and hit Tony hard. Even though he was wearing a battle armor, Tony was knocked into a daze for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that it was a huge ugly monster with a size similar to the Hulk. It was Black Dwarf, one of the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos. Tony struggled quickly, and barely started the engine before landing to escape the suppression of the Black Dwarf. Otherwise, even the destroyer armor couldn't protect him if it was dropped from such a height. But Black Dwarf was unyielding and swung his giant axe at him. Although Tony's agility allowed him to dodge the attack flexibly, Black Dwarf's strength and speed completely crushed him, and even made Tony feel like he was in front of him. Feelings about the Hulk. And he is not Hulk's opponent now, so the scene can be imagined. He is suppressed in a dangerous situation. He relied on the destroyer's powerful defensive characteristics to resist. But this was not a long-term solution, especially without his restraint. The Chidori had rushed into New York like locusts, which made him very anxious. At this moment, thunder rang out, and a bolt of thunder and lightning shot into the sky, hitting the Black Dwarf heavily, successfully giving Tony a chance to breathe. It was Thor who came second. He landed with the Meow Hammer and stood directly in front of Tony, giving him a very handsome figure. Leave this guy to me. Thor plus Mjolnir, their current strength has crossed the universe level. With his blockage, Black Dwarf naturally cannot cause greater damage. Of course, with his rough skin and thick flesh, he is not without the ability to fight back against Thor. At least based on his current performance, Black Dwarf is also a proper cosmic level combat power, and Thor cannot win it all at once. After Tony took action, he did not turn back to help Thor. The Chidori army had already rushed into New York, and he had to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. But tens of thousands of Chidori soldiers are not something he can stop by himself. It was okay to block the relatively narrow portal before, but now that they are dispersed, his firepower suddenly becomes insignificant. Just when he was a little anxious, Gwen's voice finally came over the communication. Mr. Stark, where are you? Gwen, the Chidori army has invaded New York. I didn't know they were out. It's very dangerous here now. Critical. I saw it, and the captain and the others have successfully arrived. We are coming. On the other end of the communication, the sound of fighting monsters could be heard. Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he was not a Lone Ranger. He still had a team and the Justice League. Steve and others had already arrived at the battlefield. Facing the locust-like Chidori army, they were shocked at first, and then rushed into the battlefield without hesitation. Steve already had a lot of war experience, and soon he took on the role of commander, mobilizing everyone in the Justice League to work together. Gwen, use your spider silk to set up obstacles, it's very useful. Yes, Captain. Gwen almost recreated the scene of stopping the train. I'm doing it. Countless spider silks fell from her. It was launched from the hand and connected between the building and the block, causing a lot of trouble to the flying Chidori army. Moreover, they can often stick to one or more Chidori soldiers by firing spider silk accurately, causing them to be knocked down. Now she is no longer the immature little spider woman who would be driven to a pulp by the Green Goblin. Gwen's presence directly gave the Justice League an advantage at low altitude, which relieved the pressure on the people on the ground. Felicia, you cover Natasha and cooperate with Gwen's spider silk to kill the enemy. Steve also continued to give orders. What's the problem? It was the first time Felicia saw such a big scene, and she even had trouble pronouncing her words. But fortunately, because she had been trained by Black Superman before, she could handle it well. Especially with Natasha, an experienced senior, she only needed to cooperate to achieve very good results. Hey, have you ever considered me? Tony, who finally met everyone, was also affected by Gwen's spider silk because he was also a flying unit. Sorry, Tony, but the high-altitude field can only be left to you. Hawkeye, you assist him. That's about the same. Although the high-altitude field is more stressful and more dangerous, Tony didn't say much and kept silent. Finish his job, because he knows that only he can do this. However, even if he tried his best, Hawkeye also spent a lot of arrows to coordinate, but he was still very reluctant. New York was too big, and the army was scattered. How could he clean it up by himself? He knew that they had to be in New York. This place will block the army, otherwise if it falls and the Chidori army spreads further and advances, it will be a disaster. In fact, these may just be the opponent's vanguard troops, a cosmic army. How can civilization not have large-scale weapons of destruction? It may be that the time is short and there is no time to arrive. By that time, they will be of even less use. Tony is very smart, so he thinks of these quickly, sees further than others, and is therefore much more anxious. What worries him even more is what if the Earth side simply abandons New York and takes the lead in using weapons of mass destruction. That's millions of New York City names. He has no doubt about the cold temperament of those politicians. He can do it sometimes, but definitely not at this time. Be careful. Suddenly, Hawkeye shouted and warned. A Chidori soldier was rushing towards Tony's back, and Tony was distracted and anxious, so he was a little slow and failed to react in time to avoid it. Just as the Chidori was about to stab him, a mini-missile suddenly fired. It shot out and shot down the Chidori soldier. Tony and Hawkeye both looked in the direction of the missile launch. They were actually wearing a suit that looked like a black Superman, with flying wings under their feet. Harry? Tony asked immediately. Mainly because this flying wing is so iconic. It's me, Stark. Harry Osborn's appearance here greatly surprised Tony. Well, it makes sense if you think about it carefully. As Norman's son, Harry cannot inherit not that equipment. It's just that when Tony looked at this suit of armor, what was going on with the outer paint that looked like a black Superman? However, he was wearing a battle armor, so Harry couldn't see his strange gaze, and just asked, "What's going on? Why did New York suddenly become a mess when I woke up, and what are these monsters? What are these monsters? It's like, yes, this is an alien invasion, come and help me." It's great to have someone at high altitude to help. The crisis was imminent, and Tony was much more serious, and he didn't have time to pursue the issue of Harry's armor. Well, let's wait until the time passes before asking again. Harry's arrival can be said to be a timely help, helping Tony share more pressure. In the battle with Kingpin, Harry didn't bring many lethal weapons, such as bombs, micro-missiles, etc. But now the situation was different, and he didn't have so many scruples. He was like an explosives expert. Wherever his flying wings went, a series of boom, 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 bombs followed behind him. The people of New York who were fleeing below quickly discovered this new and unfamiliar face. No, it's not a stranger. Someone soon recognized the flying wing. Look, is that the Green Goblin? No way, the Green Goblin is a villain, and he has been killed by Black Superman. But look at what's going on in the sky. Some people who escaped even forgot to take videos or live broadcasts, and they also filmed the scene and uploaded it to the internet. Of course, ordinary people didn't do nothing. As the city's police chief, George had summoned police officers at the first moment to make all-out efforts to clear the situation and guide citizens to evacuate. Even some elite armed police also joined the team to resist the alien army. Even if artillery fire roars from above, countless lasers fall and explode, and rocks from collapsed buildings fall down from time to time. Even if they can provide a small effect, the force in their hands can hardly provide a large army on the frontal battlefield. But if you can kill one more, you will earn money. As the police chief, George did not sit in the rear and even directly led the charge. Well, it's his unique style. He looked up at the various turbulent war elephants in the sky, and once again felt the powerlessness of mortals. The last time I felt like this was when I was thrown off the building by the Green Goblin. However, he soon saw spider threads running between blocks. He knew that Gwen was also fighting hard at this time, and he was very excited. As a father, he should also work hard. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Of course, this is of no use and cannot change the fact that he is a weakling. Soon, a Chidori soldier targeted him and attacked him. At this critical moment, Harry happened to pass by on his flying wings and directly helped George knock away the Chidori soldier. George looked up at Harry in surprise. Green Goblin. Harry was silent for a moment and said, "He is my father, and I am the new Green Goblin." This was the first time he admitted himself in public, whether it's about Black Superman or his father. The battle with Kingpin brought him a lot of stimulation and changes, and he began to face it all head-on. Harry hurried to other places, leaving George watching his leaving figure and muttering to himself, "Well, your father almost killed me once, but now I am saved by you." And in this chaos, when it comes to the most stressful places, hospitals are definitely one of them. There are too many patients there who are unable to take care of themselves. In the face of this sudden disaster, they have almost no ability to resist and can only wait to die and be slaughtered. By chance, a Chidori soldier rushed into the hospital. He was killing without restraint, and no one could stop him here. He rushed into a ward. There was no one else in the ward, only a young girl lying on the bed. He walked over and raised the spear in his hand to stab it down. Suddenly, pang. He was hit hard on the back. The Chidori soldier turned around and saw an attractive middle-aged woman holding a fire extinguisher in her hand. It was Aunt May, who came to the hospital part-time as a nurse. Aunt May was a little scared and backed away with the fire extinguisher in her arms, but she still said, "Monster, you can't hurt her." Although she was just a powerless woman, she was a kind person like Uncle Ben. Although she was weak, the young girl lying on the bed in front of her was even weaker, and she had to stand up to protect her. Not to mention that this girl seems to be Gwen's classmate, who was in a coma due to a car accident a month ago. The Chidori soldier didn't care about anything else. The weak and old woman in front of him actually dared to attack him. He couldn't let her go, so he immediately changed the target of the attack. Aunt May could only close her eyes in fear, and then she heard a loud boom, as if wind dust was rising around her, but strangely, the attack did not seem to fall on her. Aunt May opened her eyes, and what she saw was that the Chidori soldier was smashed into the wall, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. She quickly looked towards the bed and saw that Jessica had actually woken up and was looking at this scene with a confused look on her face. At the critical moment, she finally woke up. Before her memory could fully recover, she saw a monster man holding a straw and preparing to kill a weak woman. Subconsciously, she picked up something and threw it at it. I didn't expect that the effect would be so good, and the monster would be embedded directly into the wall. When did she have so much strength? Then, she soon discovered the chaos outside the window, and became even more confused. She asked, "Will the world end when I wake up?" The perspective returned to Thor. After he took over Black Dwarf, the two have been fighting until now. Although Thor has already entered the cosmic level of combat power, the world of divine power awakening is too short and there is no other excitement. He is only a newcomer in this field and belongs to the category with weak combat power. To say that he can compete with Captain Marvel is really just to compete with him, and he is not an opponent yet. As the least distinctive and weakest of the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos, Black Dwarf's strength is around the first cosmic level. Originally, Thanos' original intention was for him to contain Black Superman. After all, from Loki's perspective at the time, he did not know Black Superman's true strength. But now that the two have collided, it can be said that they are evenly matched, and there is no way to tell the winner in a short time. Peter naturally came to New York. He looked at the battle between Thor and Black Dwarf and frowned. Black Dwarf seems to be too powerful. The protagonist group and Thanos villain group in the MCU have actually been greatly weakened. The typical protagonist group is Thor and Hulk. Thanos' side was even more weakened. Not to mention that Obsidian's 5 generals became 4 generals, the strongest Deathblade generals and Proxima Centauri were reduced to little more than miscellaneous soldiers. In the comics, they are the ones who can destroy the X-Men together. Only Ebony Marquis can still see it, but it has been greatly weakened. Thanos himself was even crippled. Among other things, he could emit powerful cosmic energy rays without relying on gems. The strength of the Black Dwarf in front of me seems a bit like that of a comic book. And this is much more interesting. MCU's Thanos collects gems to give birth to the universe, while comics Thanos collects gems to lick the goddess of death. And with the goddess of death, it seems that another annoying guy is not far away. Tisk. Peter did not step down to help Thor because his helper was on the way. A huge green figure fell from the sky and hit Black Dwarf heavily, intervening in the battle between Thor and Black Dwarf. Thor looked at the third person in front of him and said happily, "Banner, are you here? I am Hulk." Hulk roared dissatisfied, and then directly raised his fist and hit the Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf was stunned for a while. He finally kicked Hulk away and looked at the player in front of him who was in the same weight class as him. At this time, Thor also surrounded him and blocked his escape route. "You can't run, you. Who are you?" Black Dwarf spat and said, "I am Obsidian 5 under Thanos." Black Dwarf, one of the generals, and the people of Earth, surrender obediently to the great Thanos. "You can't stop Thanos." Thanos. Thor was confused and continued to talk. In the past 1500 years, he had been more involved in the 9 realms and didn't care much about affairs outside the 9 realms. With Odin around, it was impossible for anyone to dare to offend. But Hulk didn't care so much and rushed forward. Thor finally met someone more reckless than himself, and had no choice but to keep up. After a fight, the two sides were able to reach a tie. Now that there is a Hulk of the same level, Black Dwarf's ending can be imagined. Looking away, Peter looked at Gwen again. Gwen was working hard through the streets, trying her best to stop the Chitauri soldiers. Now she was a mature hero. She dealt with it well, and most importantly, she was not injured. However, Gwen was not without worries. She was a little worried about Peter. Although Peter was very powerful, he was just an ordinary person after all, and he had no power to resist these vicious aliens. She has confirmed the safety of her family and her uncle and aunt. It is worth mentioning that Jessica actually woke up and somehow gained superpowers. Now she and George are involved in protecting ordinary people. In action. But Gwen didn't find Peter. She was obviously a superhero, but her boyfriend who was an ordinary person always disappeared, which made Gwen a little depressed. Of course she knew that Peter was so smart and might have already arranged an escape route, but she was just worried. Peter suddenly appeared in Stark Tower. "There is no time for you to continue playing now, Loki, it's time for you to stop and go home with your brother. Black Superman." Loki turned around and looked at Peter who suddenly appeared. He originally thought that he had overestimated Black Superman enough, but now it seems that he still underestimated it. He couldn't even notice how the other party appeared. Of course, he didn't panic because of this and give in. Instead, he responded harshly. "Go home with my brother, obediently? You are so arrogant and annoying." Of course, his ridicule was not entirely out of bad words. And more importantly, it is just delaying time. In the face of the endless torrent of Takurui army, everything will be washed away. Overall, the longer the delay, the greater his advantage. No matter how strong Black Superman is, can he be stronger than Odin? There is nothing he can do until then. No one can experience the terror of the existence in the universe like him. Generally speaking, when you hear something like this, you should refute it and talk trash to each other, right? But he failed to realize what Peter meant when he said there is no time. The next second, a heat vision directly hit his face. Loki was caught off guard and shot away, smashing through Tony's wall. "Damn it, you didn't play according to the routine," Loki just complained. The next second, he found that his ankle was grabbed. "Almost forgot about that," said Peter. Loki was stunned. What did he forget? Then, he found that Black Superman just picked him up and threw him up. Bang! This was the first close contact between his face and the ground. In slow motion, the muscles on his face even shook due to the violent collision. Boom! This was the second time, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Then, boom, boom, the third time, the fourth time. Boom, 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 boom. Call out. Loki was thrown to the ground like used trash. He finally recovered from his trance. Damn it, you actually dare to do this to me. I don't mind if you talk nonsense again. Loki stopped instantly. He was really afraid of this kind of humiliating beating. Of course, he wasn't willing to give in. If he couldn't defeat Black Superman, couldn't he still be disgusted? Gritting his teeth, he still said, "You have great power, but you don't save the people on Earth outside. Should I say that you are indifferent, or what?" Although the heroes still have an advantage for the time being, this is only temporary. They are human beings, their equipment will wear out, their physical strength will be consumed, and there will always be limits. Gwen was still working hard flying between buildings, weaving cobwebs, and clearing out Chidori soldiers. The high-intensity battle even made her quilt a little sore. After this incident, she must ask Peter to press. When she was distracted, a Chidori soldier flew past her. Gwen quickly recovered and fired the spider silk once to tear the opponent off. But the spider silk didn't hit the opposite side as expected, and she realized that unknowingly, her spider silk had once again been exhausted. Looking back, the neighborhood behind her was densely intertwined with all kinds of spider silk. She had never fired so much spider silk at once like she did today, and even the reserved spider silk solution was almost exhausted. She looked up at the sky. Countless Chidori soldiers were still flying out of the portal like locusts. There is absolutely no end in sight for this fight, which is despairing. This is especially true for Steve, Natasha, Felicia, Hawkeye, and others. Their physical strength was not even as good as Gwen's. Except for Steve, everyone else began to decline to varying degrees, breathing heavily. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Especially Hawkeye, who found his quiver empty. Natasha found that it was now difficult for her to deal with a mob in the sky. Harry also found that his explosives were beginning to run out. Although it was fun to explode with sparks along the way, it also consumed a lot of money. "Stark, there's no way we can continue like this," he shouted. Tony's ammunition has long been empty, and he can only rely on the light cannon charged directly by the reactor to attack. The destroyer armor on his body also suffered varying degrees of wear and tear. After all, it was not a real destroyer. Tony also knew the consequences of procrastinating. What he felt at the moment was that all three directions were exploded. Even though he had tried his best to clear the troops, there were still many strange enemies, and it seemed that there were more and more. He raised his head and looked at the portal in the sky. We must solve the root cause. But everyone knows the truth, but it is difficult to do it. That's where the Chidori troops stormed, so it was naturally heavily guarded. There was no way he or Harry could rush through. There must be a really fierce guy. As for Thor and Hulk, they naturally beat up the Black Dwarf. The 3 universe-level battles also caused all kinds of huge damage. Looking across New York, there is war, destruction, and chaos everywhere. And Peter, who has the strongest perception, naturally sees it most clearly. Loki stared at Peter. He originally thought that his words would be a fatal attack on the heart. So what if the other party is stronger? As long as a weakness is exposed, it will be exploited by his deceitful god. But he didn't expect that Black Superman would just step on him, causing his whole body to collapse to the ground. Then he said condescendingly, "Why should I take action?" Loki's face stiffened. "You shouldn't take action. This is your mother race, your planet. You know it's my planet and you dare to invade it? Odin doesn't even dare to do that." Loki didn't know that Black Superman was blowing water on Odin. Well, he just said, "Don't change the subject, Black Superman. The fact is that you watched them being invaded and distressed, but you turned a cold eye. Because I am too strong," Peter said suddenly. "What?" Loki said somewhat confused. Peter just said, "If I were weak, I would fight with them, because only in this way can I protect my world and everything around me. If I were not so weak, I would directly kill these Chideris, go back to outer space and give Thanos the middle finger." Loki thought Black Superman was crazy. Who was he just talking about? Thanos? He actually knows? And he said it as casually as an ordinary person on the roadside? When he came back to his senses, he only heard Peter continue, "I am too strong, and my will is enough to change everything on this planet, enough to protect them in a perfect utopia from any threats. Maybe in Marvel. Among them, Peter's strength is a bit overestimating when he says such things. After all, Marvel's Earth is the center of the universe, and with all the great gods, destruction may come one day. But Peter still has this confidence, as long as he wants to. Isn't this bad?" Loki asked. Peter looked at him strangely. What is the difference between such a human being and a domestic animal? Loki was stunned. The god of trickery was actually unable to turn around at this time. Although everyone has imagined that an omniscient, omnipotent, and well-intentioned lord will take over the world, what does such a world have to do with human beings? Human beings should have their own future, even if this future is not perfect, full of twists and turns, and inhabited by a corner. If we can't overcome the current level of difficulties, then human beings will be too disappointing. Loki was a little stunned. Although he was also called a god, he had never thought about it from this perspective. I feel that the Black Superman at this moment is somewhat similar to Odin. No, this must be an illusion. Then why are you still attacking me? Loki immediately seized the loophole to fight back. But the next moment, he felt the foot on his chest getting heavier, making him a little out of breath. Black Superman said, "What humans do is their business, but you dare to touch my things." Peter's meaning is very obvious. Human beings can do whatever they want, even if they are in the mood one day. But if others dare to covet it, they will have to taste his fist. Of course, he treats small disasters as fun, but if there is a big problem, he will still solve it. As soon as Peter finished speaking, the situation on the battlefield outside also changed. In the center of New York, under the siege of Thor and Hulk, Black Dwarf finally couldn't hold on anymore. Hulk broke through the defense and punched his jaw hard, knocking his head off. Immediately afterwards, Thor followed up with a hammer and knocked the Black Dwarf's head to the other side. Hulk's fist followed up again, and then Thor's thunder and lightning. The two of them had a somewhat tacit understanding, and their combos were quite smooth at the moment. This combination of wild beasts and macho men completely defeated Black Dwarf and made him lose the ability to resist. Thor's eyebrows were raised when he saw the victory, and he was quite happy. He stretched out his hand to celebrate with Hulk. "Hey, brother." Unexpectedly, Hulk waved his hand, looked at the sky, and directly aimed at a Chitauri main ship to jump. "Go up." Yes, he went to harm others again. Thor acted as if nothing was wrong and retracted his hand in embarrassment. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a younger brother that he had not dealt with. He looked toward Stark Tower. When Thor arrived at the top of the building, he happened to see the Black Superman stepping on his younger brother. "What are you doing?" He walked up and asked. Peter glanced at Thor and said, "Of course I have to subdue him." Well, Thor was hesitant to speak, but looking at Loki, who was out of breath after being stepped on, he finally couldn't help but said carefully, "Loki, he's an Asgardian. Are you trying to protect him?" "No, I didn't mean that." Thor looked at Black Superman's helpless look, with a headache on his face. This is a guy who even beat up his father. There are too many people on the earth to fake it. He was really afraid of the dark. Superman slapped Loki in anger. "I mean, Asgard's laws will give him the most appropriate punishment." However, Loki was not moved by Thor's begging for mercy. He just sneered and said, "You don't have to pretend like this in front of me. In fact, you want Black Superman to kill me, right?" Thor looked at Loki in surprise. "Why do you think so? Isn't it true?" "Oh, that's right. I am now a complete traitor and cannot pose any threat to you. Saving me will make my father look at you more highly, right?" Thor was stunned for a moment. Is there still such a way to play it? Thor knew that Loki had always had a mysterious misunderstanding about him since he escaped from prison. He was somewhat helpless about it, scratched his head and looked at Black Superman. He once tried to find Black Superman, hoping to get some advice from him. After all, Black Superman's words at that time were surprisingly similar to Loki's. Peter didn't want to see these two brothers falling in love and killing each other anymore. He looked directly at Loki and said, "Do you think Thor has such a brain?" Thor: "Well, it's actually insulting, but it's inexplicable. Persuasive. Impossible." Loki shouted. At that time, if I hadn't been smart, he would have been killed in prison. Since becoming the regent, Thor has changed. He even found someone to join forces to fight against him. Was he talking about you at that time? Are you in the same group? That's right. Now that I'm in your hands, there's nothing to say. Even if you kill me, it's useless. The portal has been opened, and Chitauri's the army will completely conquer the earth. He seemed to know that he was at the end of the road, and shouted a little gaffefully. Peter frowned, too lazy to spend any more time on this guy. Loki had lost his value as a toy. He kicked Loki directly to Thor's feet, and then took out a recording. Both Loki and Thor were a little confused. The next second, the recorder was turned on, and the voice of Black Superman came from inside. "Are you worried about how to avoid future troubles? After all, if I remember correctly, your brother I once wanted to kill you. He was imprisoned, and Odin was sleeping again. During this period, you have 10,000 ways to kill him without any blood." Then Thor said, Wait. Why do you have such evil thoughts? Like an evil devil. Otherwise, aren't you worried because of him?" "Yes, but I don't want to kill him, but my brother." Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. But he tried to compete with you for the throne, didn't he? A qualified emperor should learn to eradicate dissidents and leave no further trouble. No, it's absolutely impossible for me to do such a thing. If I do, I would rather not take this throne. This made the two brothers stunned for a moment. Loki didn't know that Thor had said such a thing before. Could it be true? What's wrong is that he misunderstood. Thor never wanted to do anything to him, but he was the one who kept causing problems. Thor stood there, his eyes widened. A familiar feeling suddenly rose in his heart. It was somewhat similar to the feeling Mjolnir had when he was forcibly branded as the Black Superman, but it was also somewhat different. But it all feels like being played by the Black Superman. This made his hand holding Mjolnir tremble a little and his knuckles turned white. He stared at Peter. "You actually recorded at that time. You had expected such a day. With Loki's temperament, he is prepared for any trouble, isn't he?" This kind of sudden exposure in front of Loki, the nameless shame of being the younger brother's control, really drove Thor to the extreme. At this moment, he didn't dare to face the way Loki looked at him. If it was over, he would be ridiculed severely. Thor suddenly understood the fact that he was really sick and asked Black Superman to help him. Although the matter was resolved, it seemed to have caused greater harm to the person involved. Banner, rightward arrow _ rightward arrow. No wonder everyone has a subtle expression when they mention Black Superman. However, the matter was not over yet. Thor only felt that Mjolnir in his hand suddenly trembled uneasily. The next second, he was suddenly pulled out by a huge force, or flew out on his own initiative, and fell into the hands of Black Superman. Thor's eyes widened again. Are you still coming? I saw Peter swinging the hammer, throwing an arc in the air with lightning, and then throwing it upward. The hammer directly smashed through the roof of the Stark building, flying towards the portal in the sky, which was the violent channel for the Chitauri army, guarding densely packed soldiers and large fish ships. Mjolnir crashed into it like a beam of super electromagnetic cannon shells, destroying everything in orbit. The Chitauri soldiers quickly reacted to the blockers and rushed over to block them. However, as soon as they got within a certain distance of the Mew hammer, they were evaporated by the powerful thunder and lightning emitted by the hammer. More and more Chitauri soldiers ran into it. They had realized the terror of this thunder light. But in order to guard the passage, they all rushed forward without hesitation, even if they sacrificed their lives and bodies to stop it. Even large fish ships blocked the hammer, but this did not slow down the speed of the Meow hammer. She penetrated the fish ships, and everything in front of her was ruthlessly destroyed. The Chitauri were confused and didn't understand what the thing that suddenly flew out was. Do people on Earth have such powerful weapons? In the distance, the heroes have all entered a period of exhaustion, looking at the countless Chitauri army with despair. This fight seems to have no end. Then, they quickly noticed the strange movement in the center of the Chitauri army. Looking from a distance, they could only see a beam of lightning penetrating into the cloud curtain composed of Chitauri soldiers. And then, a huge lightning storm exploded among the Chitauri. In an instant, countless Chitauri corpses and debris fell from the sky like dumplings. Afterwards, statistics show that this sweeping strike may be the Chitauri's most lethal attack on the Earth. In Stark Tower, Thor was numb with shock. He looked at Black Superman blankly and didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment. Although Thor had long known that Black Superman was extremely powerful, he was using his hammer at the moment. Again, without any hesitation, at least say hello. Of course, the most important thing is that Mjolnir actually reached another orgasm in the hands of Black Superman, and he couldn't do it at all. I'll help you clean up all the soldiers in the way, Lord of Outer Space. The ship is up to you. Black Superman just left these words and disappeared. Thor felt inexplicably complicated, but in the end he could only rush up to the sky to pick up the hammer. There was no choice but to forgive her. Loki, on the other hand, picked up the recording that Peter had thrown on the ground, found a place to sit down, and stared blankly. At the portal, Thor successfully retrieved the hammer. The originally dense Chitauri army had been completely cleared around him, and the sky was surprisingly clean and cloudless. But his attention was mainly focused on Mjolnir. Thor discovered that after being used by Black Superman, Mjolnir was extremely full at the moment, exuding powerful divine power, Black Superman's, all the time, as if he was full. It was so full that his little magical power suddenly seemed pitiful. After a period of healing, the melancholy that finally began to fade began to appear again in the Asgard prince, and it was foreseeable that this time will last longer. Sometimes what's more despairing than someone else being inside her is knowing you can't reach that depth. Tony also rushed over at this time. He originally wanted to attack the portal, but with the large number of Chitauri soldiers watching, he had no way to attack. It's fine now. He looked at Thor and the powerful hammer in his hand, and couldn't help but admire. Thor, you did a great job. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Thor, _ Thor didn't know how to respond to Tony's compliment. Of course he didn't care about this kind of honor that didn't belong to him, but he couldn't accept it. Tony asked him with a gossipy face. Who used his Mjolnir? There is a difference between what you know and what everyone knows. Therefore, he just nodded expressionlessly, then turned around and rushed into the space portal, arriving in outer space where the Chitauri Legion was located. Although the Chitauri Legion is now almost unilaterally defeating humans, they are actually not strong in the universe. A large part of the reason is that they connected the master brains of all soldiers to the mothership. Although this allows them to obtain faster information synchronization and not be afraid of life and death, it also faces a problem. As long as the mothership is bombed, all of them will be offline and unable to get back up. After Thor's bloodline awakened, in conjunction with Mjolnir, he had the destructive power to destroy a space battleship by himself. Of course, because of the shallow accumulation, it cannot be as easy as anti-surprise. However, now that Peter has filled up the Meowth hammer, the situation will be different. Although these raging divine powers cannot last forever, they have given Thor the power to squander it in a short period of time, which can be said to have completed the last piece of the puzzle. But Thor, whose strength was unprecedentedly expanded, not only did not feel excited at all, but instead felt depressed. After Mjolnir was taken away by that man, he now had to use that man's divine power to kill enemies. Chitauri soldiers were constantly surrounding him. After a fierce psychological struggle, Thor still had eyesight. As soon as he closed it, the man's divine power was blasted out. New York. Back when the Chitauri soldiers were eating dumplings together, Gwen was also shocked by the sudden, miraculous phenomenon over New York. Facing the densely packed Chidori soldiers falling from a height of thousands of miles, her first reaction was not to avoid them, but to shoot out all the last spider silk on her body, weaving a huge spider web within her ability. She saved the nearby New York citizens and allowed them to survive. Those who were saved were naturally grateful to her. But Gwen was not complacent, because she could see that everywhere the spider web could not reach, there were buildings and structures destroyed by the fallen Chidori corpses. Ordinary people. It can be said that most of New York was turned into waste in this wave of fall, especially the bustling neighborhood where Stark Tower is located, where the buildings and Chidori corpses were piled up into hills. And just when Gwen was about to go to save people elsewhere, she suddenly heard a familiar cry. Gwen? Gwen? Gwen looked quickly and saw a somewhat embarrassed Peter greeting her in the crowd. Gwen finally found Peter and was so surprised that she hurried over. Peter, I finally found you. Are you okay? Where have you been? Peter looked at Gwen and smiled. I have been avoiding attacks from these aliens and looking for trouble. Gwen. Looking for me? Yes, can you come with me, Gwen? Of course. What's the matter? We need to treat the victims in New York now. Oh my god, that wave just now, will all the Chidori in the sky have been defeated? In Gwen's eyes, Peter is kind, and it was precisely because of his encouragement that she began to take her identity as Spider-Woman seriously and help more people seriously. Now New York is facing an unprecedented crisis, and countless citizens are really suffering from disasters. If Peter is okay, he will definitely support her and work with her to save her people. But unexpectedly, the Peter in front of her actually said, "Don't worry about other people, you come with me now." This made Gwen frown and looked at her boyfriend, who suddenly became a bit strange in front of her strangely. What's wrong, Peter?" And the Peter in front of him was naturally not the real Peter, but an observer from the Space-Time Administration. It's nothing, Gwen, I'm really in a hurry." At this moment, when he saw that Gwen was beginning to doubt, he no longer hesitated, and stretched out his hand to pull Gwen away directly. The relationship between Peter Parker and Gwen is too close. Even if he has doubts, Gwen will definitely not be able to confirm anything rashly at this moment. The final result will be that he will half push and half pull him away. In fact, this is indeed the case. Even if the Peter in front of her is a bit weird, Gwen cannot refuse directly out of her trust in Peter. At this moment, a heavy landing roar suddenly sounded in their ears, interrupting the process. Both of them subconsciously looked at Peter, who was coming after throwing the hammer in Stark Tower. Let her go. Peter looked at the timeline observer, who looked exactly like him, and threatened. Black Superman. Gwen asked doubtfully, not understanding why Black Superman suddenly appeared here, and the first sentence was so directed at Peter. She consciously stopped in the middle of the two of them. What are you doing? Black Superman. Peter. And the observer on the other side also raised his hands to signal, I didn't touch her. Hearing this, Gwen suddenly he turned around and looked at Peter in disbelief. At this moment, the heavily armed anomaly handling team rushed out from all around and surrounded several people. The leading black ant directly pointed the device in her hand at Peter. Black Superman, have you finally stopped hiding? Sure enough, once Gwen Stacy is threatened, you will not be able to help but appear. Gwen has already completely confused. The sudden arrival of the Black Superman, the weird Peter, no, it's hard to say whether it's Peter or not, and the sudden appearance of this mysterious soldier, all of which messed up her brain. Wait, why? Will Black Superman appear because of me? She spoke out to try to resolve the confusion. The black ant just looked at her pitifully. Have you not discovered it yet? What have you discovered? Gwen. Are you people from the Time Management Bureau so talkative? Peter said sarcastically. Talk too much. The black ant stared at Peter closely and said, no, after arresting you and bringing you to justice, we will also erase this wrong timeline, and all this will not exist. Gwen said to the black man. Superman was very unhappy when he interrupted the black ant's leak. What kind of dirty secrets does the famous Black Superman have that he cannot let her know? However, she no longer has the mind to pay attention to these, because the black ant's words are really creepy. Wait, erase the timeline? What do you mean? I will take care of it, Gwen. Peter just replied to her, which made Gwen feel strange, because this tone felt very familiar to her. Peter looked at the time administration team surrounding him, chuckled, and said, how can you be so sure that you caught me instead of me catching you? The black ant heard Peter's words. As he spoke, he subconsciously felt something was wrong, and without hesitation, he turned the time control device in his hand. But it was too late. Black Superman's speed was too fast. In just this moment, all the team members around her were knocked down. Yes, Peter planned to penetrate the enemy camp and steal his home, but pretending to be helpless was not his style. He planned to grab it and rush in directly. Fortunately, the black ant finally arrived. At the last moment when Peter attacked her, the black ant looked at the Black Superman, who was fixed in the air by the time-slowing device, and said proudly, no matter how powerful you are, you can still unable to escape the pursuit of the time administration. What? The corners of the black ant's mouth had just raised, but they quickly froze at this moment. I saw that the Black Superman, who had been slowed down countless times, was still rushing towards her face at a very fast speed. Damn it, slow down. Slow down more? What? Is it already the slowest? The black ant panicked and controlled the time device in her hand, but it was of no use. It couldn't stop the Black Superman at all. Or in other words, it blocked it, but it didn't completely blocked. Not surprisingly, Peter's fist caught up with the black ant. And unlike others, in order to break through the time force field, Peter used a lot of force with this punch, which also caused the black ant to explode into blood mist and spray out under this punch. And with the death of the black ant, the surrounding time quickly returned to normal. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Gwen only felt that in the blink of an eye, everyone around him fell, including Peter. And the arrogant black ant seemed to evaporate directly. What happened? She stared at the black Superman. I hope you can give me an explanation. You seem very familiar with me. Peter looked at Gwen, of course, but mid-sentence, he stopped abruptly and suddenly looked up at the sky. At the same time, Gu Yi, who was paying attention to the events in New York from far away in Kamatage, widened his eyes in surprise. The heroes fighting in New York, and Tony, who had cleared the Chidori mothership and returned from the time portal to meet Thor, all raised their heads at this time and looked directly above the earth. I saw a somewhat treacherous huge human face covering the sky, blocking the sun. And the face and body were completely black, like the deep space of the universe, with various stars moving in it. This scene is like the arrival of a giant god, full of an incomparable sense of oppression. If the previous Chidori Legion is still within the range that people can understand, there is still hope of resistance. At this time, the Titan represents despair, incomprehensibility, and inability to resist. Tony, who was high up in the sky, even lost the courage to continue struggling for a moment. Oh my god, is the end really coming? God? Real God? The surviving people all over the earth who could see this scene, murmured in confusion. And Peter also frowned deeply at this moment. If this was the Time Management Bureau, would it have come too soon? But thinking about it at this moment was of no use. He could already feel that the other party's eyes were locked on him. Peter did not hesitate to call up the system panel. Do you want to spend 1 million points to upgrade your talent? Superman Talent Pack LV3. Update successed. Congratulations on getting the talent, Superman Talent Pack LV4. Do you want to spend 500,000 points to upgrade the talent, Thunder God's Power LV3? Upgraded successfully. Congratulations on getting the talent, Thunder God's Power LV4. The points accumulated during this period have been cleared again, but in exchange, the strength has been expanded again. Originally, Peter didn't want to use it so quickly, but the change came too quickly. Immediately afterwards, he flew up and rushed towards the huge human face. People have blocked the door directly, and there is no room for maneuver. Having almost lost their fighting spirit, Tony and the others could only feel a figure suddenly rising into the sky against everyone. In the blink of an eye, they could only see the back of that figure, heading towards the giant god without hesitation. No matter at any time, no matter how annoying he is on weekdays. At the critical moment, when everyone is unable to resist, he still walks in front of everyone, which can't help but fascinate people. This scene left a very deep memory in Tony, and the giant god also stretched out his dark hand that was moving the stars, and covered it heavily. A violent flash of light lit up, so dazzling that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes to avoid being pierced. When the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes again, they were all stunned for a moment. The giant human face above the earth is still there, intact. At most, there was a flash of physical pain on his face, like being pricked by a needle. But Black Superman disappeared without a trace. People felt a panic for no reason. Many people praised the admirer Black Superman, and many people felt uncomfortable with his existence. But no matter what, none of them realized one thing at this moment. If Black Superman is gone and there is no Black Superman to protect him, what should they do? And that huge human face looked at the earth, and his eyes didn't show any more. He just stretched out his hand to cover the sky again, and a huge spell was running in his hands, and then quickly covered the entire earth. By the time the spell dissipated, the huge human face had long since disappeared. The ground in New York was still full of Chidori mutilations, but the heroes were all in place at the moment, somewhat dazed. Tony frowned and looked at Thor beside him. Did you take care of the Chidori mothership? Yes, with my hammer. But why do I feel like I forgot something? Thor he also frowned. Yes, it's annoying and physically uncomfortable, but it seems like I can't live without him. Illusion. Maybe. But what's the reason for the inexplicable panic in my heart? STAK, you won't be frightened by the Chidori, will you? No, how is that possible? Tony yelled a little uncontrollably, and gasped. I am sure that there is something indescribable and terrifying. On the ground, Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye also felt more or less that something was missing. But when they saw New York being destroyed by the Chidori around them, they had no choice but to let go of their hearts for a while. Doubts and began rescue work. Felicia closed her eyebrows tightly, full of distress. I remember. I seemed to have agreed to be a pet to some annoying guy. Damn it, who is that guy? The Master. Who is the Master? Hulk looked at the Chidori wreckage all over the ground and quickly understood that he was no longer needed here. With his simple mind, he didn't think so much, so he jumped and left New York. In the prison outside New York, Kingpin suddenly became furious and smashed everything in sight, whether it was people or objects. The other criminals had never seen the Underground Emperor so furious. They were confused and extremely frightened. Only Kingpin knew that he seemed to have forgotten something extremely important, a kind of faith and spiritual sustenance. This drove him crazy, destroying everything along the way. It wasn't until he came to the church in the deepest part of the prison and saw the huge statue behind the podium that he finally felt a little peace of mind. He slowly walked to the statue, stretched out his hand and touched it. Church, God, that's it, hee. No matter who you are, I will definitely waiting for you to appear again. Haha, who was in the sky above New York Lee wasn't much better, he just remembered that he loved and admired something. But I can't remember what that thing is. Is it a human being, or some kind of spirit or symbol? He didn't know clearly. He only remembered that he seemed to be fighting with someone for the church that belonged to him. No matter what, at least I have to keep the only thing left in front of me. Gwen also stood there blankly. I feel like I have forgotten something. But before he could take a closer look, he saw the remaining soldiers from the Time Administration capturing Peter. Wait, what are you doing? She stopped him. But as soon as the soldiers saw Gwen come back to her senses, they immediately increased their speed, set up the observers and fled back to the rectangular door. Of course, in Gwen's eyes, this meant that Peter had been captured by a group of inexplicable people. How could she accept such a thing? She wanted to catch up, but the rectangular door had been closed one step ahead. Just like this, she suddenly forgot something, and then lost Peter again. This made her stand there blankly, feeling empty in her heart. She couldn't recover for a long time, not knowing whether she should be sad or what. She actually felt as if she had lost something more important than the Peter in front of her. This made her extremely confused. Until she saw the same device as those guys with blood on her feet. This belongs to the Black Ant. It was mostly damaged when it was attacked by Peter, but it seems to still be able to activate. Diana stood on the edge of the cliff of Paradise Island, looking far into the distance. The Paradise Island where the Amazons live is located on an endless blue sea. The sea reflects the clean sky. It has been full of tranquility and isolation for many years. She likes it here. When something unpleasant happens to her, she will always come here and close her eyes to feel the mountains, rivers, sea, and sky. This can make her feel calm. In today's duel training, she successfully defeated the teacher who taught her martial arts, Antiope. This is something worth celebrating. But the problem is that she unintentionally defeated Antiope with the force of the collision of her wrist guards. As she grew older, she gradually felt the difference between herself and other Amazon female warriors. Her physique is better and her strength is stronger. Although she doesn't show it very well on weekdays, the huge force erupted from the collision of the wrist guards today fully demonstrated this specialness. She became an anomaly, and her fellow Amazons looked at her like a freak, which made her very uncomfortable. According to the normal timeline, next, she will accidentally encounter people from the outside world who accidentally enter Paradise Island. An excellent pilot and spy during World War I, and a handsome white man with blonde hair and blue eyes named Steve. Then he went out to search for and defeat Ares, the god of war, and then wandered into the human world. But now something unexpected happened, and two uninvited guests came to break the tranquility at once. Peter was not actually injured after colliding with the giant god that covered the sky. The LV4 steel body and divine power gave him strong defense and strength. At least the hasty blow of the giant god was not enough to hurt him. Instead, it was the other way around, and Peter slightly opened a wound on the other party. Judging from this, the opponent's strength definitely did not reach the level of the multiverse, or in other words, the state at that time should be between multiverse and single. Peter didn't know how the Time Management Bureau persuaded the Titan to take action, whether it was a timely response, or whether it was premeditated. In short, it is not incomprehensible that this organization and some masters who have the authority to control time have some pie. What's more, is it directly because of him? However, even if Peter was not injured, the energy of the other party was too great. Even if the other party was not in its prime at the time, the energy of the connection was not compromised. This gave the other party the conditions to directly throw Peter out of the universe where he was. From this point of view, the other party seems to be more like some kind of self-protection mechanism of the universe, like an immune system, cleaning up those abnormal existences that have an excessive impact. It is even said that the Space-Time Administration itself is part of this self-protection mechanism. After Peter took down the Time Team, the mechanism of the administration itself was not enough to handle abnormalities. Perhaps it was because it was determined that the fall of the Export Administration was only a matter of time. Only then did a deeper abnormal mechanism emerge. As for whether this mechanism is an ancient organization, a multidimensional god, or some kind of power, there is actually no difference. Most importantly, he takes action. All this is just to ensure that absolute plot points happen smoothly, and just to clear up those abnormalities that shouldn't exist. From the beginning, Peter's opponent was not the Time Administration, or in other words, the opponent was just a chess piece, a knife. The goal that Peter needs to fight is the underlying rules of the Marvel world. It has nothing to do with being powerful or not. Even if the other party is just an ordinary person, as long as the other party has the authority to change, create stories, and set settings, then he can stand above everything in the Marvel world. Peter has long known that. If he wants to get rid of the absolute plot point with Gwen, then he can only find a way to make his universe independent, break away from Marvel's control and influence, and derive his own Black Superman universe. Become the OAA of his universe. This is a very distant goal. As mentioned above, it has nothing to do with how powerful the power is. Even if it is at the level of the multiverse or the omnipotent universe, in the final analysis it is still within the framework and story of others. This is a kind of confrontation and competition for authority. In this regard, Peter can even be said to be just getting started. Of course, even if you are just starting out, you are already transcending 99.9% of the creatures in this world. And this started because Peter was exiled into the deep space of the universe and entered the second world, the DC universe. When the light returned again, Peter found himself above the sky above the sea. Even he needs a second to come back to his senses after a long journey through the universe. And in this second, go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Boom! A biplane propeller combat force directly hit it head-on, and was then smashed into pieces by the Man of Steel. The broken fuselage and wreckage crashed into the sea. Peter frowned, appeared beside the crashed plane, and picked up the pilot inside. It seems that humans also exist in this world, and technology has reached the level of the early 20th century. He has just arrived, and he doesn't know which world this world is. When his senses are loose, except for the small island not far away, there is life. There are no signs, but the sea beyond is a void, as if blocked by something. This unlucky situation in front of him might be a good breakthrough, allowing him to obtain some information about the world. In the blink of an eye, Peter's super brain, which had been useless for a long time, had many thoughts and even made several plans. However, the next second, he saw a human head suddenly emerge from the sea, with a head on top of it. A relatively familiar face. It was Diana who saw the outsider falling and jumped into the sea to rescue her. She was looking at Peter flying in the air with a confused expression. In an instant, all the plans drawn up by the super brain to obtain intelligence were scrapped. The corner of Peter's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, he seemed to know which world this was. Sure enough, American comics are really inseparable from Marvel and DC. Take the unlucky guy in your arms back to the coast and throw it away. Since the one in the sea is Diana, then the unlucky guy is Steve, right? Peter complained slightly, as if he had ruined a historic meeting. Are you a man? Diana finally swam back to the shore after him, got up from the sea, stared at Peter and asked curiously. There is no way, for Amazon, men are indeed a rare commodity, but what is even more rare is a man who can fly. Yes. Peter responded lightly. Diana looked at Peter's toes again. It had always been a habit when he was Black Superman, even if nothing happened, Peter would always float in the air, with his toes at least a few centimeters away from the ground. Can you fly? She asked again. Nonsense. I think the one who fell into the water next to me needs your care more. I'm sorry, it's the first time I've seen a flying person. The book says that only gods and birds can fly. Diana had already hurriedly walked up, before waking up Steve. As soon as Steve woke up and saw such a beautiful face, he was stunned for a moment, and then quickly asked, "Where is this? Paradise Island. Where is Paradise Island?" Steve just finished speaking. After that, a noisy sound came from the sea. The two of them turned their heads and looked around, and saw a huge warship appearing on the sea, surrounded by many small boats. It's the Germans. They are bad guys. Come on, we have to run away. Steve got up in a panic and said, "German army?" Diana asked. Only then did Steve notice Peter's existence. There was no way anyone who woke up at this time would have Diana's first attention. He was wearing a pitch-black jumpsuit that supported his extremely perfect figure, and the white cloak made him very handsome. Although it was not the style of this era, it was hard for him not to look bad. Only then did he suddenly remember, hell, it seemed like this was what his plane hit before crashing? Steve's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Peter. At the same time, Diana. On the cliff, the Amazon warriors who discovered the abnormality and the disappearance of Diana also came over one after another. They quickly saw several people on the beach, especially two strange men, headed by Amazon Queen Hippolyta immediately shouted, "Stay away from her, do you hear me?" German soldiers, Amazon warriors, spy chiefs, and travelers from other worlds all gathered together on a small beach and sea area. The power is very chaotic. Normally speaking, the Amazons would then inexplicably have to engage in a hand-to-hand combat with the German troops who landed on the island, and have a multiplayer action drama. Then the immortal Amazons, who were still using bows, arrows, and spears, would not surprisingly be attacked by human firearms. Advanced strikes, realize that times have changed, and then trigger a series of plots. This kind of advancement is cliched, boring, and superficial. Facts are also developing in this direction. Queen Hippolyta has discovered the invaders on the sea and immediately ordered, "Prepare bows and arrows." Steve on the side found that the Amazon heavy man actually held a bow and arrows to fight against the Germans, and he immediately his heart froze. "Do they have guns?" he asked, but deep down he was thinking how could they withstand the German army with its iron ships and guns. These natives seemed to be implicated because of him. However, the next second, he saw a thick, scorching red ray sweeping across the sea, destroying the huge warship and other ships in an instant. The sea suddenly returned to calm. While the sea surface returned to calm, the beach also fell into silence. Everyone looked at everything in front of them with a ghostly look. After the Amazons on the cliff reacted, they directly turned their arrows to point at Peter. "Who are you? Why did you come to Paradise Island?" Hippolyta asked solemnly. "Don't be nervous, I'm just helping you skip some unnecessary steps." Peter spread his hands. "I think I don't have any ill intentions." "Probably. Yes." Peter said kindly, "You guys don't have any intentions. If you point an arrow at me, it's hard to say. The Amazons successfully felt Peter's kindness, put down their weapons one after another, even gave him the highest treatment, and enthusiastically welcomed him into the island. A dozen beautiful female warriors with strong bodies and 8-pack ABS were also arranged to serve around him. What? Another interloper Steve? Maybe because he couldn't feel his kindness, he would have been tied up by Wu Huadada, put in a prison and became a prisoner. As for Queen Hippolyta, she hurriedly summoned the top Amazon officials. Although the Amazon has a veritable queen, perhaps because of the Western liberal democracy, when they decide on some important matters, they still go through the parliamentary system and discuss it with several senior officials who are powerful or occupy important positions on the island. Vote. But now, they encountered a crucial thing. Paradise Island, which has not been discovered by the outside world for thousands of years, suddenly has an intruder today, and one of them is so powerful that it seems to rival the gods. Queen Hippolyta has the most say on this point. After all, she had been lingering with Zeus for a while and gave birth to Diana. It was precisely because of this that she could understand how powerful that man was. At least, in her eyes, he felt similar to Zeus. As for the more detailed content, it is limited to her own strength and vision, and that's it. Regarding this team of intruders, Amazon executives at the meeting had two attitudes. God asked us to guard this place and isolate it from the world. The intruders have seriously provoked the rules and majesty of the gods. We should kill or expel the intruders. This is the conservative statement. No, on the contrary, the barrier that separates Paradise Island from the outside world was set up by the gods. There have been no problems for thousands of years. Now that there are intruders, this can only mean that it is the instructions of the gods. We should follow the gods' guidance. This is the radical view. The content of their discussion was transmitted to Peter's super hearing without missing a beat. It's not that he wants to listen to a group of women arguing, he just wants to take this opportunity to confirm the version of the world he lives in. Compared to the Marvel Universe, which has a relatively clear and complete timeline of major events and time, DC's side is simply a mess. Leaving aside the golden and silver ages of the ancient times, the New 52 was originally going to be a relatively complete new storyline after the reset. Unexpectedly, it was soft rebooted again in Rebirth and reintroduced some of the previous ones. Set up. Coupled with the film and television versions, it can be said to be so confusing that it can be a hodgepodge. At least, the Diana in front of Peter, although her facial features are somewhat similar to Gal Gadot, her figure is undoubtedly closer to the 75-year-old Linda Carter. The meeting continued, and Peter was preoccupied with three things, focusing part of his attention on the system panel. Superman Talent Pack and Thor Power have both reached LV4, which cost Peter 1 million points and 500,000 points respectively, and this also made his strength reach the peak of Odin, and even faintly surpassed it. That is, Odin in his prime, holding Gungnir and wearing the Destroyer's hard god set. Now if he goes back to beat the old Odin, it can only be said to be a beating, rather than relying on youth and strength to show off. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. At the same time, the points for the Superman Talent Pack to upgrade to the next level have also reached 5 million, and the Thunder God's power has also skyrocketed to 2.5 million. The taskbar has also been updated with several new tasks. Ding! Get a new mission, go home. You unexpectedly came to a new universe. Maybe this universe is equally vast and wonderful, but there are still some things that you can't let go of in the previous universe. Now you need to find your way home. Mission goal, return to the Marvel Universe. Mission reward, 1 million points. Ding! Get a new mission, Anchor Point. You have come to a brand new universe, where there are many unknown people and things, and even fun for you to discover. Leave more of your mark on this world and dye it your own black. P.S. So, someone is going to suffer again, right? Mission goal, leave enough traces in the new world. Mission reward, DC Universe Anchor Point plus 500,000 points. System. The mission issued comes from Peter's idea. As for why there is the two somewhat contradictory tasks can only be said to be complicated. Peter both wants to return to Marvel and is full of curiosity about the DC world in front of him. What will happen when Black Superman hits Superman? Oh, by the way, Superman isn't born yet. Which makes it even more interesting. However, the most interesting thing is actually in the system store. Peter squinted his eyes and looked at several new gadgets that appeared in the store. Marvel Universe Anchor 1 million. Cosmic Concept Entity? Needless to say, the Marvel Universe Anchor Point, like the DC Anchor Point, is most likely a function of the system to assist the host in traveling. Referring to the task above, if you want to obtain the Anchor Point, or if you want the Anchor Point to take effect, you must need Peter I have a certain degree of influence on the universe. Even if the memory of existence is erased, the mark left by Black Superman is still enough. It is difficult for ordinary people to carry out this kind of cross-world and super-universe travel. Even if it is possible, it will take countless time and attempts. But with the Anchor Point, the situation should be very different. The guy who deported Peter at the time should not have expected this. As for the cosmic conceptual entity, it should be left behind by the giant god. There is a big difference between gods and gods in Marvel. People like the multi-level eternity, death, etc. are also called gods, but that is just a matter of translation. They themselves are the embodiment of the rules of the Marvel Universe. They are part of the fabric of the universe, and as long as the Marvel Universe exists, they will never die. and this part of the gods is called the conceptual entity of the universe. Good guy, this is not a sudden plot kill of the boss. It is simply a gift of treasures. The top-notch divine equipment in the late game is delivered to Peter in one fell swoop. But at the back surprised Peter. Does it mean it can't be purchased? Does it still require certain conditions, or is the system failing? Of course, that will all happen in the future, and what really made Peter frown is a new ability whose name is below. Even the cosmic conceptual entity system can capture and manifest it. So what level and dimension can make the system even have a few question marks in its name? This sudden can be said to be full of weirdness, which makes people think deeply. Interesting, that is to say, there is also a shady existence involved. Peter's super brain finally came into use for the second time in one day. However, with no clues at all, he wanted to try again. Most of it was just guessing, and it didn't have much effect, so the super brain was quickly passed again. Super brain, _. And Peter was multitasking. In addition to monitoring the parliament and the system panel, the last part of his mind was on Diana, who suddenly ran in front of him. He looked at Diana. Why did you come to me? Normally, Diana should run to Steve. Just call this Steve number 2 room for the time being to advance the main plot. Listen to Steve 2 talk about the wars and troubles in the outside world today. The fledgling Diana was very curious about Steve number 2, who was a bit handsome and considered an outstanding individual among ordinary people when she first saw him. Even if she had enough knowledge and education, Diana, who was still a warrior at heart, how could she possibly outplay Steve number 2, who was a spy? Her curiosity will be aroused, her emotions stirred up, and she will be sold out again and again. Of course, the main reason is that Diana still has enough hope and concern for human beings. However, she is here now. Because Diana's eyes wandered, she pursed her lips and said, "You are very dangerous. I was the first to discover you, and I am the most powerful warrior on the island. Maybe the second one, no, the third one. I have an obligation to keep an eye on you." Well, between Black Superman and Steve 2, as long as they are not blind, most people make the same choice. It doesn't matter men and women. I thought I had released enough goodwill, but you guys still seem to want to conflict with me. Peter asked rhetorically. Although Amazon's vigilance is obvious to everyone, there are some things that cannot be said openly. Diana has obviously not turned around yet. This caused her to be confused by the direct question. I didn't mean that. The surrounding Amazon warriors also tensed up. Hey, relax, it's okay. Diana quickly reassured her compatriots around her, and then explained to Peter. I didn't mean that, I was just curious. Who are you? Your power seems to be only that of the legendary gods. Yes, but they have long since perished. Perish? Who told you? My mother, Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. I guess this must be some kind of bedtime story. Even if the earth is destroyed, they will not necessarily die. DC's plot is very elaborate, which leads to the gods of Olympus often being dead in many works, but they often have to eat up the books afterwards and become just left the earth, or hide in a certain divine realm. The one who died is fake, clone and so on. Diana was stunned for a moment by these words, but then she heard Peter say, "It's time for you to leave." Diana, frustrated, could only come out of Peter's room in despair. She chose to come to Peter, not only for the same reasons as most people, but also because she was also a little different from ordinary people. Today it was because the awakening level of divine power in her body had exceeded the limit of the protective silver bracelet, causing a shock wave. Of course, she didn't know the reason. She originally thought she could find some clues in Peter, a man who was also different from ordinary people, but he seemed a little cold to her and had little interest in her. This made her a little disappointed. At the same time, Amazon's high-level council finally came to a conclusion. Hippolyta finally stopped the fight between the hawks and the doves and said, "I want to know what countermeasures you have against the other man, the man who directly destroyed the fleet at sea." This made everyone present. The senior officials fell silent. If the other party has bad intentions, we will fight him. The Amazon warriors will never retreat. Antiope, the general of the hawks, said, "No, we don't know the origin and strength of the other party yet." The dove executives instead acted as peacemakers. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This made Antiope sneer. "You are a group of weak guys. Thousands of years of comfort have corrupted you. That's enough." Hippolyta stopped quickly and said with a headache, "We can't rashly conflict with him, we can't know nothing, and we have to send him out of Paradise Island." She looked at everyone and said, "I believe that their arrival is not accidental. I want to use the lasso of truth and hold a duel to choose a warrior. Follow the guidance of the gods and go to the human world with them." Soon, Steve 2 under the crowds of the Amazon crowd, the mono was tied up with a lasso of truth. He was so excited that he vomited everything he should say and shouldn't. This gave everyone in the Amazon a rough idea of the nature of the incident. Ares, the god of war, was causing trouble again. Then, Hippolyta looked at Peter again. "I'm sorry, we need you to wear the lasso of truth. We don't mean any harm, but we have to know if you are the same way." Peter looked at Hippo with slightly pinched eyes. Loot, this made Hippolyta feel a little nervous, fearing that Peter would not cooperate and things would be difficult to end in public. And Peter's destructive power is obvious to all. No Amazon warrior could block the scorching red ray. She glanced at Diana subconsciously. No, not even possible. Fortunately, after Peter stared for a while, he just said, "Of course, no problem." He didn't mean anything else, he just wanted to test the effect of the famous mantra lasso and his resistance. Hippolyta relaxed at this and simply wrapped the noose around Peter's arm. Steve number 2 on the side stared wide-eyed. Why is the treatment so different? And Peter felt the divine power on the lasso, and soon Hippolyta asked him the first question. Who are you? Peter soon felt a wave of divine power released from the lasso, seeping into it, and some kind of rules were forced on him, forcing him to tell the reality of what he was thinking. Of course, it's not that he can't resist forcefully, but the consequence may be to directly destroy the rope. But he didn't intend to lie, and there was no need to lie. Black Superman, a traveler from another world. Other world. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations, but it seemed very reasonable. After all, where did he suddenly appear? Such a strong guy. Of course, they wouldn't have thought that this other world was so far away from Marvel next door. What is your purpose? Going home and sightseeing. Peter replied briefly, is that enough, madam? Hippolyta gave up when she saw that, and quickly withdrew the lasso of truth, and afterwards, he announced the duel. We will send the most powerful warriors to the outside world to deal with Ares, and the candidates will be selected in a gladiatorial battle. Peter also summarized the current situation. The Earth is currently in a state of war. During the First World War, this background is no different from the film and television version. The comic book Steve 2 is already during the Second World War. But the development of things was not like the film and television version, where Diana led the people to escape in the middle of the night. Instead, they were selected for a duel just like in the comics, and they were mixed together again. Needless to say, the outcome of this duel goes without saying. Even though Hippolyta had secretly told Diana not to participate, Diana still participated bravely in the end and won the championship. On the one hand, this is because she has a strong sense of justice and cannot sit back and watch people fall under the clutches of Ares and suffer the devastation of war. On the other hand, Peter's indifference seemed to have the opposite effect, making her want to follow him even more to find out. And Hippolyta had her own reasons for not wanting Diana to participate. The outer obstruction of Paradise Island almost cut off the outside world, and even they had no definite way to return. Once you leave, you will never be able to return to Paradise Island. Hippolyta doted on her daughter so much that she naturally did not want to be separated from Diana, although this setting is often criticized in the follow-up. So, we are going back? Will you help us? Steve number 2 learned that he would be released, and he would bring 2 powerful people with him. The most important reinforcement was the man named Black Superman, who was filled with excitement. Of course. Diana said, this war must be caused by Ares. I will find him, defeat him, end this war, and save people from the pain of war. Steve. Who cares? As for Ares, the god of war, Steve didn't believe it at all. For a moment, he felt that this Amazon princess was a middle-class kid. But he glanced at Peter subconsciously. Okay, maybe it really exists? He was dubious, but winning this war was the most important thing. Peter was very clear about both of them's thoughts. From a personal point of view, there was nothing wrong with Steve's idea. After all, it was just a chess piece. And ending the war is not a problem of Ares. Although in this world, he has nothing to do with the provocation of this war, how it ends still depends on humans themselves. Maybe Diana understood, maybe she didn't. The education she received since she was a child made her naively attribute all problems to Ares, and she harbored an inexplicable hope and affection for human beings. After everything was ready, the 3 returned to the shore surrounded by the Amazon crowd. Queen Hippolyta looked at Diana with complicated eyes. She originally wanted to prevent this day from coming, but her fate seemed to be destined. All she could do was, like any ordinary mother, give the best to her family. Yes, all the useful things were given to Diana. Although these things are not ordinary at all, there is also the Black Superman. Hippolyta walked up to Peter and said, Traveler from another world, I sincerely thank you for providing some guidance and help to Diana. She didn't mean anything else, mainly because it was really restrictive. Living with Peter, once he left Paradise Island, Peter would put Diana in various positions, and she wouldn't know and couldn't control it. So she could only plead with Peter not to have any bad intentions towards Diana. And this is of course impossible. As the original Big Three of the Justice League, Diana is now as pure as a little white flower, and she has a mission to leave enough traces in this world. However, in the face of the Queen's plea, Peter still said, I will ensure her safety, at least for a period of time. At least he should be fine during this period of time in DC. Thank you. The Queen didn't know enough about Black Superman after all, so she breathed a sigh of relief. So, how are we going to go back? Steve number 2 couldn't wait and was extremely excited. He could already imagine the shocked expressions of the big shots and knights when he returned with 2 strong reinforcements. I have prepared a boat for you, the Queen said. You can leave Paradise Island by boat. Paradise Island is isolated from the outside world. This is the only way for mortals to enter and exit. I saw the Amazon female warriors dragging a small boat. No problem. Steve number 2 saw the boat launched and was the first to get on it. It seems we got to know each other a lot on the way. Diana was about to get on the boat, when Peter suddenly said, no need to go to such trouble. Several people around him looked at him, and Peter just said, I can just take them out. It's not that he has done nothing during this period of time. One of them is try to perceive and observe the space where the entire Paradise Island is located. Although the barrier on Paradise Island was easily broken through by a group of ordinary people and seemed useless, that was only the reason why the barrier itself was revealed. In DC, the gods here are different from the aliens in Marvel, but are high-dimensional creatures with magical energy, divine realm, etc., which are also in the fourth dimension. Paradise Island is located between the 3 dimensions and the 4th dimension, more like a bridge between the two. This is the reason why no one has entered by mistake for thousands of years, and once they go out, they can never come back. This world structure is completely different from Marvel, and it is a novelty for Peter. Of course, although it is novel, it is not a problem at all in front of Peter now. I saw Peter lifting Diana and Steve number 2 like chickens. Hey, what are you doing? Brother, don't mess around. The two struggled subconsciously, but to no avail. Peter he glanced at the confused people on the ground and said, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Goodbye." Then he flew directly along the sea's surface, carrying a circle of sonic booms, leaving a turbulent waterway on the sea, until no one could see him anymore, and the sea water just poured back. The Queen's originally relieved heart suddenly rose again, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to be a little untrustworthy. When Steve number 2 came back to his senses, he found that he was actually back above London. His eyes widened. "Oh my god, are we teleporting?" Diana, who was being held by Peter's other hand, shook her head in a daze and said, "No, it's just that our speed was too fast. That's all." Because her attributes were better, she was able to sense the changes in the surrounding space. It was the first time in her life that she experienced such exciting movement, which overloaded her senses and she needed to slow down. As an ordinary person, Steve number 2 did not have such troubles. He was just a little stunned because of the suddenness. Can we go down first? Steve number 2 is not afraid of heights. He just felt a little weird being carried like a chicken all the time. "I need to report the mission, intelligence, and docking, and then I can introduce you to the Baron and the others." Peter continued the action in an orderly manner and said, "Don't bother." After using his super senses to see London in the early 20th century, he quickly found his target. When he heard these words again, Steve number 2 immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, boom, he only felt a rapid landing, and seemed to have smashed something. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was surrounded by white-haired, bald, and bearded old men in various suits. They seemed to be of high status, the kind that looks like a human or a dog. Steve number 2 sighed oops in his heart. He soon saw his boss among them and heard words like peace and end the war. Then he felt that the hand that had been holding him finally let go, but at the moment he would rather Black Superman just kept holding it. He fell to the ground lying on his stomach. He wanted to just pretend to be dead, but Diana next door was so stubborn that she stood up very quickly and actively, with her head held high, even in the face of so many powerful people present. The powerful old man still looks high-spirited. Steve number 2 gasped with toothache, and finally had no choice but to stand up. Someone was already shouting around. "Who are you? Guards? Guards? There are assassins." The already noisy scene became even more chaotic, until Steve No 2's boss discovered Steve. "Wait, Special Captain Lifer, Steve's last name, can you tell me what's going on?" Steve was terrified now. He is an excellent pilot and spy. Although he sounds awesome, in the final analysis he is still a small figure and a pawn. The old man in a suit and tie in front of him is the big shot to some extent who can decide this war that has swept across the entire Earth. He was in despair at the moment. He had inexplicably ended up on some paradise island, was tortured inexplicably, and returned to London inexplicably, and appeared at this kind of meeting again. He was sure that if his wonderful experience were written into a story, it would be worse than shit. But the matter had reached this point, and he could only stand up and shout loudly, "Everyone stop!" But the scene of the tiger's body shaking and everyone bowing to him did not appear. There was no one around him at all, and the chaos was still there. In the end, his boss and Sir Morgan, who had a strange look in the crowd, temporarily stabilized a group of people and controlled the situation. "Captain Trevor, didn't you die in the last mission? Can you tell me what happened?" the boss asked. Steve number 2 could only tell the story quickly. "I brought back Dr. Poison's notebook, which contains the biological and chemical weapons produced by the German army. We must report it to the generals immediately. This may change the course of the war." But the boss seemed to be more concerned about why he broke into the conference room and broke the roof. He cursed angrily. "Who are these two people behind you? You can't just barge in with two weirdos in strange clothes." "I am Diana," and Diana seemed to finally mention herself, and she also spoke very actively. "I am an Amazon. I came here to defeat Ares and end the war. Mine." "Auntie, please stop first." Steve number 2, who was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, quickly interrupted Diana No 2's speech, wishing he could find a piece of land to bury himself in. Moreover, after such an interruption, the surroundings seemed to be in chaos again. His boss kept scolding him and wanted him to take people out first. After experiencing the initial panic, the old white man around him also began to talk about it. Steve number 2 had no choice but to let Peter and the two go first, but Diana was still obedient, but Peter, who was the Black Superman, couldn't move at all. Peter ignored Steve No 2's various anxious requests and just looked at the leader of the field, Sir Morgan, who is also the human identity of Ares, the villain of Wonder Woman. The other party recognized Diana at first sight. Although he had never met her before, the aura of divine power on Diana was extremely familiar. Needless to say, he must be the demigod brother that his god king father created for him at some point. Sister. As for the other one, Ares frowned. He couldn't see the reason. But he also saw the other party's power. The ordinary people around him didn't know it, but he could clearly see that the other party fell directly from the sky. It was not in his interest for the meeting to continue to be chaotic. He immediately wanted to comfort him and find an opportunity to chat with the newcomer. Unexpectedly, the other party was much more direct, and he was caught off guard. The next second, Ares saw a beam of red rays smearing on his face. The sudden heat vision directly shot a big hole through the house, and the noisy conference room fell into silence for a moment, followed by even greater panic. What is this? Is it the devil? Oh, my god, Sir Morgan. Guard, guard. This is an assassin sent by the enemy. If he suddenly crashed through the roof, falling from the sky can be explained by common sense, but the scorching heat vision is beyond the scope of most people's understanding. People's reactions were mixed, and they were once again hostile to the sudden arrival of these people. The superior, who was an officer, was more forceful and asked Steve number 2, "What do you mean? Trevor, have you surrendered to the enemy? Who is he? I just saw it." His eyes shot out. Laser. Steve number 2 collapsed. He brought people back to help the army, and they had clearly agreed to do so, but who knew that the other party would kill Sir Morgan, the most prestigious among them, as soon as they met. It's over, and now the war will only be more inextricable. He turned around and asked with a broken look on his face, "Hey, what do you mean? You killed Sir Morgan? Wait, are you from the German army? Did you deceive me? Damn it, I did it all what?" He began to think wildly, and for the first time he felt that as a spy, he was actually being crushed in the professional field. Bringing such an enemy into the heart of the camp and launching a suicide attack like this, all the high-level officials present here will not be able to escape. He will definitely become a sinner for the ages. Diana on the other side also frowned and looked at Peter. "What are you doing?" In her impression, although the Black Superman seemed cold and difficult to approach, he should not be someone who killed innocent people indiscriminately. At this moment, some people had been evacuated, and more soldiers on guard rushed in, pointing their guns at several people. Everything seems to be unclear, and several attackers must pay with blood. At this moment, a voice came from the hole. "Who are you? There should be no enmity between us." Sir Morgan, who was a little embarrassed by the heat vision and whose clothes were in tatters. Ares flew out of the hole. He came out and stared at Peter and asked. He glanced at Diana and said, "Or is it for her?" After all, if the person at the scene was most likely to have a conflict with him, it was his half-sister. The bloodline of the Zeus family, because of various prophecies, and the ethical relationship is very messy. This made Diana stunned. "For me." Peter did not answer Ares's question, but just said, "Just on the way." This somewhat indifferent attitude angered Ares. He is the god of war, even Zeus dare not neglect him like this. "Sir Morgan, what are you?" the boss on the side asked blankly, and he was already a little numb. It wasn't just him, things turned around again and again, leaving most of the people present in a state of confusion. "I originally thought that the guy in pitch black across from me was an assassin or a demon, or some new weapon of the German army, but now it seems that Sir Morgan on his side is not simple either. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." When Ares saw that his identity had been exposed by Peter, he didn't bother to cover it up. He directly released his divine power and controlled various broken buildings to smash towards Peter. Of course, this was of no use and was easily blocked by Peter. Ares also knew that this was just a test and a feint. He knew nothing about the other party, but the red sight from the other party's eyes just now made him feel threatened, so he had to be cautious. He expanded his divine power again without hesitation, stretched out his hand and held it in the air. In an instant, cracks burst out in the surrounding walls, and then broke. The roof lost its support and began to collapse. Ares actually wanted to directly destroy the entire building, bury everyone, and cover up the truth of today's incident. The dense crowd of ordinary people around them had no time to escape from this sudden disaster. They shouted, "Morgan, what do you want to do? Stop." But at this time, Ares had already returned to his godlike manner and went to rising high in the sky. He just watched with indifference to other people's pleas for help. He doesn't like humans at all, and he has no burden at all watching them die or destroying them with his own hands. Diana also realized at this time that she was not stupid and quickly guessed the identity of Sir Morgan in front of her. "Are you Ares?" Ares just said, "Diana, my sister, I am very sad that we will meet under these circumstances, but you have to pay the price for offending the gods." Diana's eyes widened, surprised by the word sister coming out of Ares's mouth. But before she could ask, the next second, the wall above the head was covered. This building, which served as a political center, completely collapsed within a few seconds and turned into ruins. Surrounded by onlookers who didn't know the truth, they were watching all this with exclaims, but they didn't notice Ares in the sky. As a god, he can easily make mortals invisible to him with just a little skill in using divine power. However, Ares did not relax his vigilance, but still stared at the quiet ruins that buried everything. Sure enough, another heat vision suddenly shot out from the waist. Ares was well prepared, but he was still pushed back for a long distance, and his arms felt a rare burning sensation. He is the god in charge of war, and he has the blood of Zeus. Normally, flames and high temperatures alone cannot hurt him. He stared at the ruins. Peter just waved his hand and swept away the surrounding ruins, sweeping out a vacuum zone around him. The collapse of the stairs just now did not make him feel any embarrassed, and even his hairstyle did not change. And thanks to the terrace near the water, Diana and Steve number 2 had nothing to do. My FXXK, the senior spy finally couldn't help but swear. What's going on? Originally he thought he had brought disaster, but now it seems that his camp is not simple at all. Could it be that Sir Morgan is really the so-called Ares? He still had some self-doubt that he was not in the right state. After all, as an ordinary person, everything that happened today was too much and too fast, which made him unable to slow down. Diana entered the battle preparation state with high spirits, shouting to the sky, Ares, I will defeat you and end the war. X2. Peter and Ares couldn't help but look at Diana. One glance. Has this kid always been this stupid? There was this meaning in Ares' eyes. End the war? It's really ridiculous. Humanity's evil has always been created by their own hands. He just replied, and then turned his eyes to Peter. And what about you? I don't believe in any casual words. You can call me Black Superman. I do have something I want to ask you. Then maybe we can talk. No, Peter interrupted Ares directly and said, knock you down and ask again. ES looked at Peter below, who seemed not to intend to live in peace with him from the beginning. It seems that I have decided that I can eat him forcefully. This made anger flash in his eyes. In that case, just do it. The lightning in his hand blasted directly towards the three of them. That is to say, he is older now. If he had the hot temper when he was young, it would be impossible for him to delay the fight until now and start the fight earlier. Steve number 2 has never seen such a scene before. Well, he did see the power of heat vision not long ago, but it was not directed at him. He was so scared that he closed his eyes. Diana subconsciously took a step forward, raised her shield, turned around and gave Peter a sideways look, and said solemnly, be careful. Although she kept talking about attacking Ares, the other party was still a man of war. God, she was already prepared to fight hard and even sacrifice. As for Black Superman, although she knew that the other party was also very powerful, the truth was that the other party was Ares. But the next second, she saw scorching rays shooting out from behind and grazing her cheeks. She could even feel the intense heat radiating from above. She subconsciously turned her head and dodged for a moment. Then, she saw the heat vision and Ares lightning colliding in the air, and then rushed forward against the lightning without any stagnation. After successfully colliding with the heat vision, Ares instantly felt huge pressure, pressing towards him. He did not hesitate to increase the output of his divine power, making the lightning appear stronger, but this was of no use. The heat vision still rushed towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Until the end, boom, he was blinded by the heat vision again, and this time because he lost the battle, a violent explosion was caused, which directly blew his whole body away and fell to the ground. The onlookers who didn't know the truth finally realized something was wrong, whether it was a strange man in strange clothes who suddenly had red eyes, or another strange man who suddenly appeared but was blown to the ground in the blink of an eye. Ah, run, it's the devil. Some women were already shouting and running away, causing some commotion. Of course, there are also many curious people who look back from time to time or hide behind certain bunkers. Steve number 2 opened his eyes and saw the somewhat dull blue sky. He was not missing any arms or legs, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As for Diana, she still had her shield raised in the air, so she could only put it down as if nothing had happened and said, hey, you did a great job. Well, it was all Ares' fault. It's not over yet, Peter simply said. In the next second, various objects were suspended around the place where Ares fell. Ares also floated into the air at the same time, and his whole body was burning with flames. This is not due to the heat vision, but it is a bit like the boss entering the second state. When the flames dissipated, Ares was already covered in iron armor. He stretched out 2 fingers in front of the horned helmet and made an eye slit, turning into a Spartan mask. This is what the god of war really looked like during his ancient battles. He didn't say anything more, but rushed directly towards Peter. He has already experienced the power of Black Superman's heat vision, and it has to be said that it is indeed a powerful opponent, even forcing him to activate his true form. But, that's it. Extremely powerful energy rays may often be exchanged for a fragile body. Especially since the appearance of Black Superman, he really has no other means of attack except heat vision, which makes Ares even more certain. The other party is a mage. As the god of war, although in the past thousands of years, he has mostly solved problems through stratagems or divine power to control the field, in the final analysis, he is a warrior. As long as he gets close, he is sure to quickly take down the Black Superman. It's not that he hasn't thought about it. What if Black Superman's close range is as powerful as his energy rays? The problem is that combat thinking is to find the opponent's weaknesses and then find ways to defeat the opponent. If the opponent is really a hexagonal all-round warrior and is better than him in everything, then why should he fight? Diana is also aware of this problem, and her combat literacy is already top-notch. And now this situation is also obvious. Although she is a lightly armed warrior, her shooter/mage is too well developed. What she has to do is to create opportunities for her own output with 4 guarantees and 1. I'll help you stop him. You seize the opportunity to shoot him again. She just said this and rushed towards Ares. Ares may be more stressed when facing the Black Superman, but facing his sister who is just starting out and has not even fully awakened her divine power, there is no pressure at all. I saw two long swords condensing in his hands and throwing them directly towards Diana. Diana raised her shield to defend herself, but the force nearly knocked her away. Immediately afterwards, before she had time to recover, Ares had already appeared in front of her, and at some point, he condensed a battle axe in his hand and struck it down hard. This completely smashed Diana's shield, and she could only abandon her shield to avoid it. But Ares's tall figure combined strength and speed, and the battle axe followed Diana closely. In just a few exchanges, Diana was already in danger. She had just watched Black Superman fight Ares easily, and even Ares seemed a bit weak. But now facing it in person, Diana could deeply feel the terrifying oppression of this god of war. Even when attacking Diana, Ares did not forget to keep an eye on Peter in case he suddenly attacked with heat vision again. However, this also gave Diana a chance. She took the opportunity to find a gap and stabbed Ares with the god-killing sword given to her by her mother. The god-killing sword, as the name suggests, Diana thought it could at least bring some harm to Ares. But the next scene made her eyes widen. Ares directly grabbed the god-killing sword with his bare hands, and the intense heat rising in his hand even directly melted the god-killing sword. Diana watched this scene in confusion, wondering why the artifact that Paradise Island had always guarded was so vulnerable. This makes their persistence over the years seem like a joke. And this gap also gave Ares a great opportunity. He directly threw Diana out and smashed the building nearby. This success brought Diana back to her senses, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She quickly looked up and saw Ares rushing towards Black Superman. "No, stop," she yelled. But Ares had already rushed in front of Black Superman and swung the battle axe, which made Diana's heart high and even suffocated. Even Ares himself feels that the dust has settled. He will chop off the head of Black Superman and dig out the eyes, which will definitely become a good collection for him. Although he also wondered why Black Superman had been standing there blankly from the beginning, he had an arrow on the string and had to shoot. He had no reason to stop. Then, he saw a fist coming towards him. Boom! At this moment, Ares realized that he was wrong, and how wrong he was. The opponent is not a hexagonal all-round warrior at all. His fist is harder than a laser. He even had some resentment. Since your fists are so powerful, wouldn't it be better to take them out as soon as possible? Do you need to be so playful? Is it fun? Of course, it was too late to say anything. Peter's fist smashed Ares' helmet directly and hit Ares in the face. Ares, who was showing off his might just a second ago, like an undefeated god of war, suddenly stopped suddenly like an unfinished novel, and collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all strength. He was knocked unconscious by a punch. "It's over now," Peter said. When Ares opened his eyes again, he saw a small room. Having lived in London for many years, he knew very well that it was a room in a nearby hotel. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the Black Superman and Diana with strange eyes in front of him. His memory quickly returned to the last second before he fainted, and he knew that he was captured. It was a joke that the god of war was captured, and what was even more distressing was the way he was captured. He was knocked unconscious with a punch without any resistance. Thinking of that punch, Ares could even feel his cheek hurting. No, it was hurting, even swollen. Damn it, punching a god until he was bruised and swollen, and he couldn't recover for a long time. What kind of power is this? Even if he is just one, he shouldn't be. And this was not the most serious thing. Ares quickly noticed the restraints on his body. He looked down and saw a glowing rope that he recognized, the lasso of Mantra, the work of Hephaestus, the god of fire. Let's not talk about how this rope got into Diana's hands. The problem is that the rope is now tied to his body, and the way it is tied is extremely weird. He swore that he had never seen this kind of binding method in the past thousands of years. In his limited impression, it seemed to be a product of Japan. I believe everyone who saw this understood that Ares was bound in a turtle shell at this moment, which explained why Diana looked at him so strangely. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this binding method, he knew the style. The middle-aged Ares' face quickly turned red, and he stared at Diana and Peter with splitting eyes. "Damn it, how dare you treat me like this, the god of war?" It was the first time Diana saw Ares gnashing his teeth like a crazed lion, and she was immediately embarrassed and nervous. Sorry, she just watched Black Superman tie up Ares. She didn't expect that Black Superman looked so cold, and he was actually quite good at playing. The nervousness is naturally due to Ares' strength. Even if he is bound by the mantra at the moment, no one can say anything to him once he gets angry. Of course, no matter how angry Ares is, he can't make any waves under Peter's hands. It seems that this god of war must leave a lifetime of dark history today. Peter directly suppressed the furious Ares, who looked like he wanted to resist but couldn't, so he could only be helpless and furious, struggling and twisting his body, which made Diana a little unbearable to watch. "I ask, you answer," Peter said, stepping on Ares under his feet. Ares sneered without concealing his murderous intent. "Don't even think about it." In response, Peter just said, "You don't want more people to see you like this, right?" Ares. Peter waved directly. Said, "Diana, go downstairs and ask Steve to bring up a camera." FXXK. Ares finally couldn't help but cursed and said, "Who the hell are you? I've never seen this guy like you. I told you, I am Black Superman." Peter grabbed the other end of the lasso and said, "Now, can you cooperate?" The muscles on Ares's face twitched uncontrollably, and the murderous eyes declared his incomparable anger at this moment, and even Diana looking at him was shocked. She had thought that if she was good enough and lucky enough, one day she could really defeat Ares and save the millions of innocent humans caught in the war. But she never thought that one day she would be able to treat Ares like this. Oh my god, this is the god of war. A high-ranking god served by Amazon legends. This made her feel like her outlook was exploding. It seems that the painting style is a bit outrageous. Peter knew that Ares had half-heartedly agreed, and asked directly. The Amazons record that all the gods have fallen, but I don't believe it. Tell me their whereabouts. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Amazon. Ares was stunned for a moment and looked at Diana reacted immediately and sneered. So he's from Amazon. Bang! Ares was caught off guard and was slapped, and looked at Peter in confusion. Peter just said, don't talk nonsense. Ares. Diana can't bear to look at it anymore. We are the swordsmen and we are the flesh of the fish. Ares suppressed his anger and said, the era of the old gods has passed, and we have left the earth. The two major groups of the new gods and the old gods are unique to DC. Various pantheons on the earth, including the Olympian gods headed by Zeus, as well as the gods of various mythological systems in Northern Europe and Egypt, are all considered old gods. One of the iconic figures of the new gods is naturally Darkseid, who mainly lives on Apocalypse and New Creation. This can be regarded as further confirming Peter's guess. Of course, more specific content will have to wait until he meets a certain blue-naked exhibitionist later. If so, taking advantage of this time, Diana also frowned and asked, new gods and old gods? Also, aren't you still on Earth? Ares just sneered dismissively in the face of Diana's question, but then within a second, he was punished by Peter again. And after receiving another slap, he said, I am not the real person. Diana was completely stunned. Ares had already turned his gaze, stared at Peter, and said, wait, Black Superman, don't let my body meet you. Why? Why would you take action at this time? But Peter did not take at all. Reese's threat was taken seriously. Even if the true form of Ares comes, it will just repeat the current plot. Instead, it was his question that directly silenced Ares. After holding it in for a long time, Ares said, because Zeus is dead, the position of God King is vacant. Diana was so surprised that she could not speak. From the sight of Ares in front of her, it was just a clone, but when Zeus actually died, one piece of news after another hit her head. She was a little stupid and didn't come back to her senses. And Peter had already given up his seat and handed Ares over to Diana. Diana asked in confusion, what are you doing? Aren't you going to kill Ares? Although it's just a clone, it's pretty much the same. End of chapter. Chapter 132 Well done. Diana. Chapter 132 Well done, Diana. Chapter 132 Well done, Diana. Chapter 7. Diana wanted to deal with Ares, but she never thought it would be such a scene. When things came to a head, she felt a little unable to do anything. Of course, it's not for any other reason, it's just that Diana has accumulated too many doubts now. What do you know about me? Diana placed the broken god-killing sword on Ares' neck and said, haha. Ares chuckled. At this point, he simply replied directly, don't you know, Diana, from the first moment I saw you, I felt it. The familiar fluctuations of divine power in your body belong to Zeus, the divine power of our amorous father. No, obviously you asked me the truth, but you don't want to accept it. Evidence. Diana stared at it. Ares said. Ares sneered, isn't your divine power the best proof? Mortals can't have divine power. Diana fell into silence. Her mother, Hippolyta, had told her since she was a child that she was made of clay and given life by the gods, and she believed it to be true. Even because of this, in the past years, she was often ridiculed by her peers for being a little clay figurine. But at the same time, she did feel some special power within her body, which gradually grew as she grew older and fought more. It seems to be the same as what Ares said. At this moment, Diana just wanted to return to Paradise Island and ask her mother properly. But this is impossible. Those who leave Paradise Island will never find their way back. In the end, she slit Ares' throat with the god-killing sword in her hand. Ares has no intention of continuing to struggle. This clone is already considered useless at this point. He just said with difficulty, Diana, you will regret everything you did today. Leave it to yourself to regret. Killing you will end the war. Resi was speechless and just looked at Diana mockingly until his life completely drained away. Diana stood quietly, looking down at Ares dying. She was still wearing the battle uniform prepared for her by Paradise Island. From the beginning to the end of the mission, it seemed to take less than an hour. This made her feel a little like a dream, full of unreality. She even had some doubts about the meaning of her trip. Is it over? Peter said from the side. Diana came back to her senses, held her hands in her hands and patted her face, cheering herself up and saying, come on. Diana, you defeated Ares? Saved millions of people trapped in war. Well, although most of it was done by Black Superman. She looked at Peter. Of course, I just didn't expect it to end so soon. And? It's still early. Peter said. Diana was stunned for a moment. She almost thought there was something wrong with Ares, until Peter said next. We should go down. If we don't go down, Steve will be anxious to death. Diana rolled her eyes, defeated after Ares, she felt much more relaxed. Then let's go down, she said. Steve too had never been so anxious, not even when he was trapped in enemy camp and working as a spy. The Parliament building collapsed like this, and Sir Morgan, who had a noble status and had always called for peace, was killed in front of him. Moreover, you tell him now that Sir Morgan is not an ordinary person, but the mythical god of war. Ares. Everything is so magical. Damn it, half a day ago he was still in the German base camp thinking about how to steal intelligence. But what makes him most stressed is that he has to explain to other people? Yes, as the rescue operation progressed, most of the upper-class celebrities were slowly rescued from the waste. The specific casualties have not yet been counted, but it is obvious that one person needs to be responsible for all these serious consequences. An unlucky guy. You mean, Sir Morgan is Ares? Is he the one who instigated the war behind his back and caused this war? In the temporarily requisitioned office, the boss who had just been rescued was wearing a bandage and asked Steve with a sneer. Number 2. Yes, sir. Did you see it too? Sir Morgan flew into the air, and it was he who destroyed the building. Steve observed his boss's expression and said cautiously. How could he know what Ares was up to? At this point, he could only make up some excuses and treat a dead horse as a live doctor. After all, Morgan, Ares' evil deeds are obvious to all. The boss fell silent and seemed to be troubled by Morgan's anomaly. Steve looked at it and felt relieved. It seemed that his boss understood the problem. Then, where is Sir Morgan now? The boss suddenly asked. Steve's facial muscles that had just been relaxed suddenly became tense again. By the time Peter and Diana went downstairs, the hotel was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, with dozens of gun heads aimed at the two men in an instant. Diana had already seen the power of these human weapons on Paradise Island. The final step of selection was to dodge or resist bullet attacks. She immediately stood up and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" But the cold voice, the guns were still pointed at the two of them, and they didn't move at all until Steve number 2 and his boss quickly walked out of the crowd. You two, in view of the danger you pose, I must do this. The boss is an officer, and his most typical characteristic is toughness, or arrogance. He walked up to the two of them and said, "Please cooperate with the investigation." This tough attitude naturally made people feel uncomfortable, and almost at the same time, Diana frowned. Fortunately, Steve number 2 walked out in time to smooth things over and said, Sorry, Black Superman, Diana, the matter is too big. This is a necessary process." One of the two had a red face, the other a white face. Plus Diana looking at the recently demolished ruins not far away, I also understood that what Steve said was true. I understand. Steve number 2 breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Black Superman inquiringly. He knew that it was nothing for Diana to let go. The most important thing was that this man had destroyed the German fleet without saying a word when he was on Paradise Island, and then threatened the Amazon. Peter's concerns about Steve too are clear, and he has little interest in going against the ordinary people of this world, at least not yet. So he just said, "Have you forgotten, Steve? I am full of good intentions." The corner of Steve No 2's mouth twitched. "Your kindness is beyond the reach of ordinary people." Seeing that the two men subdued, the superior on the side felt more confident and continued to ask, "Where is Sir Morgan?" "Captain Trevor said that he is in your hands." "Of course," Peter replied. The boss's eyes lit up. As long as Sir Morgan is still here, regardless of whether he is Ares or someone with special abilities, at least there will be an explanation for this accident. In addition, with the two people in front of him, where is he now? The boss quickly asked. Faced with this question, the fledgling Diana bravely replied with her hands on her hips. "Dead, I just killed him." She answered very confidently and high-spirited. After all, in her opinion, she could kill the god of war. But it's a great honor, not to mention that it can end the war. X2. This caused both the boss and Steve number 2 to fall silent for an instant. Diana was a little surprised by the reaction of the two people and asked, "Is there any problem?" "No, there is no problem. You did a good job, Diana." Peter didn't care at all about the officer's boss, whose muscles on his face were twitching with anger. Praised. Paradise Island. After seeing off Diana and others, the Amazons didn't stay too long and quickly went back home, each returning to their respective posts. Except for Hippolyta, she looked at the sea with nothing but rocks, and was lost in thought. Until an uninvited guest arrived on the sea, she was slightly startled, and then an expression of relief appeared on her face. Has this day finally come? Diana is her and Zeus's child. She had become the queen of the Amazons many years ago, but she was not mature enough at that time. Like many Amazons, she was more like a warrior than a king. She was already the strongest Amazon warrior at the time, warlike, eager to fight to the fullest, and worshipped the powerful. But at that time, no one in the clan could match her, which made her feel a little lonely. Until one day, the man suddenly appeared. Hippolyta still remembered the day when he saw such a strong and powerful man shirtless for the first time. Needless to say about the subsequent development. The two fought together, and Hippolyta's long-standing fighting spirit was fully satisfied, but at the same time, she found that she actually had another kind of loneliness. Then, the two of them fought from the ground to the bed, and the fight became more intense, entangled flesh with flesh, day and night. She didn't know how long had passed, but it must have been some time before the man finally proposed the idea of leaving. Only then did Hippolyta know the man's identity. She was not someone who couldn't let him go, so she didn't hold him back too much. She understood one thing. Falling in love with a god is much easier than making him fall in love with you. At the same time, she soon discovered that she was pregnant with the man's child. Hippolyta decided to give birth to the child without hesitation and named her Diana. Diana's existence gradually changed her, making her understand the ups and downs of being a mother, and gradually becoming a qualified king. But over the years, Hippolyta has also been on tenterhooks because of Diana. Even though the gods disappeared for a long time, she was still afraid that one day Diana's identity would be exposed and attract Zeus's jealous wife, Hera. You know, many of Zeus's illegitimate children have suffered from her torture and persecution. But today, at the moment when the Queen Hera really arrived, Hippolyta found that she had calmed down instead. Maybe it's because she just sent Diana away? As early as a few days ago, when Diana inadvertently triggered the magical power that protected the silver bracelet, she was faintly worried, fearing that Diana's existence would be discovered and Hera would retaliate. This was also the reason why she reluctantly sent Diana away in the end. Looking at Hera coming in her peacock feathers, Hippolyte showed no fear, and could even be said to have calmly greeted her, as if he didn't know what to expect. She once thought about what the legendary Queen Hera looked like, until she walked up to Hera and watched as Hera took off the peacock feather hood on her head, revealing a delicate but mean face. Hippolyta understood in an instant that this wife of Zeus was just a woman who had been ignored. I'm sorry for everything I did. It was never my intention, goddess. Hippolyta lowered her head and apologized. You know how to respect me now, Hera sneered. Save it, Hippolyta, after what you did. I did this to protect my daughter, I had no choice. I'm my husband's daughter. My husband's. Hera suddenly roared as if she had been stabbed with gunpowder. I am the queen of gods, the god among women, but in the final analysis, I am still a woman. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Hippolyta raised her head. He lowered his head even lower, as if trying to alleviate the queen's anger. Although she is the queen of the Amazons, she is only a stronger mortal after all, and has no power to fight back against Hera. I don't care about your original intention, but what you caused really makes me feel angry. Hera's tone calmed down, but the pressure did not increase but decreased. Tell me, Hippolyta, why do you do this to me and another woman? Although this is not the first time Hera has been treated like this, after all, Diana has more half-brothers and sisters. All kinds of tricks. But Hippolyta still knelt down and begged for mercy. Hera, my goddess, please forgive me. Hera just looked at it coldly and said, if you do something wrong, you should be punished. Punishment. London, night. In the intelligence agency's prison, Diana held onto the iron bars of the cell door with both hands and looked outside. Her big eyes with long eyelashes were full of confusion. She thought countless times that she might as well just tear down the iron fence with all her strength. Although I don't know if it's possible, her power seems to be getting stronger these days, so it's not impossible. But in the end, her tightly held hands loosened up. She turned around and looked at Black Superman, who was standing aside quietly and seemingly unaffected. Don't you have anything to say? She endured. Keep asking. During the day, after she admitted to killing Morgan and Ares, the attitude of the officer's boss, who was already very tough, suddenly changed for the worse and he directly ordered the soldiers to arrest them. Of course, the soldiers failed in the end, and Peter could not agree. However, considering the risk of escalating the conflict and causing too much trouble, Diana finally took the initiative to surrender. She originally thought that as long as both parties could sit down and talk, the conflict would be resolved quickly. Then, they were taken to this prison and kept there until now. What should I say? Peter just asked with interest. To him, this prison is just like paper. It is not a prison at all. He walked in by himself and can leave at any time. In comparison, Diana looks much more interesting now. Hey, why can you still look like you're gloating about someone else's misfortune? Diana looked at Peter and suddenly became furious. You were also imprisoned. But it's not all because you voluntarily gave up force. Okay, Diana also understood that it was her goods, but I thought we could talk, and I don't want to kill innocent people. Diana looked at her fist. Explain. If she really wanted to resist, the soldiers on the field really couldn't stop her. But what next? She will face endless wanted and hunting. After all, she is only a demigod, let alone not yet fully awakened. She will definitely not be able to consume a huge human army, and that's not in line with her true intentions. Now that she has ended up like this, and even caused Black Superman to be imprisoned with her, Diana pursed her lips and apologized. I'm sorry, Black Superman, it's all because of me. Peter shook his head. You don't have to be sorry. Diana. Diana was stunned. It's rare to experience this feeling. It's actually quite interesting. Over at Marvel, the ancestors are used to it. Occasionally watching Diana follow the normal procedures secretly, it's not bad to deal with the human world. This is what she must go through when she first arrives and integrates into the human world, of course, provided that Peter doesn't cause trouble. I know you are comforting me, thank you, Diana said touchedly. She seemed to have misunderstood something, but Peter didn't bother to explain. He just looked at her and Steve number 2, dragging his somewhat tired body, finally came to visit the two of them. Steve. Diana was diverted and returned to the fence. Sorry, Diana. Steve number 2 has been busy all day. Of course, most of the time he was either hanging or on the way to be hung. As the person who led the way back with Diana Peter, he has a great responsibility in the eyes of the powerful people who have been affected by the scandal. If there must be a responsible unlucky guy, it's most likely him. However, even so, he did not protect himself wisely, but tried his best to intercede for Diana and Peter. Although he has had some small calculations of his own along the way, there is really no problem with his personal character. What's more, having witnessed Peter destroying the army in an instant, he always believed that Peter would be a powerful helper. I have tried my best, but the impact of your killing Sir Morgan is too great, Steve explained. He is Ares, the culprit of the war. Steve looked at Diana with confusion, this Amazon princess who was extremely beautiful and powerful, but seemed to be naive at times. Yes, I believe you, but congressmen and officers don't believe it. He sighed. Morgan, Ares has actually been pushing both sides to sign an armistice agreement to make the world peaceful. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, I think it's hard for me to believe it. How could this happen? Diana said blankly. Ares, whom he has been killing, is actually promoting world peace. Why? Diana frowned and began to doubt herself. In response, Peter just asked, is the contract really useful? This made Steve number 2 stunned for a moment, and he couldn't understand the meaning for a while. He revealed the true purpose of his trip. Tomorrow, someone will come to interrogate you. You must cooperate. Cooperate. Diana was confused. Yes. Steve number 2 nodded, looked directly at the two of them and said, don't cause conflicts and try your best to cooperate with each other. As long as your attitude is good enough, you should be able to get a chance to be released on bail. Diana looked at Peter. Although she knows little about the human world now, as an Amazon princess, her education is absolutely top-notch. Although sometimes he seems a bit stubborn and naive, that's just because he has been living under the protection of Amazon in the past years, and he seems naive. She can still taste the meaning of the words good attitude. It's nothing more than asking her to admit her weakness, admit her mistake, and compromise. This made her instinctively unhappy. It wasn't that she couldn't admit her mistakes, but she felt that she had done the right thing. Of course, she doesn't blame Steve. It can be seen from today's experience that Steve doesn't have much say and has tried his best. After Steve number 2 left, Diana turned around and asked Peter, why? Obviously I am helping them, but they seem to be a little too. She didn't know what words to use to describe it until Peter said, arrogant. That's right. Diana's eyes lit up, then dimmed a little. It was a little too fast. From leaving the Paradise Island, arriving here, to defeating Ares, I even had almost no idea about the human world. I don't know much. Well, I'm not blaming you. In fact, thanks to you, we can defeat Ares. I understand that I can't do it alone. She sighed. I even have some I doubt whether I should come out, and leave the Amazon where I grew up, and my mother. Diana said a lot at once, and seemed to be really introspecting, and maybe the impact of this incident on her the blow may be really big. You can defeat Ares yourself, Peter said truthfully. Diana smiled bitterly, stop comforting me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be locked up here now, would you? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It was also my decision to kill Ares. Diana was a little cruel. He glared at Peter, do you always want to argue with me? Of course, Peter could feel that she seemed to be relieved, and even the tone of her speech was much lighter, a bit like a coquettish look. Hell, this has nothing to do with the impression of Wonder Woman in her 8 lifetimes. Disappointed in humanity. Peter finally asked a more meaningful question. This made Diana, who had been coaxed into feeling better, fall into silence again. I don't know, Black Superman. She walked over to the fence, held the railing in front of her, looked at it and said, I don't want a warm welcome, I just hope for a little recognition from humans. After all, we are helping to solve the war. But I can't see any reflection on the war in the eyes of those people. Instead, they are full of arrogance, all kinds of indifference, and interests. Diana breathed out and turned to look at Peter. The Amazon princess returned to her high-spirited state after a brief period of loss. I can't say I'm disappointed, it's just a little depressing. After all, we only see a small part of the people, a small part of the human world, isn't it? Humanity is so lucky to have a brave man like you. Peter originally wanted to say goddess, but when he thought that Diana had not yet become a god, he quickly changed his mind. But Diana was still very happy with this compliment and walked closer. I am also very lucky to have you, Black Superman, I mean to have your help. Thank you for talking with me so much, she said. As she said that, she paused, as if she suddenly remembered something, and her eyes calmed down. Tomorrow, I will be the one to deal with those people. It seemed that she was planning to take everything on her shoulders. However, at this time Peter chuckled. This attracted Diana's puzzled gaze. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She even thought the laughter was a bit evil. Peter said, when did I say I had to wait until tomorrow? Diana was stunned for a moment. What else? We can't escape from prison now, can we? Why not? Peter stretched out a hand and shook it gently. Press. Boom. The fence in front of the cell was pushed open instantly and slammed into the wall. Diana looked at this scene in bewilderment. Wait, Black Superman, are you serious? When did I joke with you? At this moment, Diana finally felt a little bit of what Steve had said before. With a stupid mentality, she said, wouldn't this be bad? I mean, if conflicts are intensified like this, we will have a lot of conflicts, and maybe things will lead in an uncontrollable direction. The reckless Diana actually acted as a persuasive mother-in-law. It can only be said that her ancestors are still top-notch in terms of doing whatever they want. When did you become so timid, Diana? Peter glanced at her and said. These words made Diana freeze on the spot, feeling angry and funny at the same time. What was going on with the person in front of her? Every time she spoke, she made people angry to death, but somehow, there was a strange feeling lingering in her heart. The guards who were guarding the prison heard the commotion in the prison and rushed in with their guns loaded. Let's go and let them feel our kindness, Peter said and stepped forward. Stop, stop, the guards kept warning. You have seriously violated the prohibition. If you stop now, you can get a lighter sentence. But Peter ignored them at all and continued to draw his gun. Walk. The guards had never seen such a scene before. Damn it, was the man in front of him really not afraid of death? Seeing that Peter had reached the danger zone, they had no choice but to order. Fire. I really wanted to write a love story like Ji-cha's, but it's a pity that the tone does not match the character. Several bullets burst out from the barrel, wiping out flames, and shot towards Peter, but they did not have time to hit Peter. Diana stepped in front of him, guarding him with her hands. The silver bracelet jingled several times, accurately stopping the bullets. She turned her face sideways and complained, "Your kindness cannot be tolerated by ordinary people." The guards looked like they had seen a ghost. They had heard that 2 people with extraordinary abilities were imprisoned in the police prison, but they saw it with their own eyes. I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw the scene where the 2 of them were immune to bullets. Seeing that the second round of shooting was about to come, Peter said, "Do you want to keep taking bullets, Diana?" Diana rolled her eyes. At this point, she felt like she had been on a pirate ship and had only one way to go. Moreover, after Peter just said timid, she, who was already very frustrated, was suddenly inspired by the success, and she no longer had the idea of continuing to give in. I can only feel sorry for Steve, Diana muttered silently in her mind, and rushed directly in front of the guard the next second. The guards were about to fire. Diana's move could be said to block the muzzle of the gun, but she was fast enough. She first opened the muzzle of the 2 front guns and let them shoot up and down, and then dodged them again. 2 bullets blocked, once again successfully defused an attack. And, without giving the guards another chance, he knocked them to the ground with a few punches. Although she was half pushed by Peter, she also knew that unnecessary killing should be minimized at this time, so she just stunned her. This is much harder than killing the enemy with one strike. How to control the force is a big problem. While Diana dealt with the guards, Peter walked out calmly, as leisurely as an old man taking a walk after dinner. Outside the prison, after receiving news of the escape, guards and soldiers arrived one after another. They didn't arrive at the scene immediately, but they couldn't resist Peter's slow walk, which gave them enough time to support him. So, Diana soon discovered that they were blocked. Although there weren't many guards to deal with at the same time, every time she dealt with a wave, people kept coming. She is not only responsible for clearing the field and killing minions, but she also has to keep an eye on Peter's position and stop the bullets fired at him. The question is, why did she stop the bullet for Black Superman? From the beginning to now, Peter has never shown his body of steel in front of her. Even if he knocked down Ares, it was just superhuman strength and heat vision. As for letting Peter attack, get rid of it. Once the heat vision is released, the situation will immediately run in an irreversible direction. This was very tiring for Diana, who had to protect people and protect her, but the most annoying thing was that Black Superman actually had the leisure to comment on the sidelines. Well done, I am getting better and better at blocking bullets. Diana, do you have to use the bracelet to block it all the time? I think your physical body should be able to resist it soon, right? But it will be very painful? Diana cursed in her heart. Because she couldn't help but be distracted by Peter's comments, a bullet hit her shoulder, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Although the bullet did not penetrate her skin, it left a red mark. Now she seems to be reluctant to resist bullets, and more powerful thermal weapons can still cause fatal injuries to her. Moreover, even if the bullet hits her breastplate, she can completely resist it, but because of the plump breasts, the kinetic energy of the bullet will also cause some real physical shaking. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This strengthens Diana's ability to stop the bullet with her hands. Determination. Peter's voice in his ear continued. You still need to control your strength. Look, that person was knocked away by you. He probably won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. And this, if you have just a little more strength, I guarantee he'll blow his pussy right on the spot and show it to you. It's not because of you, Diana complained crazily in her heart. In fact, with her current strength, if she really wants to break out alone, the best choice would be guerrilla and street fighting, which can not only give full play to her personal abilities, but also prevent the enemy from falling into a situation where the enemy is outnumbered. Even small-scale conflicts can be resolved quickly. The most important thing is that the initiative is in her hands. But now because she had to protect a Black Superman, she had to stay stuck and fight head-on. As reinforcements gradually arrived and the number of people increased, Diana was under increasing pressure. She even began to feel a little confused as to why she was fighting this battle. If it was to end the war, but Ares had already been defeated, there should be no reason for her to continue. So, is it for yourself? But if the fight continues like this, what will it be like in the end? Can she win? Or was he finally exhausted and arrested? Even if we win, what will happen? Diana found that she was in a situation she had never encountered or imagined before. After all, according to the template of a positive hero, the plot at this time should also be about compromising with the government army, reaching a certain agreement, etc., and then developing slowly in the future. It would be better to say that the current development does not look like a good person at all. It is not at all similar to her style of painting. When exactly was it led astray? Diana thought for a moment, and it seemed that from the moment Black Superman pushed open the prison fence, the direction of things was completely out of her control. Where things will go in the end and in what way they will end, Diana has no idea. Even if the final outcome is good or bad, she has no certainty. It may be a false alarm, but it is more likely to be completely bad and the end will be ugly. In short, the possibilities have greatly increased, and all because of the appearance of that man. Diana glanced at the Black Superman behind her. So, when things have reached this point, how is he going to solve it? While Diana was thinking, the number of enemies was increasing, and finally the quantitative change had accumulated to the level of qualitative change. Diana's strength has not yet reached the point where she can completely ignore the weapons of the human world. In addition, she is worried about Peter and is restrained because she does not want to kill people. This leads to her being completely blocked by the human army that comes later. Hundreds of people gathered at various street corners, blocking all of Diana's paths. At the same time, the number of bullets far exceeded the limit that Diana could withstand. The bullet broke through her interception, hit her armor, and then caused a complete collapse like a flood. In desperation, Diana had no choice but to make an action that an Amazon warrior would not normally do, holding her head to prevent squatting. A day ago, she would never have imagined that she would one day make such a shameful move, but with bullets and bullets in front of her, she had no choice but to do so. It can only be said that because of someone, evil happened so quickly. Of course, even so, Diana did not forget to pull Peter down together. Get down quickly. Of course, she would be on top, so that she could withstand some more bullets for Black Superman. But Diana pulled hard and found that she couldn't pull Black Superman. At the same time, Peter, who had been obsessing for a long time, finally moved and suddenly reversed their positions so that he was on top and Diana was squatting down with her head in her arms. Diana watched blankly as Black Superman raised his hand and unfolded his white cloak to cover her, stopping all the bullets. The editor suddenly urged for an update. Several bullets burst out from the barrel, wiping out flames, and shot towards Peter, but they did not have time to hit Peter. Diana stepped in front of him, guarding him with her hands. The silver bracelet jingled several times, accurately stopping the bullets. She turned her face sideways and complained, "Your kindness cannot be tolerated by ordinary people." The guards looked like they had seen a ghost. They had heard that 2 people with extraordinary abilities were imprisoned in the police prison, but they saw it with their own eyes. I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw the scene where the 2 of them were immune to bullets. Seeing that the second round of shooting was about to come, Peter said, "Do you want to keep taking bullets, Diana?" Diana rolled her eyes. At this point, she felt like she had been on a pirate ship and had only one way to go. Moreover, after Peter just said timid, she, who was already very frustrated, was suddenly inspired by the success, and she no longer had the idea of continuing to give in. "I can only feel sorry for Steve," Diana muttered silently in her mind, and rushed directly in front of the guard the next second. The guards were about to fire. Diana's move could be said to block the muzzle of the gun. But she was fast enough. She first opened the muzzle of the 2 front guns and let them shoot up and down, and then dodged them again. 2 bullets blocked, once again successfully defused an attack. And, without giving the guards another chance, he knocked them to the ground with a few punches. Although she was half pushed by Peter, she also knew that unnecessary killing should be minimized at this time, so she just stunned her. This is much harder than killing the enemy with one strike. How to control the force is a big problem. While Diana dealt with the guards, Peter walked out calmly, as leisurely as an old man taking a walk after dinner. Outside the prison, after receiving news of the escape, guards and soldiers arrived one after another. They didn't arrive at the scene immediately, but they couldn't resist Peter's slow walk, which gave them enough time to support him. So, Diana soon discovered that they were blocked. Although there weren't many guards to deal with at the same time, every time she dealt with a wave, people kept coming. She is not only responsible for clearing the field and killing minions, but she also has to keep an eye on Peter's position and stop the bullets fired at him. The question is, why did she stop the bullet for Black Superman? From the beginning to now, Peter has never shown his body of steel in front of her. Even if he knocked down Ares, it was just superhuman strength and heat vision. As for letting Peter attack, get rid of it. Once the heat vision is released, the situation will immediately run in an irreversible direction. This was very tiring for Diana, who had to protect people and protect her, but the most annoying thing was that Black Superman actually had the leisure to comment on the sidelines. "Well done, I am getting better and better at blocking bullets. Diana, do you have to use the bracelet to block it all the time? I think your physical body should be able to resist it soon, right? But it will be very painful?" Diana cursed in her heart. Because she couldn't help but be distracted by Peter's comments, a bullet hit her shoulder, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Although the bullet did not penetrate her skin, it left a red mark. Now she seems to be reluctant to resist bullets, and more powerful thermal weapons can still cause fatal injuries to her. Moreover, even if the bullet hits her breastplate, she can completely resist it, but because of the plump breasts, the kinetic energy of the bullet will also cause some real physical shaking. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. This strengthens Diana's ability to stop the bullet with her hands. Determination. Peter's voice in his ear continued. You still need to control your strength. Look, that person was knocked away by you. He probably won't be able to get out of bed for a few months. And this, if you have just a little more strength, I guarantee he'll blow his pussy right on the spot and show it to you. It's not because of you? Diana complained crazily in her heart. In fact, with her current strength, if she really wants to break out alone, the best choice would be guerrilla and street fighting, which can not only give full play to her personal abilities, but also prevent the enemy from falling into a situation where the enemy is outnumbered. Even small-scale conflicts can be resolved quickly. The most important thing is that the initiative is in her hands. But now because she had to protect a black Superman, she had to stay stuck and fight head-on. As reinforcements gradually arrived and the number of people increased, Diana was under increasing pressure. She even began to feel a little confused as to why she was fighting this battle. If it was to end the war, but Ares had already been defeated, there should be no reason for her to continue. So, is it for yourself? But if the fight continues like this, what will it be like in the end? Can she win? Or was he finally exhausted and arrested? Even if we win, what will happen? Diana found that she was in a situation she had never encountered or imagined before. After all, according to the template of a positive hero, the plot at this time should also be about compromising with the government army, reaching a certain agreement, etc., and then developing slowly in the future. It would be better to say that the current development does not look like a good person at all. It is not at all similar to her style of painting. When exactly was it led astray? Diana thought for a moment, and it seemed that from the moment Black Superman pushed open the prison fence, the direction of things was completely out of her control. Where things will go in the end and in what way they will end, Diana has no idea. Even if the final outcome is good or bad, she has no certainty. It may be a false alarm, but it is more likely to be completely bad and the end will be ugly. In short, the possibilities have greatly increased, and all because of the appearance of that man. Diana glanced at the black Superman behind her. So, when things have reached this point, how is he going to solve it? While Diana was thinking, the number of enemies was increasing, and finally the quantitative change had accumulated to the level of qualitative change. Diana's strength has not yet reached the point where she can completely ignore the weapons of the human world. In addition, she is worried about Peter and is restrained because she does not want to kill people. This leads to her being completely blocked by the human army that comes later. Hundreds of people gathered at various street corners, blocking all of Diana's paths. At the same time, the number of bullets far exceeded the limit that Diana could withstand. The bullet broke through her interception, hit her armor, and then caused a complete collapse like a flood. In desperation, Diana had no choice but to make an action that an Amazon warrior would not normally do, holding her head to prevent squatting. A day ago, she would never have imagined that she would one day make such a shameful move, but with bullets and bullets in front of her, she had no choice but to do so. It can only be said that because of someone, evil happened so quickly. Of course, even so, Diana did not forget to pull Peter down together. Get down quickly. Of course, she would be on top, so that she could withstand some more bullets for Black Superman. But Diana pulled hard and found that she couldn't pull Black Superman. At the same time, Peter, who had been obsessing for a long time, finally moved and suddenly reversed their positions so that he was on top and Diana was squatting down with her head in her arms. Diana watched blankly as Black Superman raised his hand and unfolded his white cloak to cover her, stopping all the bullets. The editor suddenly urged for an update. Diana was even more confused about this huge bat symbol. So, she looked directly at the initiator and asked, "Why? Don't you find it interesting?" Peter said, looking at the bat statue in the distance. "Register the trademark first, and in 180 years, Batman will have the right to interpret it. Moreover, after things here are settled, you can also go to Gotham to find Bruce's father or grandfather." It has to be said that Bateman still had a certain impact on his early actions in New York. Now that he is here, it is impossible for Peter not to check in. But Diana didn't know these things, so she couldn't understand the interesting things Black Superman said. She hesitated for a while, then asked, if Steve didn't surrender last night, would the meteorite really have fallen? She looked at Peter with serious eyes. Although the final result looked very good, the other party surrendered, and both sides temporarily gained some relief space. But what if the other party failed to surrender last night? Although it was only one day and one night, the two had experienced a lot together. Diana originally thought she had a rough outline of the Black Superman. But at this moment she suddenly realized that she still knew nothing about the extremely mysterious man in front of her. To put it simply, I am a bit unsure. But the other party's strength and unique behavior made her curious. Yes, Diana, Peter replied. As a hero on the side of justice, it was okay for Diana to follow him to cause trouble in a desperate situation. But once she encountered something like this involving the lives of many people, she would never be fooled. But Peter answered directly. It was impossible for him to lie about this kind of thing just to please the other party. This made Diana feel stuck for a moment. Well, although she had expected this answer, the other party's straightforward and undisguised attitude still made her a little confused as to how to proceed. What can she say? The two are still companions, and Black Superman has always been helping her. She has a short mouth, so she pursed her lips and said, "Then, I will definitely stop you then. Although she said it very seriously, she didn't seem to have enough confidence. Peter looked amused and joked, I hope you won't just use your mouth like last night. Then he subconsciously thought of Gwen, who was in another universe at this time. If nothing else, the stubborn attitude of the two of them quite similar. What became of the Earth after he left? Diana was beaten to a sore spot, but what she said was true, and she felt very unhappy. She made up her mind to take action next time, but suddenly thought that it would be best not to happen again. Moreover, I suddenly discovered last night that Black Superman is so powerful. She didn't feel much when she was carried away from Paradise Island, but the huge meteorite last night definitely taught her a good lesson. If it hadn't been an emergency, she would have been shocked for a long time. Ares is my younger brother. Diana even noticed some familiar divine power. This made her very confused. Could it be that Black Superman was also a god? If so, which pantheon is it from? Why have I never heard of it? Thinking like this, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Black Superman beside him, who was in a daze for the first time, showing a nostalgic look, which made her even more curious. But just at this moment, the voice of the plump secretary came. We are here. Diana was attracted to her attention and turned her head to look forward. We are here, you too. This is the best clothing mall in London, said the secretary. Yesterday I was delayed due to a series of things, but since I want to integrate into human society, an outfit that conforms to the current trend is naturally indispensable. Peter didn't mind spending some time on this. The three of them walked into the mall. Diana was a woman after all, and her attention was immediately attracted by the clothes inside. She actually played the role of a country girl who came to the city from the countryside. She looked at all kinds of novel clothes, inside and outside, and asked, is this the armor of your country? Armor? We call it fashion. This can control the abdomen. Yes. The plump secretary said as she saw Diana looking at a piece of body-shaping clothing. Why do you need a tummy tuck? Diana asked. Oh, this question immediately stunned the plump secretary. She glanced at Diana's fat-free waist and said silently, only a woman without a belly would ask that. Then, Diana started her first fitting journey in her life. She was like a clothes hanger, with all kinds of popular and fashionable clothes hanging on her one by one. Long skirts, high collars, OL ones, tight ones, wide ones, conservative ones, bold and voluptuous ones. All suited the Diana in front of her very well, making the plump secretary's eyes widen with surprises. Of course, there are problems. The long-term living customs in the Amazon have shaped Diana into an outstanding warrior. Her first reaction is always to question the inconvenience of these clothes. And, I feel like my chest is so tight, Diana said with a frown. The plump secretary was speechless. She had experienced what it means to have small branches bear fruit. After silently choosing a larger size of underwear for Diana, she walked to Peter and said, Sir, you are so beautiful and blessed. Peter glanced at the secretary and knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he didn't take it to heart. But when Diana came out of the changing room and asked him for evaluation, she gave him a good evaluation. In the setting of Wonder Woman, she is a woman with top-notch looks. No matter what kind of clothes she wears, it will be hard to look down on her if she wears it with her unique Amazon-style temperament. But it was often Diana who felt that it was not good enough, and frowned and changed to the next one. In fact, Diana was also very embarrassed. She glanced at Peter secretly and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the other person was not impatient. Normally she would be very simple when choosing clothes in the Amazon, but now the clothes in a foreign country were too strange. She had to do this considering her daily actions in the future. But Peter's super brain was already multitasking, and part of his attention was focused on the temporarily requisitioned military conference building. In the office. Steve, for your timely and accurate judgment last night, and after many decisions, we have decided to grant you the rank of Major, the boss said with a smile on his face. From now on, I should call you Trey. Major Fu. Steve number 2 has never seen such a kind boss, and his heart is full of weirdness at this time. Of course, he was not too surprised by this result. Originally, he was going to take the blame this time and be demoted. Who knew that a large meteorite would suddenly appear in the sky over London last night? Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Although it was a bit unkind, he was a blessing in disguise to some extent this time, but he didn't feel complacent. Because he knew that this was completely in the favor of Black Superman, which was why he was able to see this extremely rare expression on his boss's face. Sure enough, after the congratulations, the boss looked down and said, now the situation has suddenly become very complicated. What happened last night cannot be concealed at all. In just one morning, I don't know how many calls came in. I can only accept the identity of some of them and cannot stop them at all. He clasped his fingers on the table, looked at Steve number 2, and asked tentatively, Major Trevor, you said before, these two friends, are here to help us. The original arrogant and strong attitude completely disappeared, leaving only respect and greed. When he thought about last night's meteorite appearing in the enemy's position, his boss's heart began to tremble uncontrollably. After using this big meteorite technique, how can we still lose? I didn't expect that such a thing existed in this world. When the news spreads more widely, everyone will go crazy. But as an officer, he didn't know how much impact Black Superman's existence would have on the world, and he didn't need to know. He just needs to win this war. Even if he has everything in his hands, it is not impossible to conquer the whole world. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Steve number 2 sighed inwardly, and what was supposed to come will still come. He could only force out a smile and replied, Sir, their purpose is for Ares, and also just Sir Morgan. But the boss didn't care. He waved his hand and said, we must win them over. You know, if they are willing to help us, then this war. Steve frowned instinctively, somewhat repulsive. If he originally had the idea of asking Black Superman for help like his boss, after what happened last night, he was a little afraid to do so. His intuition told him that this could easily lead to uncontrollable results. But at this moment, the boss's eyes were burning, filled with some fanaticism, oppressing Steve number 2. In desperation, Steve number 2 could only agree. I try my best. Then the boss withdrew his gaze, nodded, and said, as soon as possible. I won't be able to suppress him for long. Many people have already extended their hands. Withdrawing his gaze, Peter looked at Diana, who walked out of the fitting room and changed another set of clothes. How? Diana asked. Oh, dear, that's great, the secretary said quickly. Really? Diana frowned. You seem to say that about everything. The outfit she is wearing now has a neutral style, with a windbreaker that is somewhat similar to a military uniform, but also fashionable and slim. Inside is a combination of tight trousers and a shirt, and on the head is a British hat that almost everyone has one. Because you have tried on 226 sets? Believe me, you have such a good foundation, you will look good in anything you wear. Diana is also quite satisfied with this set. The most important thing is that it allows for movement and is convenient for fighting. As an Amazon warrior, you are either fighting or on the way to fight. However, she finally looked at Peter, opened her arms, and asked, how was it? Not bad. Peter's fair evaluation made Diana feel a little unhappy, feeling that Peter was too perfunctory. Okay, let's take this one. She curled her lips and said. If the secretary received the amnesty, he quickly said, I will let the waiter prepare it. Well, by the way, let's take the 13th set, the 56th set, the 101st set, and the 153rd set together. Peter suddenly said. This made the secretary freeze in place, and Diana looked over in surprise. I think these sets are pretty good. Peter explained briefly. Anyway, with his memory, this kind of thing is just easy to do. But Diana didn't think so. She blinked and realized that she seemed to have misunderstood Black Superman. The other party seemed to be very serious about helping her choose armor from beginning to end, and she actually remembered it so clearly. This made her a little embarrassed and a little touched. As for the other party's brief comment, it must be because of her coldness. Yes, that's right. The other party has this kind of character. This made Diana's trust in Peter increase by several levels. She didn't even bother to look at which outfit she was wearing. She just nodded and said, okay, I'll do as you say. This made the little secretary embarrassed and stood there. Embarrassed, he said. I forgot which set it is. Who can remember? Without saying anything, Peter helped the secretary pick out the clothes, then took a suit for himself and walked into the fitting room. Out of her trust in Peter, Diana didn't bother with any clothes, she just stared at the changing room where Peter entered. She suddenly realized that after changing so many clothes, she had never seen Black Superman change his clothes, and she was inexplicably looking forward to it. In less than 2 minutes, Peter came out. Different from the suit he had changed into with Gwen at the dress spot, the clothes he was wearing now felt more like an English gentleman, and there was a British gentleman's hat on his head. The little secretary took Diana's clothes to pack them, but only Diana's eyes lit up. With a normal straight female aesthetic, she can naturally feel the charm of Peter at this moment. Of course, she would not be so sensitive in general, but didn't she just try on a lot of clothes? This made her feel a little excited. In order to repay Peter's serious evaluation just now, she quickly went to pick out 2 sets of clothes that she thought looked good and handed them to Peter. Peter looked over with faint doubts, and Diana said, you can try these 2 things too. Her learning ability was not weak, and after a while, plus being stimulated by Peter, she was suddenly stimulated. Some kind of switch. Refers to clothing. However, facing the somewhat attentive Diana, Peter calmly refused. No, let's go. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured down on Diana, turning her into a drowned rat. Her hands froze in place, a little embarrassed, and asked, why? Peter looked at her strangely. This is enough. Diana had to retract her hand coyly and said, okay. Xiao the secretary came back soon, and his eyes lit up when he looked at Peter's clothes. Sir, you guys are really talented and handsome. Obviously, her flattery hit the horse's leg, and Peter didn't care, while Diana on the side had just hit a wall and was in a state of disbelief. It was also a little weird, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. The little secretary didn't know what to do for a moment, wondering what was wrong with these 2 people. Why they felt like they had a quarrel just after leaving for a while. Let's go, I think your commander must be waiting impatiently. Peter said. The little secretary reacted, oh, okay, we'll go there right away. Perfect attendance? Perfect attendance? I want perfect attendance. After bringing Peter and Diana to the conference building, the little secretary's work was completed. Steve number 2 was waiting for a long time. Diana, Black Superman. He greeted enthusiastically, but when facing Peter, he was obviously more fearful and respectful. It is worth mentioning that the moment he saw Diana, he froze on the spot and his eyes widened. What's wrong? Diana asked strangely. Oh, no, it's nothing. Steve number 2 quickly looked away, avoiding the edge of Diana's beauty. He knew that Diana was very good looking, but before, Diana's dress was more like an Amazon warrior, and the feeling was not too strong. After putting on these regular clothes at this time, the charm of being a woman has increased exponentially. For some reason, he glanced at Peter with a sour look, feeling that he had lost something very important. Of course, this thought was just a ridiculous thought that flashed through my mind. There were more important things to do in front of me. The little secretary also made a fuss with dissatisfaction. Hey, Steve, there's me too. Steve number 2 came back to his senses. Oh, I'm sorry. He greeted the little secretary and sent him away. With 3 people left, he took a deep breath and said, "Next, well, we will conduct an interview. Of course, this is to enhance our understanding and has no other meaning." He was extremely tactful and careful, said. This made Diana feel uncomfortable all over. She felt that the attitude of the people around them towards them had changed a lot after last night. Forget it for everyone else, even Steve. Diana fell into silence and walked into a conference room under the leadership of Steve number 2. There is nothing to say about the process. After experiencing the Earth explosion star, everyone fully felt Peter's kindness. The atmosphere was actually extremely kind. The generals, knights or ministers were all surprisingly considerate. The problem mainly focuses on a few aspects. The identities of Peter and Diana, at least on their side. Diana still had nothing to say. The identity of the Amazon princess was thrown out early. As for Peter, "I am just a traveler passing by." Everyone was slightly silent. It was obvious that they were a little confused about the answer, but they were blocked by the window. The giant bat statue standing there could only jump to the next question. "What is your purpose?" "Of course it is to defeat Ares, end the war, and save those people who have been affected by the war," Diana said without hesitation. "Of course, Ares was defeated by us yesterday, you can end the war." This answer naturally caused a commotion. Without him, although everyone present was more or less prepared, it still seemed a bit funny when they saw it with their own eyes. But everything yesterday was in front of them, reminding them of this ridiculous fact all the time, and they could only accept it. However, Diana's words also made many people feel certain, and they immediately said, "Sorry, we can't stop the war." Diana was stunned when she heard this, and became a little anxious. Why? Ares has obviously been defeated. On Amazon, according to records, many gods of war in the past provoked human wars for their own selfish desires, but every time they defeated Ares, the wars would quickly stop. As for the logic or internal records, there are very few. She thought her mission for this trip had been completed, but today it seemed that there were still problems. The senators present knew very little about Diana and Peter, so they felt a little uncomfortable for a moment when faced with these naive words. Steve too sighed, knowing it was his turn. Generally speaking, he is a small person and is not qualified to be in the same room with so many big guys. "Diana," he called out and said. "Although Ares is dead, the war he started has finally happened. We still need to defeat our enemies and end everything in front of us." He knew what to do from it is best to coax Diana from angle, and I sincerely think so. Little did they know that the higher UPS had been fighting a war for almost 4 years and were almost ready to prepare for peace talks, even if the peace talks only brought about 20 years of peace. It's just that the appearance of Peter and Diana gave some of them a sense of ambition, which maybe can be used. Especially Morgan, played by Ares, was an important figure in the Dove faction. After his death, the peace talks more elusive. Diana didn't know these things, but was stunned by what she saw. Of course, she was not an idiot. She quickly read the implication of the important people present and frowned. "You want me to help you fight the war?" Diana spent almost the entire day today in confrontations with various politicians. Frankly speaking, Diana did not want to get involved in this war. It was one thing to fight Ares, but it was another thing to get involved in the war between humans. However, if she didn't intervene, the war would never end. Innocent people would be hurt and lose their lives every moment. This left her and Zay struggling. At the end of the whole day, she felt more tired than she had been fighting all day. Her temples were bulging and her head was swollen. What was even more irritating was that she took the opportunity to slip out of the crowd and looked at Peter, who was leaning against a pillar. "How could you do this?" The damn black Superman actually threw all the questions to her in the middle of the process. A man ran out. Even if someone asked, they were quickly shot back and told that she would be responsible. "Fortunately, I had to deal with those mortal guys inside because of the war. It was better for Black Superman to be alone outside." Peter looked at her and raised the corners of his mouth, "Because it's meaningless." How could it be meaningless? Diana, a fledgling, was still very naive. "We are saving millions of lives. Here fighting with them will only consume your energy and make you exhausted physically and mentally, Diana." This made Diana fall into silence. "Excuse me, you two." A voice sounded from the side, and Diana looked around and saw that it was a rather handsome man. "My master, I hope to meet you two later," the man said. "It seems that he is just a broker or a retainer." "Who is your master?" Diana asked with a frown. The attendant smiled slightly and did not answer Diana's question directly. Instead, he said, "You two have outstanding abilities. I believe that my master can give you more help." Diana let out a long breath, and the exhaustion in her eyes was even worse. I know. She was obviously ending the war, but these people. Diana felt disappointed in humans for the first time. After the man left, Diana looked at Peter and asked, "What should I do?" "What do you mean? Should I go to the front line?" If the enemy was Ares, Diana wouldn't there would be any hesitation, but the enemy is just an ordinary person. Peter did not respond directly to her, just said, "Come for a walk with me." Diana blinked, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded lightly. "Yeah, let's go again." At the junction of London, it was already sunset, and golden light penetrated the slightly humid air. Surrounded by lively citizens, bustling with people, and completely exotic buildings, there was no trace of war at all. These were all new to Diana, even if she had already walked some of them in the morning. She followed Peter, somewhat confused as to what she was going to do now and how it related to her problem. However, she found that when she walked outside, her vision was broadened, the air was no longer boring, and her mood was indeed relieved. Well, no matter what, it's the right thing to do to escape from that annoying place. Those guys will only drain your energy. Diana, go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Diana said secretly in her heart. She found that there seemed to be more and more people around. It seemed to be a dock, and she became more and more curious. She soon saw a strange stall on the roadside. The owner of the stall seemed to catch her eye and asked, "Would you like some ice cream?" "Madam, ice cream? What is ice cream?" Diana looked at Peter. Peter could only sigh inwardly at Diana's inseparable relationship with ice cream, and said, "Have some." "Okay, sir, 8 pence. He took out the quick money from somewhere, no need to look for it. Diana looked at the ice cream in her hand curiously, looked it over, and stretched out the pink slug to lick it. A cool touch and sweet taste bloom on the tongue. Diana's eyes widened for a moment, the pupils in her eyes were shaking. After taking another bite, she closed her eyes with a happy face and said movedly, "This is so delicious." She looked at Peter. Why is there such a delicious thing? The mood that was originally irritated by those congressmen was cured in an instant, and the clouds turned to sunshine, and the sunshine turned to bright sunshine. Well, humans seem to be worth saving, Diana thought to herself. Peter watched this scene with interest. This can be regarded as a classic scene in many DC comics or animations. Every time it is restarted, Diana will sigh about the greatness of ice cream. Diana took 2 more licks, and her whole body was deeply immersed in happiness. But sensing Peter's gaze, she seemed to have misunderstood something. After a moment's hesitation, she handed over the ice cream with a frown on her face. "A little for you." Peter shook his head and continued walking. Diana breathed a sigh of relief, licked the white sticky juice into her mouth, and followed Peter happily. Finally, after finishing the entire ice cream, Diana felt very satisfied, and she was still planning in her mind when to go to the stall to buy 2 more sticks. At this time, Peter, who was walking in front, stopped, and Diana almost bumped into him, so she had to walk to him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Arrived." "Arrived?" Diana didn't know why, so she turned her head and looked forward. Ahead was a huge ship. She had never seen such a big ship before. It was much bigger than the warship that originally chased Steve. Many people were getting off it. She didn't understand why Black Superman brought her here at first, until many soldiers came off the ship. Only then did Diana realize that this was a ship transporting soldiers. Soldiers who were injured, disabled, and unable to fight on the battlefield were transported back. She was now directly in front of the road, watching these soldiers coming from the battlefield towards her. They were all gray-headed, with empty eyes, completely lifeless, as if they were just walking corpses. Many soldiers with broken limbs were holding crutches, being supported by others, or wailing in pain. She froze on the spot, watching the soldiers walk up to her and then pass by her. A steady stream. The cruelty of war suddenly appeared in front of her. She is a soldier and has been trained by her teacher since she was a child. She understands that war will kill people, many people will die, and it is cruel. So after she heard that the Earth was involving millions of people in war because of Ares' instigation, she rushed out without hesitation. But after all, seeing is believing. It was only at this moment when she witnessed the miserable condition of these soldiers coming off the battlefield that she truly realized the cruelty of war. Not to mention there are many more who may not even come back. Even on the other side of the road, more recruited soldiers were heading in the opposite direction toward the ship like a swarm of ants. Those are the people who are about to go to war. Diana trembled all over, and the joy she had just felt over the ice cream was gone. No, the war can't continue like this. Going out with a heavy heart, and with an even heavier heart, Diana replied, "Arrive at the hotel." But compared with her previous hesitation, her heart was now filled with determination again. Among the equipment brought out from Paradise Island, the breastplate, belt, and mantra lasso were not much, but the shield and the god-killing sword were all destroyed in the battle with Ares. She put on her battle clothes and wiped the half-broken god-killing sword. She had already made up her mind to rush to the battlefield. She must end the war as soon as possible, otherwise thousands of people will die every moment. However, before that, she had one more thing to do. Diana walked to Black Superman's room next door, knocked on the door, and entered after getting permission. Black Superman seemed to have expected her coming back and had been waiting for a long time. Looking at the man in front of her, she realized that although they had known each other for a short time, they had gone through a lot. At the same time, the other man had also helped her a lot, and she remembered all of this in her heart. "So I feel a little down at the moment. Thank you for your help these 2 days, Black Superman." Diana thanked her formally. "It's nothing. I promised your mother to help take care of it." Diana frowned slightly, as if Black Superman was her elder. But her thoughts just flashed by. She took a deep breath and said, I have decided that I will go to the front line and end this war as soon as possible. Then what? Peter looked at her and said. Diana pursed her lips and said, although we may have to part ways next, I will never forget you. If necessary, you can always come to me. I will always be your friend. Now that the decision has been made for the banquet, it also represents the arrival of separation. She has never forgotten that Black Superman's goal is to go home and return to his universe. Ares has come to an end, and she really shouldn't drag him down anymore. She can't let him take care of her all the time, right? There was some reluctance in her heart. After all, in this human world, the only person she knew and trusted seemed to be Black Superman, Steve. Diana forced a smile and said, maybe after I finish this battle, maybe I can go over and help you. That's not necessary. Peter rejected her, which made Diana stunned, and the smile on her face became more forced. Okay, then, let's just say goodbye. She turned around with some disappointment and prepared to leave the room. Well, you seem to be a little pretentious, Diana. She thought with a sigh in her mind. It wasn't until she walked to the doorframe that someone said from behind her, who said I was leaving. She was stunned and quickly came back to her senses. But, don't you want to go home? Looking for a way back to your universe? Method. Peter nodded. I will go with you. This is also the way home. If there is a way to earn points the fastest in this world now, it must undoubtedly be to solve problems on the battlefield. His perception flashed past, and it was filled with yellow exclamation marks all over the screen. In order to plan for the future, he finally worked up some patience to accompany Diana for the past 2 days. Now you tell him to burn bridges and go alone? Are you kidding me? Cutting off people's financial opportunities is like killing their parents? If everything goes well, the 1 million Marvel Anchor points will be accumulated soon, and there will still be a lot left over. Of course, some people will say that if war can be used to earn points, then as long as you launch a few more wars, the points will not be easy to grab. Theoretically, this is true, but by then, the anti-hero stance will definitely have shifted to the villain, and even become more chaotic. And having said that, although she didn't know what the war had to do with Black Superman's returning home, Diana's bright eyes lit up for a moment. In other words, we will still be together in the future. Ha, Quan Chin is still here. I also saved several leave requests in the past 2 months. Of course, but, Peter looked at Diana. She is wearing her classic low-cut bra, with a short B-length skirt underneath, a plump bust, and healthy, powerful long white legs, which fully explains what it means to wear the less you get, the higher your defense is. Forget it in the movies and comics. After all, the general environment requires it, and it can also be interpreted as Amazon's style. So do you want to improve it now? And Diana also noticed the Black Superman's gaze. The inexplicable meaning and sweeping gaze made her feel embarrassed for a moment, but it was only for a moment. She looked back and asked, but what? Are you interested? Want a change of clothes? Huh. Early the next morning, after exchanging words with Steve No. 2, Diana was ready to leave for the battlefield. With Black Superman by his side, this is just a matter of a moment. The main purpose of communicating with Steve is to discuss some plans and goals. For Diana, rushing in hastily would only look like a headless fly and achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is not impossible to do bad things even with good intentions. However, when he saw Diana the next day, Steve No. 2 was once again confused. It's just because Diana now wears an extra layer of tights in addition to yesterday's battle uniform. This can be regarded as reducing the degree of exposure while retaining the original style. However, what fascinates Steve No. 2 is that this tights is made of stockings. The exposure is reduced, but it seems to be more astringent. Diana still failed to understand the allure of this thin layer of clothing to men, but she just thought that since Black Superman asked her to wear it, she would wear it, and it would not hinder her fighting anyway. It is worth mentioning that this layer of stockings is not made of any special material, nor is it supported by divine power. In other words, there will be a battle-damaged version. Of course, it's not a big problem. It's not a valuable thing. You can just replace it later. Steve. Diana called again, finally calling Steve No. 2 back, and asked, what should we do? Steve shook his head, trying hard not to pay attention to Diana and say, if possible, we hope to release the meteorite from the night before yesterday again. This is what many congressmen and senior officials hope for, a decisive nuclear strike. No, but before Peter could speak, Diana took the lead in rejecting Steve's request. A lot of people will die, she said. No matter what, she didn't want the dangerous scene that night to happen again, and she had made up her mind to never let that happen again. Steve on the opposite side was relieved when he heard Diana's answer. As someone who was present in person, he also refused, instinctively feeling that such things could easily get out of control. Anyway, as long as we can communicate, that's fine. Therefore, he quickly nodded and said, then, if you can, please go to the frontline battlefield. In the trenches on the battlefield, soldiers who had been numbed physically and mentally by the war were hiding in them. They no longer know how long they have been staying here. They only know that the platoon of comrades who originally came together has become increasingly sparse, and even the originally crowded place is empty. Without anyone noticing, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the air. It was Diana and Peter who were in London just a second ago. Of course, Diana didn't have the ability to fly, at least not yet, so she was still carried in Peter's hands with a depressed look on her face. Even if I was picked up unexpectedly last time at Amazon, why are you here now? You can't change your position? Diana was cursing in her heart, but she was actually very amazed at Black Superman's speed. To this day, she still doesn't seem to feel the limit of Black Superman's power. However, the most important thing at hand is the battlefield below. Is this what Steve is talking about? They have resisted the enemy for several months and can no longer hold on. Peter nodded. If it weren't for us, they would most likely be abandoned. Diana frowned slightly. I understand, I will save them. Peter smiled slightly. Okay, let's go, Pikachu. Diana? The next second, she found that she was thrown out by Black Superman. Although she didn't know what Pikachu meant, she couldn't help but turned back and glared at Peter. The meaning in her eyes was clearly, wait for me. Then, the whole person smashed into the enemy's position like a meteor. Diana did not panic at all because of this sudden situation and quickly adjusted her posture. The soldiers were still in a daze. Suddenly something fell from the sky. They subconsciously thought it was some kind of artillery shell and ran away. They didn't expect it to be a human being. Still a woman. Then, they saw this woman suddenly rush up and start hitting them hard with various blows to subdue them. Only then did they react. Enemy attack? Enemy attack. But it was too late. Diana was like a wolf among sheep. After experiencing the night of escaping from prison, she was already aware of the popularity of modern firearms and the siege situation she might encounter in the future, and specially conceived a plan on how to deal with it. Although it is just a fantasy and not mature, it is just right for experimentation now. Not to mention she doesn't have to look after some fucker this time. Therefore, the soldiers soon discovered that they could not hit the ghostly woman. The first step Diana took was to use the various bunkers around her and her outstanding explosive power. Her mobility made it difficult for resistance to lock her down. Yes, although it is impossible for her to be faster than bullets now, the problem is that the people who control the guns are a group of ordinary soldiers. This gives her a lot of room to maneuver. Even if you can't dodge sometimes, you still have the ability to block bullets with your hands. Soon, dozens of soldiers in the position fell under her hands. Of course, the enemy army cannot have only such a small number of people, and reinforcements rushed over when they discovered the abnormality. She didn't like fighting either. After confirming her position, she rushed directly to the rear of the camp. She was very clear-headed, and there were so many people on the other side. It was not a question of whether she could survive the beating. Even if she did, so many people would still hit her until her hands hurt. What she should perform should be a beheading operation, and capture the enemy officers first. Of course, Peter couldn't stand idly by. It wasn't that Diana needed help, but that if he didn't participate, how would he get the points afterwards? He descended directly upon the camp where the officers were. The other party was obviously startled. Who are you? The guarding soldiers pointed their guns directly at Peter, but it was of no use. Peter killed them before they could fire. As a result, the officer calmed down and did not panic and shout for help. According to the general routine, since the other party can break in quietly, he will definitely be able to at least kill him before the soldiers arrive. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Peter thought about it and said a joke he had made when he first debuted. You can call me Bateman. Of course, saying it now is not as simple as a joke. But that's all for later. The officer frowned when he heard this. He had never heard of the name Bateman, but this was not the time to pay attention to this. What do you want? The officer asked. Whether it is delaying time or finding out the other party's purpose, it will help him survive. It's over. I want to end the war. Are you from the Allied side? The officer felt bad. Fortunately, Peter just said, no, it's not. The officer breathed a sigh of relief. Then where are you from? Why did you come to me? If it's just to end the war, it's the same thing to help us. I stand on my own side. On my side, Peter interrupted. In my own way. The officer was stunned for a moment, and then the next second, he saw the other party taking action against him. When Diana finally reached the camp after overcoming many obstacles and broke into the command room, the officer was already lying on the ground in a daze and dying. She frowned and stepped forward to check on the other party. She found that all the bones in his body were broken and his body had suffered fatal injuries in many places. But the strange thing was that the other party was still hanging and alive. He was muttering, bat, bat. With contemporary medical technology, Diana didn't know. Anyway, she basically sentenced the other party to death after just one look. Even if you live like this, hanging for a few weeks or months will definitely lead to death. She exhaled heavily and walked out of the command room. Sure enough, Black Superman had been waiting here for a long time. She didn't question the fact that the other party left her behind and came to steal the house. This can also be understood as letting her attract the enemy's attention and create opportunities for Black Superman, which she can completely accept. But why did you torture him like that? Peter glanced at Diana. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the battle-damaged version. He will increase the pressure next time. You want me to kill someone? He asked. No, that's not what I meant. Diana frowned. I just said, you could have given him a good time. What's the difference between doing this and killing him? Fear. I'm creating fear. Peter quickly entering the role, he said. For human beings, fear is the best shackles. Besides, do you really want to see me killing people unscrupulously? This really stopped Diana from asking. The destructive power displayed was really unscrupulous. Diana shuddered and said, "No, that's fine, you're fine this way." Taking control. Peter nodded and said, "It's the end. I'll leave the matter to you." Diana glared at Peter fiercely. She felt like she was almost becoming an errand boy, doing some dirty work. If we really want to end this war zone, naturally it cannot be as simple as beheading. At least break down the defense line of the soldiers in this position. Of course, Diana's eyes did not intimidate Peter in any way. Just as the soldiers who were looking for Diana's traces came over, she was not sneaking after all. Diana sighed and could only start to solve it. She began to feel that she was getting further and further away from the heroic epic in her fantasy. After sending Diana away, Peter looked at the window in his sight. After waiting for a long time, a reminder finally popped up. You organized a conflict and obtained 6,000 points. Rating S, extra points 6,000. By coincidence, Diana on the other side just finished solving the problem. Therefore, when forming a team, Diana's actions will also be judged by the system as an extension of him. If the operation is done well, Peter can have more than one wage earner. Of course, the main reason is that Diana's actions are all executed under the influence of his command. As for the reason why he didn't say anything about the quick brushing, the system's camp determination also requires a sense of ritual. Although Diana secretly complained about Peter using her as a coolie at first, she was still very happy to be able to really break up this front. I don't know how many people can be saved this way. She returned to Peter, thought for a while, and said, "I want to ask, what does bat mean? The statue in London is a bat, and what the officer shouted was also a bat. What does bat mean? Black Superman doesn't even have the symbol of a bat on him." Peter just smiled slightly. "You will understand later." Diana curled her lips, the hateful Riddler. But before she could question or complain, her expression suddenly changed. No need, I can just do it myself." But it was already too late. Black Superman's hand came over again. London. After Steve No. 2 assigned Diana a task, he was still looking at the strategic map on the table. Because he is responsible for connecting with the two of them, the power and information in his hands are also much greater. Black Superman and Diana have already set off. Although they are both different from ordinary people, it will take a day or two to solve the problems on the front line and travel back and forth, right? Combining the orders and strategies from above, he looked at the map and thought about which area would be better to deal with in a day or two. Fortunately, the general direction of the strategy had already been decided. No matter how much he was promoted, he was just a messenger, and he quickly finished thinking about it. Next, all he had to do was wait for Diana and Black Superman to come back. Wait, what did he see? In the sky, Peter once again carried the somewhat hopeless Diana back to the parliamentary building like a piggy. Steve hurriedly ran out to greet her. "Why are you back so soon? Did something unexpected happen?" As he said that, he looked at Diana strangely. How should I put it? The way Black Superman carries people is like carrying a pet. This look deeply hurt Diana, mainly because she felt a little social, and silently vowed in her heart that she would never let Black Superman do this to her again, and said, "No, we have already solved it." Solved. Steve the husband was stunned for a moment, still not thinking about it. What did you solve? Of course it was that position. We have disintegrated the enemy. The soldiers only need to go over and accept it. There will be no resistance. This. Steve was stunned. He looked at the watch in his hand. It's only been less than half a day, but it's more than half a day, it's only been a while. He seemed to remember something, and suddenly said, "You didn't use that, did you?" Whether it was lasers or meteorites, they were both powerful weapons. What are you thinking about? Diana quickly understood what Steve meant. We have tried to reduce the damage as much as possible. Steve frowned deeply. Okay, but I still need to wait for the news from the front. Damn it, the first leave request note disappeared so quickly, the situation is not optimistic. By the time Steve No. 2 received the news, it was already the next day. Even though he had subconsciously believed it for a long time, when he really confirmed that the two of them could solve a battlefield in just a moment, he still couldn't help but be amazed in his heart. What were you doing in the past few years? At the same time, more invitations and olive branches were thrown towards Peter and Diana. There are always people trying to win over the two through diplomatic means. Then, Diana was pushed out by Peter again. Even though she was so angry that she was itching her teeth, for the sake of living, Diana still insisted on sending everyone away. Then he put his hands on his hips and complained fiercely to Peter. Next time something like this happens, do it yourself. This is to help you better integrate into the human world. Peter said, "That's an excuse. Our Miss Diana has obviously made a lot of progress after being forced to deal with various politicians. Do you know how annoying those people are?" Peter sighed and looked at she glanced at her and said, "So, you don't want me to destroy them all when I get angry, right?" Okay, there was progress, but not much. Diana was still manipulated. Back to Steve No. 2, he had planned his actions again. This time with experience, he directly pointed out a series of targets. These targets cover almost all fronts, and Steve can be said to have listed all the war zones that need help or are in a stalemate. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Just come in order. The following ones are of lower priority. If you don't have enough time, you don't have to go. We will try our best to go there." Diana didn't mind either. "Tired, everything is on my shoulders. Fortunately, this coincides with Peter's goal. After the matter was finalized, it was natural to set off. At this time, Diana looked at Peter defensively. Looking at her appearance, Peter understood the other person's thoughts in an instant, but he still asked knowingly, "What's wrong?" Diana's eyes narrowed slightly, sending out a slight danger signal. "You can't take me like that anymore." "Why? Taking you with me? Naturally, it's like carrying a little pig." Diana was silent, protesting with her eyes. "Then how do you want to go?" Peter was not annoyed and asked with a smile. This stumped Diana. How to go? If she wasn't with Black Superman, she would have spent much more time on the road. It is also this terrifying speed that allows their abilities to radiate so far. Of course, if the troops are divided into two groups, it is not impossible for her and Black Superman to deal with it separately, but thinking about Black Superman's speed, I am afraid that the map will be cleared before she even reaches the battlefield. This won't work. Diana doesn't want to be left behind. So, in the end, working with Black Superman became her only choice. She pursed her lips and said, "You can hold me." Generally speaking, Amazon warriors are informal, and this little bump is nothing. But I don't know why, after Diana finished speaking, her heartbeat actually felt a little faster. Just like the nervous mood she felt when she was training on Paradise Island as a child and faced a bull for the first time. She was a little confused as to why, and glanced at Peter secretly. Well, the opponent was much more dangerous than the bull. Facing a powerful warrior, it was inevitable for her to be nervous. That's right. This is impossible. But unfortunately, Black Superman rejected her the next second. Diana was slightly disappointed, frowned, and stared at Peter. She was a little surprised why Black Superman refused. There was no reason. Could it be that the other party hates her? No, it shouldn't be. Or maybe she has some kind of mysophobia. Maybe she has a peculiar smell on her body or something like that, right? On Paradise Island, there are indeed some ladies who have this problem. Sometimes they don't even post a post. Now is not the time to think about that. Diana quickly resisted the urge to sniff herself, as she had obviously been looking for opportunities to clean her body in the past 2 days. But there is no way to continue this stalemate. Do we really want to continue like a piggy? Fortunately, Black Superman didn't let her really freeze in place and said, "Stretch your hand over here." Diana hesitated for a moment, but still obeyed. Peter directly pulled her up, which was a compromise. After all, she was still his laborer, so it was not impossible to give her a little face. "Let's go." Diana's mind suddenly became confused and she nodded silently. As for the biological force field, there is actually not much difference between carrying and pulling. The two of them soon arrived at another battlefield. "Are you ready? Our goal this time is to sneak in and assassinate the commander on the opposite side." Black Superman's voice came from her ears. Diana came back to her senses and forced herself to clear out distracting thoughts, and then she was a little surprised. In front of us was a large military camp with various soldiers, and the defense was much higher than last time. Recalling what Steve said when he mentioned this camp, this is an important military location for the other party, connecting the center of military information circulation everywhere. It is difficult for us to capture it quickly. Well, this is not your problem. It's us. The troops we control there are simply not enough to swallow them up. You need to first clear the several strongholds before this, cooperate with the army's advance, and then kill the enemy's high-level commanders and create chaos. Let's go head-on. In short, the various cooperation and strategic plans planned by Steve are still very appropriate, and this camp was originally planned to be broken into later. Unexpectedly, Black Superman was the first one to break through. "Found it here. Shall we hit here directly?" Diana couldn't help but ask. Peter nodded and gave a rare explanation. "Their method is still too conservative. Let's attack here directly and defeat them one by one." Between Steve and Black Superman, Diana naturally believed in Black Superman unconditionally. At least these days, the other party seems to be full of confidence in everything, and this strong self-confidence and calmness have undoubtedly infected her. She glanced at the layout below, frowned and said, "If we want to attack here, we'd better not provoke the enemy's siege head-on, otherwise even I will be very difficult." Of course, she is talking about herself here, not counting Peter. Even she didn't know how to define the strength of Black Superman. Black Superman smiled slightly and said, "Don't bother me." Diana originally thought that Black Superman was going to use some of his wonderful abilities again, so she blinked and asked curiously, "How do you say that?" Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It's still the same as last time. Just the same, I believe you, Diana. Diana? Peng? With a flick of Peter's hand, Diana fell to the ground like a meteor again, landing very accurately in front of the opponent's military camp. Peter looked at the commotion below and nodded. Putting pressure on Diana is not just talk. Anyway, with him watching, nothing will happen to Diana, and enough pressure will help her awaken more quickly and master her divine power. Of course, the battle-damaged version of Wonder Woman is also a reason. And Diana, who almost fell to the ground and turned into a box, had already cursed Black Superman countless times in her heart for not being a human being. How could there be such a hateful man? She was furious, but the soldiers around her were attracted by the noise, so she had to suppress her resentment and concentrate on dealing with the scene in front of her. Diana, who had had an experience a long time ago, was familiar with driving a car, and some of the tactics and techniques for today's firearms and soldiers were becoming more and more mature. Even if the firepower she faced this time was more powerful, she quickly stabilized her rhythm. When she was looking for cover to avoid gunfire, and when charging in a roundabout way, she could also use her powerful dynamic vision to capture the trajectory of the bullet and stop it with a silver bracelet. Many soldiers' aiming movements couldn't even keep up with her speed, and she rushed in front of them at a high speed. With a high spinning jump, his long legs came down like whips, smashing the people around him. Then came the uppercut, spinning whip kick, ducking and leaping, quickly breaking through, and before the soldiers could react, they started the next charge and dodge. Because of the anger in her heart, these soldiers became the target of her venting, and she was particularly harsh on them. Of course, it was inevitable that battle damage finally began to appear on her body, which meant that those stockings finally began to be torn or disintegrated due to the fierce battle. The position where Peter threw her down was really bad, which caused her to fall into a very passive situation at once, and almost all the soldiers in the camp were attracted to her. She could handle it at first, but then it became more and more difficult. And Black Superman was nowhere to be seen. If this continued, her situation would really be very pessimistic. In the critical situation, she could only cross her hands in front of her body to protect her, once again stimulating the ability to protect the silver bracelet. The collision of the silver bracelets produced a divine shock wave. The surrounding soldiers were scattered and a gap was created. She also took this opportunity to break out. This was the first time she had independently activated the ability of the silver bracelet to fight Ares. Because Peter's participation ended too quickly, she has not been able to fully tap this ability until now. This is considered compensation. What Diana herself didn't even notice was that during this battle, she ran faster and jumped farther without realizing it. When Diana finally broke through the blockade defense and came to the command room, she unexpectedly saw the Black Superman who had been waiting here for a long time. Diana was no longer in the mood to go in and investigate. Behind her are various soldiers who were knocked down by her, some alive, some may not survive, and the buildings or obstacles erected by various buildings have also been demolished. They agreed to carry out a hidden assassination, but the two of them turned them into unparalleled berserkers. At this time, Diana was panting a little because she had consumed a lot of energy, and her stockings were already damaged in many places. The healthy wheat-colored skin underneath her and the moist sweat drops could be clearly seen from the crack. Of course, there are also injuries, but this is a common occurrence for an Amazon female warrior, and there is nothing to say. What's more, although her divine power has not yet been fully awakened, she is still a demigod after all, and these wounds will quickly recover as intact as before. However, physical wounds are easy to recover from, but psychological ones are different. Diana stepped forward angrily and said, "Do you know how extreme what you just did is?" Peter still looked calm and said, "Of course I know that if you are not careful today, you will fail. Then you still, Diana." Peter interrupted Diana's question and said, "As an Amazon warrior, I thought you wouldn't be so squeamish." This was the first time Diana heard squeamish appeared on her body, and she was a little disbelieving. This could even be said to be a shame for her. She was very dissatisfied and said, "No, I'm not angry because of this, but because..." She paused mid-sentence, as if hesitant to speak, but this hesitation had already lost her momentum. Peter knew what she wanted to say and said for her, "You mean betrayal, right?" Diana nodded silently. This was the source of her anger today. Being thrown directly in front of her was not that she couldn't fight, but that she couldn't accept it. Don't get a certain amount of respect, or don't cherish it enough. Did Black Superman take her seriously? If Peter doesn't handle it well, the trust he has built up may completely collapse. Of course, Peter had already planned for this. He did not continue talking, but changed the topic and said, "Do you feel it?" Diana frowned slightly, a little confused. Just now you were concentrating on fighting, so you couldn't notice it, but now you should be able to feel that the divine power in your body has further awakened. Diana was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Thinking back to the battle just now, the power and divine power in the body is indeed stronger. She clenched her fists, and the strength of her physical body seemed to have increased. As a warrior who has been tempering her physical body for many years, she couldn't help but feel it. "I was just blinded by anger and was anxious to settle the score with Black Superman, so I really ignored these things." Peter's voice continued to ring in her ears. "Don't forget, Ares said that you have the same bloodline as him. Your mother protected you too well, which led to your current divine power. You haven't fully awakened yet. Now you can only use fighting or harder training to hone and stimulate this potential. I promised your mother to help take care of you, and it's not just words." Peter's the explanation instantly dispelled Diana's anger. Black Superman was not playing with her, but training her, not to mention pulling out her mother, which made her lose her temper for a moment. Poor Diana was just starting out and didn't know that she was being censored. She just felt that Black Superman had done the right thing, but she still felt uncomfortable and had nowhere to vent, and she seemed a little speechless for a while. Peter looked at her and sighed. This abnormality caught Diana's attention and she looked over. "I saw Peter say, 'I have been watching, how could you really let something happen to you?'" This sentence instantly dispelled all Diana's displeasure. She blinked, and was replaced by a mixture of anger and joy. Strange thoughts arise uncontrollably. She didn't know what this feeling was like. She had never experienced it in her life before. "I suddenly felt that Black Superman's face was really both lovable and hateful, and I didn't know what to say for a moment. After a pause, she reluctantly found something to say. Can I stop wearing this? She was referring to the stockings. After today's battle, she realized deeply. Although this layer of clothing will not hinder my movements, it is of no use. Moreover, she lowered her head and glanced at the damaged stockings on her thighs and upper waist. I don't know why, I didn't feel anything when I just left it empty, but now I feel a little ashamed for no reason. No, Diana. Peter refused directly without thinking, and said without hesitation. These damaged areas can make you reflect on the shortcomings in the battle. You should learn from them and make up for the shortcomings, rather than thinking about taking them off. Is that so? Diana tilted her head, feeling something was wrong. Fortunately, the code was fast enough and I was almost too late. Although it sounds very reasonable, Diana has learned to be smart now and starts to think independently. This is a good thing. Peter's expression remained unchanged, and he changed the topic easily. Next, we will deal with several nearby strongholds. Diana had no objection, and just said, you can't treat me like you just did. Okay, of course, too much is not enough, I know this very well. Diana nodded and wanted to stretch out her hand, but suddenly hesitated. She has just finished a fight, and her body is covered in sweat, blood, and the like. Is it too dirty? Will he be disliked even more? She stole a glance at Black Superman. After being rejected by Black Superman once when she offered a hug in the morning, she felt a little worried. Even Peter, although he can understand most people's thoughts through dual business and dynamic observation of the super brain, he is still somewhat unable to handle this kind of thinking that is a little too out of the box. Fortunately, most of the time, it is not necessary to know clearly. It is enough to know that the other party seems to be hesitant. If you don't come over, I'll have to carry you, Peter said. Oh, okay. Diana shivered instantly. Compared with other things, being carried a piglet or something was absolutely unacceptable. The next process was much smoother. Diana had already gnawed off the hardest bone, and it had taken a lot of effort, so Peter didn't let her fight alone. On the contrary, most of the cases are to clear the field by oneself. In this way, the efficiency is undoubtedly much faster. Even later, when various camps were already on guard, there was still no change under his hands, and they were all killed in a matter of seconds. Unable to run away, unable to stop, these troops and soldiers saw for the first time what it means to be helpless. Fortunately, Peter didn't actually kill anyone, and his survival rate was higher than Diana's, at least for a short period of time. This also brought huge medical pressure to the enemy. With more survivors, the name Batman began to be resounding among people by word of mouth and fear. In this way, Peter's first goal was achieved. In the future, perhaps with the passage of time, these fears engraved in the hearts of this generation of soldiers may gradually fade away, but the name Bateman will not. Maybe it will become a legend or an anecdote, no one knows. Diana witnessed Peter's actions throughout the entire process, and she once again refreshed her understanding of Black Superman's abilities. So awesome, is this guy omnipotent? Diana thought. Did he really treat her like that just to train her? After all, in the same situation, it was obviously very easy for Black Superman to do it himself, and Diana actually believed it. She will feel betrayed, maybe just because she is weak. Peter's rule of not killing shocked her deeply. Even though the process could even be said to be a bit cruel, Black Superman did not actually kill anyone personally. Well, except for those ships that were blown up in the Amazon. In this way, the two people quickly disintegrated a line of defense through super-speed strikes. This can be said to be a dimensionality reduction strike for people in the current era, and they were completely stunned. As for whether Steve can advance quickly, that's none of Peter's business. In fact, if they mess around for a while, Peter will be able to earn more points. Although he will not start a war for points, his smooth flow is very consistent with the character's position. Finally, the two returned to London. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. After briefly informing Steve, ignoring his surprised expression, Diana hurried back to the hotel and rushed into the bathroom. She had been holding it in all day. In the bathroom, Diana took off her dirty skirt and stockings. Even though this set of equipment is considered an Amazon treasure, it does not have a self-cleaning function, so it still needs to be cleaned when it is time to clean it. Not to mention pantyhose, they are so worn that they can no longer be worn. As her clothes came off, her toned body was quickly exposed to the air. The snow-capped peak on the chest stands upright, and the lines of the core muscles of the abdominal groin basin are faintly visible. The back is slightly wider due to bodybuilding, but in exchange for more graceful curves and a fuller breast. Diana, who has been training as a warrior for many years, is destined not to be delicate and soft, but instead, she has an agile body full of explosiveness and power. But she has never been a powerful warrior. Her muscles are not as big as King Kong Barbie, and she also looks a little moist due to some fat that is just right. Holding a piece of soap, Diana wiped it very carefully. After washing her whole body carefully, she got into the bathtub and took a bath. After taking this bath, she felt that her body and mind were relaxed and cleansed. But when she came out wearing a bath towel and looked at a brand new set of stockings that had been placed beside the bed for some time, she couldn't help but twitching at the corner of her mouth. In this way, in the next few days, Diana and Peter went to various fronts to conduct attacks every day. While she is becoming more proficient, she is also constantly honing her skills and strengthening her body. Even later, all the enemy troops were on guard, which really brought her a lot of trouble and challenges. Then, I returned to London and the hotel every day with my war-damaged stockings and tired body, washing my body and taking a bath seriously. This cycle even made Diana feel like she was back in her childhood when she was being trained by a teacher on Paradise Island, and she felt a little dazed for a while. In his spare time, Peter would take her with him to save oppressed civilians in some villages. During war, the bad roots in some human nature will only be infinitely magnified, and crime and violence will be everywhere. These are all points. The consequence of this is that Diana often looks at Peter with bright eyes. Steve number 2 also looked at the entire list of stockings on the two people's budget list and fell into silence. Of course, such days did not last long. Just a few days later, Diana discovered that the enemy army had collapsed. After all, facing such an existence that comes and goes without a trace, unable to resist and escape, few people can maintain strong morale. At the end of the day, Peter and Diana returned to the hotel again. Is the war going to end? Diana said expectantly. Peter felt it was a pity that he had finished the battle so quickly, but he still nodded and said, they will surrender soon and have peace talks. In the past few days, the blow to the Allies led by Germany was absolutely fatal. Peter and Diana's attack completely destroyed their battle line, and most of them didn't even know how they lost. And after the war, the name Bateman will definitely resound throughout the world? Great. Diana said happily. In this way, her goal of leaving Paradise Island would be achieved. After she finished speaking, her tight and proud body came closer, and her eyes became a little moist. Thank you, Black Superman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know how long I would have to work hard. Peter frowned imperceptibly. Said truthfully, you can do it without me. Diana only thought that Black Superman was praising herself, and she was even more happy, and her plump and powerful thighs subconsciously clamped. Naturally, her reaction could not escape Peter's eyes. Peter thought to himself, he only needed a tool man who was well-behaved and obedient enough. It seemed that he was almost trained now. He said, don't be too happy too early. We still have one last thing to do. What? Diana asked curiously. Isabel Maru, a radical doctor of chemistry, was hired by the German army to develop poisonous gas biological weapons for them. She and her camp are both radicals, and they don't seem to be so willing to end the war. Even when they become more desperate, he became more and more crazy, trying to use biological and chemical weapons to reverse the situation of the war. At least both sides would be harmed. Peter said. The reason why Steve was chased and mistakenly entered Paradise Island before was because he stole the doctor's notes. He was mixed up in the war. After a while, Diana was no longer completely like a blank sheet of paper. At least, she understood the destructive power of things like poison gas and biochemical weapons. No, we must stop them. We have finally reached this point. How can we let them turn against us and kill more people? She said immediately. Peter nodded, took out a few sets of clothes he bought in London before, and said, so, you choose one. Diana? Peter explained, next we are not going to the battlefield, but to the enemy's rear area. You need a set of clothes to cover up. So that's it. Diana nodded, and after Peter left, she looked at these clothes and tried them on. The first set is an OL costume. The hip-covering skirt and tight waist set off her amazing waist and hip curves. The upper body is covered with a wide and clean shirt. Between the plump bust and the thin willow-like waist, there is a cliff like a chasm. Diana frowned. Does Black Superman like this? But for her, the restraints on her hips and legs were too big for exercise. After that, there is a low-cut dress, which fully shows off the fullness of the bust. For Diana, although her waist and hips were free of restraints, her upper body was also loosened and easily swayed when she moved, making it unsuitable for strenuous exercise. She had an even worse headache. It was always like this. She could only continue to read. The next few items also had their own characteristics. She now gradually understands that these clothes can well show her charm as a woman. Black Superman's original vision was good. This made her feel a little happy but also hesitant. In the end, Diana chose a dress with a hat and a veil. Mainly because after these few days, her face is no longer a secret to a certain extent. There may be a photo or portrait of her across the street, and the veil can hide it to a certain extent. After finishing packing, Diana glanced at the pantyhose beside the bed before leaving. After hesitating, she took them on. German High Command. It is not only an important military location, but also a large number of civilians living here. Peter brought Diana here and landed here. Of course, this time it was rare that he had the conscience to throw Diana directly into the center without any fanfare. He pointed to a location and said, they are already discussing how to release poison gas. Your goal is to stop them and destroy the poison gas and information stored so far. Aren't we together? Diana asked doubtfully. It's just you this time, Diana. Your performance during this period has been good enough. Peter said. He is not Diana's nanny. He has led her all the way, and it is time for the other party to hand over an answer sheet. Another reason is that he has almost reached 1 million points. If he swipes harder, he can buy the anchor point of the Marvel Universe. Although having an anchor point does not mean that you can go back immediately, it is still one step closer. When Diana heard Peter's words, she was also a little excited. I won't let you down. The two separated. Diana followed the street and walked all the way to the building pointed by Peter. On the way, she met patrolling soldiers. I will try my best to avoid it. After this period of training, she is already very familiar with things like sneak assassination, and she has some experience. Soon, she arrived at the outside of the target building. Because there were soldiers guarding the main entrance, she could not get close, so she could only look for opportunities on the flanks or the rear. Fortunately, she found an opportunity by the window on the second floor. After quickly knocking the soldier on guard unconscious, she dragged the soldier into a utility room. She was about to come out and start searching for Dr. Maru's location, but she didn't expect that a soldier came to change the guard. In desperation, she could only knock him unconscious and drag him into the utility room. She quickly searched around the second floor, but couldn't find any trace of the target, but she did find a bitmap. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Dr. Maru's laboratory should be in the basement of his home. What? You mean the other soldiers or clerks on the second floor? Every one of them was thrown into the utility room by Diana. Diana sneaked down the stairs into the basement. Fortunately, she didn't run into any soldiers who happened to be on patrol this time. If you say it was all done by her, she won't accept it. When we came to the basement, the light here became obviously much dimmer. At the same time, there was only one passage, and there was no detour or room for escape. Fortunately, there are no soldiers left here. Diana quickly walked outside the room at the end of the passage. Through the window, she could see a busy figure in the room. After looking around for a moment, Diana finally confirmed that she had found the right person when the man turned half around and looked at the disfigured side face. But at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from behind. Diana knew she couldn't wait any longer, so she rushed forward without any hesitation. Now her physical fitness has improved a lot compared to when she first left Paradise Island. Dr. Maru, a frail ordinary person, didn't react at all. When she came over, she was already held hostage, and, at the same time, the broken sword god-killing sword was also pressed against her neck. Who are you? After a slight panic, Dr. Maru quickly calmed down and said. Diana did not answer, but looked out of the passage. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked in. He seemed to have noticed something unusual inside, and shouted, "Guard! Guard!" Dr. Maru also saw the person coming, with hope bursting in his eyes, and he quickly called for help. "General, hurry up, help me." The person coming was General Rudolph, the leader of the radical faction. As a radical general, this war has always been what he expected. He hopes to gain more benefits through war and climb to a higher position. Originally, the situation had been going as smoothly as he had hoped. He was going to win this war. Who knows, during this period, a guy named Bateman suddenly appeared from nowhere, completely interrupting his strategy. According to the survivors, the opponent, a man and a woman, could always accurately pass through countless scouts and sentry points, and descend from the sky to attack various camps. Or a very provocative frontal approach. But what's even more outrageous is that they can't beat him. No matter where the camp is, no matter how defensive it is, if the troops are increased, the opponent seems to be able to defeat them one by one. It's not like they haven't tried to fight back, but the problem is, they can't catch him. You come and go without a trace, you can't even find anyone. What are you doing? Even if it is equipped with a brand new Special Forces Air Force, it has no ability to fight against it. Even the other side did not kill anyone, which not only made them lose face, but also aggravated the pressure on their medical system and the collapse of morale. It was only through some information that they learned that Bateman had appeared in London and had personally created a shocking spectacle. General Rudolph didn't see the spectacle with his own eyes, so he didn't know if it was true, but his colleagues were all frightened one by one and decided to surrender, which made him particularly unwilling. Almost? It's obviously just a little bit off. Moreover, if he surrendered now, the losses would be extremely huge, and he couldn't bear it, otherwise his next life would be over. At least it would hurt both sides so that he would have room for maneuver. The only way is to use a secret weapon that has been secretly researched before, biochemical poison gas. As long as it is dropped properly, it can cause huge damage to the enemy. Today he came to see Dr. Maru to discuss and decide how to release this batch of poison gas. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he found that Dr. Maru was actually being held hostage. This made him frightened and angry. Dr. Maru was his only hope for a comeback? Who is it? Who dares to do this to him? Then, he saw a familiar face. From the portraits or photos left by survivors on the battlefield. It was Bateman. The enemy who could be called the culprit appeared in front of him, and Rudolph became angry for a moment. So it's you. You know me. Rudolph gritted his teeth and sneered. You were the one who caused all my plans to go to waste. Where is the other person? Diana knew the other person as soon as she heard it. She definitely wouldn't give up. She sighed in her heart. She had almost succeeded in the stealth assassination, but at the last moment he broke in and personally disrupted her operation. It was really a crime without war. She will never admit that she is not good at sneaking. Thinking in her mind, she broke the sword in her hand and pushed it against Dr. Maru. She stared at the words. There was simply no room for too many people in the narrow passage. After Rudolph called 2 or 3 people, he blocked the passage directly, with the black muzzle pointed at her. Diana fully believed that there were several groups of people guarding the back. Of course, even so, she was not panicked. The passage was narrow, and there was really no room to dodge when facing the gun, but Diana didn't necessarily have to hide. Now that she is skilled in blocking bullets and pre-firing, the power and rate of fire of these primitive rifles can no longer pose a threat to her. In an instant, she simulated several strategies to break through and capture Rudolph. Yes, while killing Dr. Maru, she was also planning to kill Rudolph as well. After all, from what she just said, she could tell that the other party must be the leader of the so-called radical faction. It wouldn't be a problem to kill a few of these people. Rudolph quickly noticed Diana's intention to break out. Without him, the other party's intention of sizing him up was too naked. He knew very well that the news coming from the front line said a lot about the two Batemans having outstanding military power and that one could fight 100. This made him shrink back to the level of a soldier, and directly gave the order, "Fire! Fire! Kill her!" At the same time, Diana also took action. The broken sword slit Dr. Maru's throat, and Dr. Maru's eyes widened in horror. She never thought until her death that she would die in such a hasty and careless manner. Obviously she still has so many ambitions, but her long-cherished wish has not been fulfilled. She is obviously proud that the biochemical poison gas has been completed, and it has even mutated into a new type, and its potential has been greatly improved. It was clear that the poison gas was about to be released, and she would leave a heavy mark in the history books. However, everything that was unprepared today shattered her dream, and she fell on the eve of dawn. In the end, she just fell down weakly, her cheek hitting the ground heavily, her wide eyes filled with unwillingness. Even the lenses in her pupils finally reflected the heroic figure of Diana charging towards the soldiers. After deflecting all the bullets, Diana rushed in front of the soldier and slammed the door in front of him. She easily knocked down the other two. She looked up and saw that the soldiers behind were still coming, but Rudolph had already rushed over the basement door. I saw Rudolph turn around and smile ferociously. "I know, you are very strong, but we are not without means to deal with it." As he said that, he took out a glass bottle from his body, which contained dark green, concentrated the black gas hit the ground hard. Bang! The bottle shattered, and the gas inside spread outwards, swallowing up the soldiers and Rudolph in just the blink of an eye. Rudolph's voice came from the mist that had become a little thinner in color due to diffusion. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Our poisonous gas has also mutated into a type during the research. It can increase various functions of the human body in a short time, even ordinary ones. Soldiers can also gain superhuman strength in a short period of time. As for how it mutated, I don't know. Even how the initial version of the poison gas was successful, Rudolph was a little confused. With the current level of science and technology, many times the research was just trying luck and risking human lives. He didn't know that all this was a bargaining chip given to them by Ares in order to provoke a war. He just continued. I originally wanted to use it as a secret weapon and make the final decision at the last moment. Unfortunately, because of you, I lost this opportunity. His figure gradually emerged from the green mist. The skin on his face seemed to be caused by poisonous gas entering the body. You could see the brilliance of blood vessels flickering in and out, and there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Bateman, I will make you pay the price. Rudolph halfway through gritting his teeth, he suddenly couldn't speak anymore. A broken sword suddenly flew towards him at an absurd speed and pierced directly into his chest. Even after being strengthened, he was still unable to react and was unable to dodge the hidden weapon attack. As for this broken sword, it is naturally the god-killing sword in Diana's hand. According to the original plot advancement, Diana will mistakenly think that Rudolph is Ares and have a battle with him. At that time, Rudolph also took in the mutant gas, and actually fought Diana 55-50 in a short period of time, and almost killed her back. But at this moment, after being trained by Peter, Diana's battle memory, divine power, and bloodline expansion are far from being comparable to the original version. In addition, she does not follow martial ethics, interrupts spell casting, and makes sneak attacks, which makes Rudolph unable to speak. Before he finished speaking, he gave away his head directly. Being bullied by Black Superman during this period of time is not for nothing. Of course, it's not over yet. As the mist spread, the surrounding soldiers also inhaled the poisonous gas. Each one of them showed the same symptoms as Rudolph, and they were also strengthened. I don't know why, but Diana accidentally inhaled some poisonous gas, but the poisonous gas had no effect on her. As a result, she now had to face a group of strong soldiers who were strengthened, like wolves and tigers, with strange glints in their eyes. Outside the command office, Diana, who had broken out of the encirclement, went around the road and sneaked through the back door. He slipped out, quickly returned to the reserved hiding spot, and put on the dress that he had hidden here long ago. At the same time, several groups of soldiers on horseback suddenly ran up the street and surrounded the entire command building. These were soldiers who had discovered abnormalities or received signals and came to support them. Someone was so bold and crazy that he secretly murdered all the soldiers in the command post, and the noble General Rudolph was also harmed. Although some people sometimes found soldiers and clerks piled up in the utility room on the second floor after being knocked unconscious, this did not alleviate the intruders' madness at all. They are even a little confused about the infiltrators' intentions. The target may be General Rudolph or some important person. Isn't it unnecessary for you to clear out everyone and increase the chance of yourself being exposed? To say that the target is all soldiers, who can be so bored? Wouldn't it be better to just open Wushuan if you have this ability? It seems that this situation is almost the same as opening Wushuan. They quickly sent people to seal the city gate and search for infiltrators throughout the city. At This moment, Diana had already put on a beautiful dress and walked on the street, watching the soldiers who were searching for people on horseback from time to time. According to this posture, even if she is prepared, it will not be long before she is still found. There was nothing she could do about this. The entire city was now sealed off, and she wouldn't be able to get out if she didn't force her way in, if she sneaked in. All she could do was wait for Black Superman to come back to pick her up. But as time goes by, Black Superman has not appeared. In this regard, she felt a little helpless. Now she was playing the role of an infiltrator. Rudolph and Dr. Maru had successfully solved the problem, so it was best not to cause any further complications. She had no choice but to walk faster and faster, trying to get rid of these soldiers. But it was of no use. More soldiers focused on her, and soon she was cornered in an alley. It was getting dark at this time, and one of the soldiers stood up and said, "Madam, your behavior is a bit suspicious. Please come with us." Diana frowned. Although it was very inconvenient to wear regular clothes, faced with this situation, it seemed that she could only force a breakout. But before she could take action, she suddenly found that the soldiers in front of her suddenly fell powerless. She was stunned for a moment, then realized quickly, and a voice came to her ear. "You made quite a noise." Diana turned around and found that Black Superman had been leaning against the wall without knowing when. She snorted and said, "After all, I assassinated the target perfectly." Perfect? The supervision looked at the miserable situation in the command office, and the corner of Peter's mouth twitched. "If I kill everyone, no one will find out about my assassination, right?" He shook his head and said, "Let's go first." Of course Diana had no objection, and she stretched out her hand obediently and asked, "Why did you come so late?" "It's nothing, I just had something to do." Peter looked at the system. The information in the panel. "Do you want to spend 1 million points to purchase the Marvel Universe anchor?" Successful purchase. Congratulations on getting the Marvel Universe anchor. After earning 1 million points he purchased the anchor without much hesitation. After that, he did clearly feel the existence of the anchor point, which was his location in the Marvel Universe. This feeling is very strange. The anchor point of the universe does not exist in any three-dimensional space. It is far away and yet seems to be close at hand. Of course, that's just an illusion. In fact, after purchasing the anchor, Peter cannot directly return to the Marvel Universe. It was just a coordinate, and he still lacked a way or means to go back. Diana obviously noticed that Black Superman didn't seem to want to talk more about this matter, so she didn't ask any more questions. In the next period of time, she still followed Black Superman, fighting crime everywhere and advocating for people who were oppressed. The difference is that their scope this time is wider. In addition to Germany, which is close to the water, they also run around the world from time to time. Compared to the developed Marvel Universe, DC is like an untouched virgin. Coupled with the fact that it was a war period and there was some unspeakable darkness, it was infinitely easier to earn points. Anyway, it's here. No matter what happens, Bateman's name will remain. However, Diana's mood gradually changed from the satisfaction of helping to save others and the novelty of exploring the culture and customs of the human world to silence. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. When she came out of the Amazon, Diana had very high expectations and good intentions for humans. She always felt that the war must be Ares' fault, and humans only started fighting because of Ares' instigation. But during this period, slowly, she saw more and more injustices. At first, she still had the joy of helping others, but as time went by, she discovered that crime and oppression were happening all the time in the entire world, and the content and rules were extremely uniform. The weak are always exploited by the strong, and the greedy always stir up blood for profit. She is a little numb to the indifference, hypocrisy, and cruelty. Of course, the ones that hit her hardest were those few days in the Allied powers. She saw the horrors of a defeated country. Countless soldiers returned to their country with blood and pain, and many of them were even done by her. What worries Diana the most is the civilians in these countries. In the end, they always bear the punishment of all defeats, and countless people go bankrupt and live on the streets. Diana began to think, are the so-called enemies really enemies? They are also ordinary people with families and small children. Maybe she had noticed it before and was just deceiving herself, maybe not. In short, she fell into self-doubt. This suspicion reached its peak after she began to understand more deeply the reasons behind the war. This war is just a war that several countries have to fight in order to carve up the interests of the world and redefine the distribution of interests. In the end, it is never justice. Have you ever done these things in your universe before? Diana asks Peter after resolving a conflict at a time. Peter glanced at Diana and roughly guessed what she was thinking from her abnormal behavior in the past few days. He nodded and said, after being trained by me, you are much more well-behaved. Diana forced herself to resist the desire to complain. Training the world is too outrageous, right? Mainly because I'm not in the mood to complain now, she said. I feel like, just relying on our words, no matter how much we deal with it, nothing seems to change. Wonder Woman, the three good heroes, actually one day made an emo because of such an empty issue. Of course, this is also because she has not yet fully matured and has received too much information during this period. Why change? Peter asked. Diana was stunned, not expecting Black Superman to say such a thing, and asked, shouldn't we change? Peter did not answer her question, but instead said, have you ever fought a beast? Of course. Diana nodded without hesitation. This is a required lesson for every Amazon warrior. Then how did you feel about those beasts? When you were still weak? Diana frowned. Frowning, as if thinking and recalling. I remember that the first beast I hunted was a wild boar. I was still very young at that time, and compared to that wild boar, my strength was much weaker. To this day, I still remember how powerful and ferocious the wild boar was. Of course, I was still the one who won in the end. What else? There are cunning wolves, cruel lions, and bears. Diana said in one breath. She has hunted many wild beasts, and it can be seen that she has a lot of experience. But what does this have to do with what we just talked about? She asked. Human beings were just one of thousands of beasts in the beginning. If they were not more cunning than wolves and crueler than lions, how could they have survived and gotten to where they are now? These words made Diana frown. Lock. Although there are gods in this world, the initial development history of human beings is indeed very different. And when there are no other opponents on the earth, they can naturally only target their own kind. Only stronger, more cruel, and better people can obtain more resources. In essence, this is the same as the jungle. There is no difference in the laws. Diana felt that she was about to be deceived, and quickly retorted, then kindness is of no use. Of course not. It is precisely because of the darkness of this world that that little bit of light is particularly dazzling. Isn't it? Peter's words made Diana finally start to calm down. At least, she no longer seemed silent. Diana's qualities in all aspects are extremely outstanding, and she will fall into a state of self-doubt, but it is just because following the Black Superman whose strength span is too high, she sees scenery that does not belong to the current level. Sometimes this scenery can be breathtaking, and sometimes it can also turn into a deadly poison. She could always adjust slowly afterwards. Instead, she seemed to grow closer to Peter. Finally, after racking up points for a period of time, the two returned to London. Various negotiations and agreements to end the war have been completed. It can be said that this war, one of the most widespread in human history, has finally come to an end. As a victorious country, the atmosphere in London at this time is naturally relatively high, even if the price behind these highs is countless lives and broken families. Only time can heal these wounds. Peter and Diana also met Steve. Steve was very proud of his promotion and fortune. Even for the sake of Black Superman, his official position will not be lowered. He entertained the two of them warmly, promising various generous and attractive benefits, hoping that they could stay and work for a certain country after the war. But let alone Peter, not even Diana could be moved by him. They said goodbye. Steve wanted to keep him, but it was of no use. He could only send the two of them away. He was filled with emotion. From entering Paradise Island by mistake to meeting Black Superman, all the changes during this period were like a dream. Now, it seems like it's time to wake up. Even though the departure of Black Superman and Diana will definitely set off various chain reactions and disturbances, that will all happen later. What? You want to force him to stay? The tragic situation of the defeated country is still before our eyes, and no one will touch this bad luck. On the other side, Diana felt a lot more relaxed after she was relieved of the burden of war. After the war, it was inevitable that she felt homesick. But strictly speaking, Paradise Island is not on the Earth, but an independent space between the gaps in dimensions. This results in people who leave Paradise Island never being able to go back. A touch of nostalgia lingers in her heart. Fortunately, Diana is not without new and replaceable sustenance and expectations. In a market, Diana was wearing the regular clothes she had bought before, bought 2 ice cream sticks, and happily returned to Peter. People rely on their clothes, and coupled with Diana's already excellent appearance, she attracted the attention of many men and even women along the way. I don't know, maybe I thought it was some escaped princess, even though she was a princess. Unknowingly, Diana seemed to be getting used to the regular clothes of the human world. She handed one of the ice creams to Peter, who just shook his head and said, "Just eat it yourself." Diana curled her lips, a little unhappy with Black Superman's unsavory attitude, and said, "No, don't regret it, I'll eat 2 by myself." Peter glanced at her. "It's better not to gain weight." "Diana?" She looked at Peter in shock. "Oh my god, how could you say such vicious words? Even for Amazon female warriors, getting fat is a major enemy for them." Diana quickly took 2 mouthfuls of ice cream to calm down her shock and said, "No way." Peter did not comment on this and changed the subject. "What are your plans next?" "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights." Diana was stunned for a moment. After the war ended and she had seen a lot of the evil and bad roots of human nature, she actually didn't have much to look forward to in the human world. What she is looking forward to now is the next journey with Black Superman. If Amazon is her home, then Black Superman is her anchor in the human world. But, judging by Black Superman's tone, he seemed to be ready to say goodbye. This is not possible. Diana became nervous instantly, and even the ice cream in her hand was no longer sweet. "Let me think about it. How about being with you first? I mean, didn't my mother ask you to take care of me? Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Target." After saying that, she blushed instantly. "Even my own mother moved out." Peter did not reply to Diana immediately, but fell into deep thought. Marvel's universe anchor has been obtained, and his goal in the first phase of the DC universe has been completed. Next, he only needs to go to Gotham to leave some things and earn points while doing so, and then he can start preparing to return to Marvel. And Diana's story has come to an end for the time being. Peter doesn't know where Diana went after the war according to the original route, maybe traveling around the world? His eyes fell on Diana again, and when he noticed Peter's gaze, Diana subconsciously tightened her body, raised her chest and raised her head. Her eyes widened and fluttering, and she looked over with a sweet smile on her lips. If she had a tail, she would be wagging her tail crazily like a puppy to show her kindness. Forget it, it would be good to have a tool man to help. Peter withdrew his gaze and said, then you come with me. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she was almost driven away. Thinking of this, she quickly approached Peter and said flatteringly, do you really don't want ice cream? I'll buy it for you, and Steve will give me a lot of commission. For her, ice cream is the moment. The best way she could think of to express the most beautiful things was to share the beautiful things and give them to Black Superman. Next time. Peter just replied lightly, but Diana's heart was beating with excitement. He agreed? He agreed? Poor Diana started looking forward to the next time she had ice cream just because she said next time. Where are we going next? She couldn't help but ask with the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Gotham, I will live there for a while. Is this Gotham? Diana asked, looking at the city below that was made up of various Gothic-style buildings. Even though she had been taken to many places by Black Superman, this was the first time she had seen such a style of city. At this time, Gotham is not yet the Sin City full of criminals and gangs it will be in the future, but it has begun to take shape. The apparent controllers of the city are still the four major families, Wayne, Keynes, Elliot, and Cobot. Under the four major families, there are countless mafias and some small families that gradually formed and joined. These mafia and small families are more or less subordinate or interested in the four major families, and they complete the work of controlling the lowest workers and gangs on behalf of the four major families. Under these forces, large and small, the Court of Owls gradually took shape and controlled the rise and fall of Gotham for decades. Yes, this is Gotham, Peter replied. Even Diana could feel that the Black Superman beside him seemed to have a rare interest in facing this city. You know, even if he single-handedly liquidated several countries and ended the war that swept millions of people, when doing this, he seemed extremely calm, as if he was completing some kind of ordinary work. Is there anything special about this city? After all, it is an internet celebrity city, so people always come here to check in. Diana? Peter stopped teasing her and said, okay, let's go down. Stepping on the land of Gotham, Diana looked around curiously. Most of the people on the street are busy workers of all kinds, wearing all kinds of shirts and overalls, carrying various things. From time to time, people from the upper class would pass by, but they often sat in elegant carriages and their true faces were not seen. At present, it seems that apart from the unique architecture, it seems to be no different from other cities. If she really had to use one word to describe the city in front of her, Diana would use prosperity. This is a prosperous, vibrant city. There seems to be a spectacular bridge that has just been completed in the distance. Peter could not deny Diana's evaluation. Without a sufficiently prosperous experience base, how could it breed so much crime and nurture so many gangs in the following decades? What are we going to do next? Diana asked, following Peter. Peter took her around a few streets and came to the door of a somewhat dilapidated newspaper office. He said, the first thing I want to do is buy it. Diana looked at the near bankruptcy in front of her and pressed the small newspaper company that transferred the advertisement looked at Black Superman again and frowned slightly. She really couldn't understand the connection between the two. Seeing that Black Superman had opened the door of the newspaper office and walked in, Diana could only follow him quickly. The layout of the newspaper office is a bit sloppy, with some printing equipment placed everywhere. A man with a slovenly appearance and a haggard face is crouching in front of the desk and writing something. When he saw the two people coming in, he was stunned for a moment and then asked, who are you? I saw a transfer letter posted outside. We are interested in acquiring your newspaper. Hearing this, the man's face showed enthusiasm and flattery for a moment. Smile. This newspaper business is a business inherited from men's ancestors. Although it has always been tepid, it is generally considered reasonable. However, after he took over, the management was poor and the newspaper operation became more and more difficult. He even fired 2 hired helpers to reduce costs. The gangs that have recently expanded to nearby areas have made this already poor newspaper even worse, making it completely unsustainable. The transfer notice from outside was just based on the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse. After all, he did not expect that any wrongdoer would actually take over. I didn't expect that the sky is the limit. Things were handed over very smoothly. During this period, points were collected everywhere. As long as Peter thought about it, there was no need to worry about things like money. It was just a matter of convenience. The man had long wanted to get out of this mess and was very cooperative. On that day alone, Peter acquired ownership of the newspaper. Is there really no problem? Diana asked worriedly after the man left. Even she could roughly see the various problems accumulated in this newspaper, and it was not a wise choice no matter how she looked at it. None of the problems are a problem to us, Diana, Peter said. Black Superman's plain words made Diana feel at ease. The man in front of her could always easily overcome many difficulties that ordinary people could not overcome. So, she turned to ask, then what should we do now? It's not what we should do, but what you should do. Diana tilted her head, showing a confused expression. Peter said, I'm asking you to clean up this newspaper office. Although it seems a waste to use Wonder Woman to do chores, but she is now his tool. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Diana took a deep breath and glared at Peter angrily, but still obediently stepped forward to deal with it. However, as an Amazon princess, although Diana was not pampered, chores such as chores were far beyond her reach. This led to her stumbling around, and it took her a long time to clean and tidy up the newspaper office. Facing Peter's inspection, she inevitably felt a little unsure. Fortunately, Peter didn't make things difficult for her and just said, "Next time, try your best." Diana breathed a sigh of relief and made up her mind to get familiar with these household chores as soon as possible. Peter on the side had already taken advantage of this time to prepare all the tools he needed. Diana looked closer and found that they were all paper, pens, and paints. "Are you going to paint?" Diana asked. Peter had already begun to draw something on the paper and replied, "Half of the answer is correct. What is the other half?" When nothing else happened, Diana also dragged a chair over and sat aside to ask curiously, "Comics. Comics. In this era, although comics have appeared for a long time, they can only be regarded as emerging and niche industries. They are often only published in some blank spaces in newspapers and exist in a vassal form. The content of the comics is mostly based on some anecdotes from the real market, divided into frames. It is said to be a comic, but in fact it is more suitable to call it a comic strip. After all, Diana is just a novice who has just entered human society. She has just gotten used to wearing clothes. How could she know comics? Fortunately, Peter has the speed of a speedster and an unscientific biological force field. Soon, finished comics were released from his hands. For ordinary authors, it takes days or even weeks to create content. With the blessing of his super brain and super speed, it can be completed in just a moment. Diana was already accustomed to the speed of Black Superman. At this time, she just quickly picked up the first comic and took a closer look. Iron Man Tony Stark. She soon discovered that the so-called comics are told in the form of pictures. Story. The first comic drawn by Black Superman was a story about a future world where a rich second-generation playboy and arms dealer named Tony Stark became a superhero and saved those who were persecuted by weapons and wars. In this era, people had little concept of superheroes, including Diana, but she soon discovered that the so-called superheroes were a bit like Black Superman and her, right? And they just ended a war. She immediately felt immersed in the story, and the story itself was very interesting. The graphics were excellent and she enjoyed watching it with gusto. It wasn't until she saw the end of this issue that she came back to her senses and quickly asked Peter, "Then what? What happened next?" The story happened to be broken when Tony became Iron Man and revealed that his uncle turned out to be the one he had kidnapped. The culprit. The naive Diana had never tried this kind of feeling. Her anticipation was suddenly aroused, and because she was cut off from the chapter, she felt very uncomfortable. Peter looked at her heart itching because of the broken chapters. He spread his hands with a smile and said, "No, that's all for the first issue. How can it be gone? I still want to know the content behind it, so hurry up and draw." Anna couldn't help but pester Peter and said, "You just drew this comic in less than 2 seconds. It's such a long day, you can keep drawing it." Peter raised his eyebrows. "You are really good at it, you are really good at it. Are you not going to give me any rest time? I really want a super brain too." Finally, Peter explained to Diana the meaning of the existence of fragments. Chapter fragments can make the story more attractive, arouse readers' sense of expectation, and make them eager to see the following content, so they obediently take out the money in their wallets. As a person who has just been aroused to expect, as the first reader of sensation, Diana looked at Peter in disbelief. How could there be such an evil thing in this world? Evil? This is a required course for every author. Authors who don't break chapters are not good. Author. Peter explained lightly without dwelling on this topic. He split the first issue of Iron Man into 2 parts. In the current era, the carrier of comics is newspapers after all, and the space of a newspaper is not enough to fit these comics. It's just right to divide it into 2 parts. Then you just need to add some content and format it, and a newspaper is complete. As for other text content, Peter naturally had it at his fingertips. His super hearing is enough for him to catch all kinds of interesting gossip in Gotham City, or political issues of concern to the citizens. Soon, the master copy was completed. Although due to the level of the current era, the quality of the paint is not as good as that of later generations, it is enough for the time being. After that, Peter can completely rub it with his hands. Diana picked up the parent newspaper and read it, although she also found it quite interesting. But the problem is that she has no knowledge of this field. She only remembers that when she was in London, she seemed to have seen many people selling these newspapers on the streets. "Is this good? What's the next step? How do we sell these newspapers?" she asked with some interest. Although it was unclear why Black Superman did this, she was happy to accompany him to complete it. She felt that such a life seemed pretty good. In response, Peter just replied, "Next, let's wait for someone to come to deliver gifts." Waiting for someone to come to the door. Diana tilted her head, confused. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Peter smiled and said, "Look, isn't this coming?" Diana was full of questions, but she had no choice but to open the door for Peter first. Opening the door of the newspaper office, Diana saw 2 young men, dressed like workers in shirts and suspenders, with top hats on their heads. When they saw Diana opening the door, they were obviously stunned. Who are you? Where is the owner here? They asked. Diana frowned instinctively. It was obviously the other party who knocked on the door, but he actually asked questions first. She asked back, I am the owner of this place, who are you? Soon, the two men learned that the newspaper had been bought, and there was a commotion. It took a while for one of them to stand up and explain. Identity. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. In this way, Diana learned the whole story. The other party was from a nearby mafia. The mafia of this era was actually the predecessor of the gang. However, compared to the gang, their core members were more closely related by blood. They have already set their sights on this newspaper. Although this newspaper is not well run, it has been around for some time. In this era, this kind of sign is still important. They have already used overt and covert means to force the former owner of the newspaper to give up the newspaper, but this method is close to robbery. If they don't agree, their lives will be threatened. Originally, the former master had been pushed to the limit and could no longer hold on any longer. They were also preparing to harvest the fruits of victory. Unexpectedly, all of this was unexpectedly taken advantage of just before the harvest. Peter took over the newspaper first. Not to mention the mafia parents, even the two ordinary members in front of them suddenly became angry and threatened. Where did you come from? You don't understand the rules so much. I didn't know that this place has been spotted by the Grave family. And who was Diana? How could she be threatened like this? After Peter agreed, she beat the two of them away without saying a word. Of course, just to this extent, she would not be able to strike hard, which resulted in the two mafiosi being not seriously injured. After they started cursing, they ran away while leaving a threat. Wait, the Grave family will not, I will let you go. After they returned, they naturally reported the situation here to the mafia's patriarch, that is, the leader. They stood respectfully and in awe, waiting for the mafia boss who was sitting on the sofa and smoking a cigar. Of course, they were more willing to call each other Godfather. The great Godfather started from scratch and established the Grave family. He brought the dock workers in this area together and twisted them into a rope, so that they would no longer be bullied by outsiders. Even the consuls have to give the Godfather some face. Even the Godfather could say something to Mayor Kobit. The Godfather quietly listened to the report of the two men, and did not get angry. He just took a puff of his cigar and then ordered, go and check the origins of those two people. The investigators came back quickly, not because they were investigating. It's just because nothing can be found through investigation. The earliest clue was that someone saw two people on the street today, and everything else went blank. In this case, even the Godfather had some doubts. Either it was a big shot with a background that was too big to offend, or it was just some outsider who just arrived in Gotham today and had some bad luck and intercepted his goods. As for the small newspaper that was on the verge of bankruptcy, it might be insignificant in the eyes of ordinary people, but to him and the Grief family, it was crucial. Because some time ago, they acquired a printing factory that was also on the verge of bankruptcy due to poor management. Under normal circumstances, this kind of small factory is just a useless thing to them, and it has no use other than selling it at a low price and changing the industry. However, the Grave family has developed to the present and has controlled several areas of Gotham City. The expansion of power has reached a turning point. He has almost reached the top of the Gotham Mafia. Above him are the four major families and their major vassals. If he wants to go further, he can only transform. This gave the Godfather an idea to buy a newspaper and make his own newspaper. Although the profitability of the newspaper is not outstanding compared to other industries under its control, it can greatly increase its influence and ability to control public opinion. The most important thing is that the Grave family can gradually clean up and integrate into Gotham's upper-class noble families. However, all this is now interrupted by two unidentified guys. What's more terrible is that the Godfather can't tell whether this is just a coincidence or some kind of trap. After he pondered for a while, he had an idea. I saw a faint smile on his face, showing a very calm and in control expression. Bring them an invitation letter. Tell them that the Godfather wants to meet them. Peter and Diana soon received an invitation letter from the Godfather. Diana's first reaction was not to go. She didn't want to pay attention to these annoying guys. Of course, if they dared to come to her door again, she wouldn't mind giving them a taste of Amazon's fist. Peter's advice was completely opposite to hers and he accepted the invitation. I've been feeling weird, Black Superman, what do you want to do over there? Diana poured 2 glasses of water for the two of them and handed one over. Peter sat on the chair in front of the desk, took the water glass, and said, No, I'm not going, it's you, Diana. You made a decision for me without permission again? When did I say I was going? How can you go and receive the gift? Why don't you go by yourself? Peter looked at her with a smile and said, You are my spokesperson now, okay. Although he was suspected of being a tool, but Diana's heart quickly filled with joy when she heard this, and she frowned and said, But I don't know what to do. Come here, and I'll tell you. Peter waved to Diana. After hearing Peter whisper for a while, Diana's face became strange and she hesitated and said, Is that okay? Of course, I'll leave it to you after that. Well, by the way, remember to make a cup of coffee next time. Grave Mafia. Diana quickly accepted the Godfather's invitation and came to attend the appointment. She changed back into her Amazon suit, and put on pantyhose very consciously. She didn't forget to put on a dark fur cloak coat, and was led by a servant to a manor. The godfather was in the most luxurious room in the manor. There was no doubt that he was obviously surprised that the other party was a young and beautiful woman, but he still greeted him politely and said, "What a beautiful lady, where is the other companion?" Diana was not moved at all. She just said expressionlessly and without emotion, "It's enough for me to come alone." The godfather frowned slightly, and the contempt in the other person's attitude made him feel long time no see. Since the other party didn't want to chat, he immediately stopped talking and went straight to the topic. For two newcomers to the country, it is not a wise move to be so high profile. "Are you threatening me?" Diana stared at the words. Staring at the other party. "No, it's just a kind reminder." Seeing that the rhythm began to return to a familiar range, the godfather's face showed an expression of complete control. Even though Diana's eyes were a little fierce, which was tempered by the battles during this period, he also had the airs of a mafia boss and said, "No matter who you are, you should abide by the rules." "No, is that so? Why do all of you like kindness?" Diana muttered, remembering what Black Superman said. She quickly tightened her face and read without emotion, "Oh, I don't think so. If you want to get what you want, you can only get it through strength." The extremely arrogant lines and the emotionless tone were as if a poor third-rate actor was reciting the lines, which was very inconsistent. As if he wasn't alone. After these two times, even the godfather saw the problem. Regardless of the other party's funny tone, at least they were very confident and seemed to have no intention of communicating with them. Lang Tio Yuqing was not in such a daze. For a moment, he was so hesitant. The intuition he had developed over many years of wandering around the world told him that there was something wrong here. When Diana saw that the other party actually shrank again, she felt a little unhappy. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Originally, it was weird enough to read the lines that Black Superman gave her, which made her feel uncomfortable. She just wanted to end it quickly. But looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to continue to pull her. This was not okay. She put her hands on her hips and said, "Forget it. I'll just say it straight away. If you want the newspaper, just beat me." Sure enough, it felt much more comfortable to say this. In the Amazon, there is indeed a tradition of resolving conflicts through duels. It's just that the two parties will not be like Black Superman, who actually talks a lot of rubbish beforehand. Diana cursed in her heart. The godfather was also a little numb at this time. He had been involved in the underworld for many years. This industry was already dark enough. Conflicts and bloodshed were commonplace. But that is also when the interests of both parties are irreconcilable, or there is some deep hatred. It's rare to see someone so reckless and ready to fight at the first sign, not to mention that the other party is a woman with outstanding appearance. He was silent for a while and then said, "If you want, I will send thugs out." Since the other party made such a request, there was no need for him to refuse. Although the other party may have some confidence, she is still a woman after all, and the physical difference between her and that of a man is too big. It is almost impossible to win a competition at the same level. But then, Diana suddenly said, "Did you misunderstand something?" The godfather looked at him with confusion. For a moment, he even thought that the other party had gone back on his word. Unexpectedly, the expression on his face became even worse the next second. Confused. "Diana, I mean, if all of you combined can beat me, the newspaper will give it to you. On the contrary, I will also ask for our spoils." "Madam, do you know what you are talking about?" No matter how well educated the godfather was, he couldn't help but laugh at the fact that someone dared to fight against the Grave family on his own. What's even worse is that Diana nodded. "Hurry up, I have to go back to make coffee." Faced with this kind of provocation, even for the sake of face, the godfather could no longer tolerate it. The other party is a woman. Soon, a group of thugs rushed in. The godfather was even thinking about whether to show mercy. But at this moment, one of the thugs flew over and smashed a vase that he particularly loved. He quickly looked towards the culprit and saw that Diana had just punched and was loosening her fist, saying, "It would have been nice to have done this." The godfather finally understood what the problem was, and he quickly thought about it. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Diana had already started to demolish the house, and started to take action. One of the thugs was knocked down and thrown out, and a lot of things were smashed along with it. Although Diana would not kill anyone, she did not hold back at all in terms of destruction. Black Superman said that the bigger she makes a fuss, the more the other party will compromise. Originally, she was still wondering whether Black Superman's approach would be too overbearing and have a bad impact. But once I started using it, I realized that Black Superman is really awesome. Well, it means his way. Finally, as she made an unreasonable noise, the mafia killers were also attracted. Different from the previous group of thugs, they are armed with guns, and they are usually responsible for the real dirty and heavy work. It was no surprise that they were all thrown away by Diana, and some of them didn't even have time to draw out their guns. In this regard, Diana could only comment that it was too far off. The battles she faced on the battlefield were much greater than this. In short, no matter from any aspect, this is a dimensionality reduction blow. The mafia is, after all, just the mafia. When the last person lay down, Diana walked to the house that was mostly demolished. The godfather was still sitting in his seat. However, at this time, his face was full of disbelief and ashen. Diana was still measured, and she did not attack the elderly or children. After thinking about Black Superman's explanation, she said, "Actually, you should thank us. The muscles on the godfather's face that were stiff and ashen could not help but twitch. As if knowing that the situation was over, he sneered a little bit and said, "You tore mine apart. Home, my family, all my men were defeated by you alone, and the reputation of the Grave family was ruined. Now you tell me that this is for my own good. I just knocked them out, so I probably don't want them anymore. Their lives," Diana interjected to explain. If he really killed all the dozens of people in this manner, even if they were indeed unclean and even deserved their crimes, wouldn't she also become a murderer? Amazon warriors are indeed warlike, but they do so as a sacred thing. Is there any difference? The godfather adjusted his clothes and tried his best to make himself look more dignified in defeat. Then he raised his head and said, "Madam, if I lose at your hands, I admit defeat, but this does not mean that you can insult our brains." Even now, he still can't figure out where he failed. When facing two unidentified foreigners, he was cautious enough. Not only did he not directly use force to deal with them, he also invited them to come over and talk. Even if it is a conversation, he tries his best to complete it with the purpose of testing or negotiating. However, the other party is really unreasonable. To be straight to the point, we are not prepared for any compromise, peace talks, or exchange of interests. Looking back now, it was clear that the other party was here to cause trouble, but what was ridiculous was that he also led the wolf into the house. This was mainly due to the past decades of mafia experience that deceived him. Gotham is not yet the era when madmen were everywhere and gangsters were inferior to dogs. Printing shop, Diana said suddenly. What? The godfather was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him would suddenly say such a word. Diana continued, "That printing house is a trap. Someone has set it up. As long as you dare to continue to get involved, all kinds of troubles will soon come to your door." The godfather calmed down quickly. He could not be because of Diana believed a few empty words and asked, "Who set the trap? How did you know?" Of course it was Black Superman who said it. Diana actually didn't know where Black Superman knew it. Fortunately, this Black Superman had also taught her, and the Riddler immediately said, "You don't need to know where I got it from. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to check now, and there will always be some clues." The godfather fell into silence. He glanced at the surrounding room that was in a mess due to the fighting, and said, "What about you? What is your purpose?" Ahem. Diana put her fist in front of her lips, cleared her throat and said, "We will take care of you later. The master copy of our newspaper has been sent over. I need your people to help print it out." After hearing this, the godfather's eyes showed deep doubts. "That's it. Just because of this matter, you will directly start the Grave family from scratch. Beat it to the end." Even he felt a little inexplicably complicated at the moment, as if there were thousands of alpacas running and trampling in his heart. Diana was a little surprised that the guy's reaction in front of her was exactly the same as what Black Superman said. She was surprised and did not forget to recite the lines. "I don't want to waste time on this kind of thing. This is the best." Diana was in a state of confusion. Of course, no one can stop her from leaving Grave Manor in the human realm. When she returned to the newspaper office, her first reaction was to ask Peter, "What's going on? Who is targeting those mafias?" Peter was playing with the newly returned coffee machine and brewed 2 cups in a short while. He took out a cup of coffee, put it on the table aside, and said, "Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. Sit down first and try it." Diana blinked, and the strong aroma of coffee penetrated her nose, refreshing her senses. "It smells so good." Although Black Superman asked her to make coffee before, she had never tasted coffee. It was just in London that many people admired this fragrant liquid. After tasting the sweetness of the ice cream, she was full of expectations for human food. She carefully picked up the coffee with both hands, felt the temperature of the cup, slightly raised her moist red lips and blew on it, then took a small sip. "Oops, so bitter?" In just a second, Diana looked embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, turned down the corners of her mouth, looked at Peter and said in surprise, "Why is it so bitter?" Peter took a slow sip and said, "This is how coffee is." Diana's eyebrows were knitted together. "It's really painful. Why would anyone like this kind of thing?" Peter glanced at her. "If you can't stand it, you can add some milk or sugar. From now on, this will be it. It's your job." He drank the coffee in his hand and returned to business. As for the Grave family, it's obvious that their development has reached a critical point. After decades of development in Gotham, every industry has become a carrot. This trap has long been carved up by the 4 major families and various middle-level families and political figures in advance. This is an extremely exclusive and conservative group. Any force that tries to get a piece of the pie will receive a joint attack from them. After all, there is one more person. We need to share more profits. To a certain extent, these mafias are just another group of outsiders to them. At their core, they are just a group of shepherd dogs that look after the house. They can drink soup and want to let's serve together. Peter didn't say any more. He only gradually realized this when he arrived in Gotham. In this way, his subsequent actions are destined to stir up some people's nerves. And Diana was already frowning as she listened. It wasn't that she didn't understand this, but she just didn't like it. Rather than thinking about these dirty transactions and shady interests all day long, she wanted to protect those who were vulnerable and who had always been affected. Oppressive people. However, as Peter moved around during this period, she gradually understood that personal power is limited. What she can do alone is extremely limited. Of course, this is something. At this moment, Diana had a doubt that she wanted to find out more. She first complained, "How obvious," and then asked, "Did you know this from the beginning? From the time you bought this newspaper?" Peter glanced at Diana with relief, feeling that his cultivation was finally bearing fruit, and then said something that made Diana angry. "Guess. Riddler, get out of here. Get out of Gotham." Diana took a deep breath, the fluffy cream in front of her undulating tremblingly, picked up the coffee and took a sip to quench the fire. After realizing that I really couldn't stand the bitter taste, I could only get up and look for milk and sugar. After raising the level of the entire cup of coffee to twice the level, she relaxed her frown. Peter looked at it with a smile, thinking about buying a scale one day, and said, "Next, there is something else for you to do." "Oh, my brain feels numb, and I don't have that transparent feeling. The writing is very painful and often dissatisfying. It took me a whole morning to write 2,000 words. Gotham, a rare and beautiful day." Diana held the just-released weekly cartoon newspaper in front of the newspaper office, holding it in her arms. Although this weight is nothing to Diana, the high stack of newspapers is still full of a certain visual impact. Several days have passed since the riot in the Grave Mafia. After that, Peter and Diana commandeered Grave's printing shop, plus a group of free manpower and material resources. For convenience, Peter also upgraded the factory equipment by hand. The tools are all products of technology that surpass the current era. The workers in the factory have little education and have no idea about these new equipment. They just think it is easier to use and more convenient. And the factory still belongs to the Grave family in name. Peter just plays for a while and then leaves, so there is no use for these industries. This means that it will take at least a certain amount of time for outsiders to discover clues. As for what happens next, what does it have to do with Peter? Because it is the first issue, the number of newspapers printed is not large, and it does not require too much. Currently, a thick newspaper that is as tall as one person is enough. After that, Diana quickly recruited a group of children ranging from 8 to 13 or 14 years old. This was another task that Peter gave her that day. After the newspaper office, the newspaper master, and the printing house were all done, all that was left was the sales channel. In the current era, the sales channels for newspapers, in addition to fixed vendors, are these newsboys. That day, when Diana heard about Peter's mission, she happily agreed without any hesitation. Newsboys in this era were often children born into poverty. At a young age, they had to go out to work to support their families. Diana quickly visited nearby neighborhoods and spread the job requirements, and soon recruited a group of children of the right age. Diana asked the newsboys to line up to receive newspapers and distribute newspapers of different sizes according to age. "Children, the next step is up to you. For every copy sold, you will get an extra copy." Unlike those who is an unscrupulous businessman who exploits the cheap labor of these children, the amount given by Diana is several times that of other newspapers. In Gotham, a newsboy might only earn a measly 50 cents a week, and there was no way Diana could do that kind of thing. This made the children very excited, and they repeatedly promised, "We will definitely sell out the newspaper, Sister Diana." Diana looked at their energetic and hopeful looks, and her heart almost melted, and encouraged, "Okay, you have to work hard. Sell our Marvel Weekly." Well, that's right. Peter directly named the new newspaper Marvel Weekly, and even the newspaper's signboard was changed to Marvel 2 character. Any similarity is purely intentional. Since the newsboys wanted to sell newspapers, they naturally couldn't know anything about the contents of the newspapers, so they immediately opened them and took a look. With just one glance, they were attracted by the cool shots and painting techniques in the newspaper that were far ahead of the current era and were created by painters accumulated and innovatively for nearly a century. Children these days have never seen this. The clumsy little comic strips in newspapers now are a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Even the rare typesetting with comics as the main body and written news as the supplement was not investigated. And the reactions of these children are also reflected in various adults to a certain extent. At first, they despised the fact that the newspaper was not doing its job properly. There was not much news but only pictures. They all regretted that they had spent the wrong money. But then it smelled so good, I was shocked, amazed, and impatient. The story of Iron Man was refreshing to them. Whether it was the pictures, the rhythm of the story, or the painting style, it deeply shocked the ignorant bumpkins of this era. Tony Stark? A super rich man in the 21st century, this life is really enviable. Mark 1 is so handsome? He actually built a suit of armor in a cave with a pile of scrap metal. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. It turns out that the comic strip Can You Still Draw Like This? This author is really a genius. Damn, I want to see the next issue now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Many people recognized this small newspaper called Marvel for the first time. Even without the blessing of any historical trends, the first issue of Marvel Weekly was undoubtedly a hit, with a favorable rating of close to 100%. At this time, the atmosphere inside the Marvel news agency was completely different from the fiery atmosphere outside. Diana had her knees together, sitting upright, and looking at Black Superman with an obedient expression. I didn't know, I thought she was a boudoir lady who came from somewhere. This scene was so interesting that even Peter couldn't help but look askance and asked with interest, "What happened to our Amazon Duel champion?" Diana defeated everyone in the first place and won the title. Island's qualifications to conquer Ares. Diana was not annoyed when faced with Peter's teasing. She just said gratefully, "Thank you for agreeing to let me increase the wages for the children." Regarding the increase in wages, Diana had naturally discussed it with Peter. After all, this kind of thing can be said to be harming oneself and benefiting others. Regarding this matter, Peter just shook his head and said, "You know, for people like us, money is nothing. And you are the one who made this decision." Although Peter would not be particularly embarrassed exploiting those children, but only giving them a salary similar to that outside. Although he sees some things, he doesn't care, otherwise he wouldn't be an ancestor. "I know, but I still want to thank you," Diana said. "After all, you are the one who earned this money." Peter seemed to have discovered something, and looked at Diana in surprise. "Look, come on, you seem to have a new idea." Diana nodded and said, "Over this period of time, I have discovered that relying on my own strength is limited. However, with the power of money, it seems that it can help more people." Perhaps it was due to differences in era, location, stance, and thinking. Even though they were both kind-hearted, Diana and Gwen gave completely different answers when faced with this question. Gwen chose to start from the side, and as Spider-Woman, she set an example and was on the front line to help others. Probably, this is a kind of cute stupidity that even though you know that there is probably an endless road ahead, you still work hard and keep moving forward. After Diana saw enough evil with Peter, she chose another path. Use the resources of human society itself to help mankind itself. In the long run, it's hard to say which of these two props is better or worse, but history has changed. In the normal world, Diana would probably give up on this idea because she was disappointed again and again with human beings. Of course, Diana was only at the stage where she had just gained some direction at this time, and it would take a long time for her to think and summarize. Fortunately, her life was long enough for her to gradually figure out the problem over time. Outside world. The newspaper was successfully sold out on the first day, and the situation was very smooth. New orders from the printing factory were also proceeding in an orderly manner, and things were immediately on the right track. Although due to quantity reasons, even if the newspaper has a very good reputation, it can only be called a niche for the time being. Of course, this problem will be solved with the start of printing plants and the printing of newspapers one after another. Peter did not continue to update Tony's comics, but adhered to the weekly rule of updating once a week. He was not idle the rest of the time. In addition to teaching Diana how to make coffee and setting up a house in Gotham, she also travels around the world to rack up points. In this era where the speed of information dissemination is relatively lagging, even if Bateman goes everywhere to fight for justice, he will not suddenly become a household name in a short time. But this is enough, the spread of fame remains like this, various legends are spread everywhere, and the story is the best. Everything seems to be back to a familiar rhythm. I would like to add a very stupid point. I made a mistake when I checked the information before. The 5 major families have been reduced to the 4 major families. 3 weeks have passed by in a flash. Today is the release date of the 3rd issue of Marvel Weekly. Diana skillfully moved out the newspapers one by one and called the newsboy to come and collect them. After 3 weeks of getting familiar with each other, the newsboys seemed to be very familiar with each other. After arriving, they kept asking, "Sister Diana, have you watched Iron Man this week? Oh my god, last week's Mark II was really good. So handsome. I can't wait to know the plot of the new week." Everyone is waiting to know the story behind Stark. During this period, except for Peter, who has been collecting points around the world, in Gotham, Marvel Weekly also gradually fermented among various reader groups as time went on, and has accumulated a group of very loyal readers. Many newspaper vendors have begun to contact newspaper companies these days, wanting to purchase some newspapers for sale at their stalls. The Grave family was extremely honest. After being repaired by Diana, they did not dare to act rashly. I heard that the people they sent to investigate quickly obtained some clues. Things went extremely smoothly. Of course, in addition to comics, some other more influential events have happened in Gotham recently. The most influential one is that one of the 2 chief engineers employed by the 4 major families to build Gotham's iconic bridge seemed to have died in an accident. You know, this bridge is called the Gotham Gate and is expected to assume the functions of Gotham's various main transportation roads in the next few decades. The importance can be imagined. Of course, Diana only heard about this and did not know the inside story. All she could do was to mourn for the unfortunate bridge engineer. With the increasing popularity and influence of comics, Marvel Weekly has finally attracted some people's attention. Elliott Family Mansion. As one of the 4 major families that control the entire Gotham, the Elliott family undoubtedly stands at the top of the Gotham food chain pyramid. The current head of the Elliott family is newspaper tycoon Edward Elliott. The newspaper group mainly operated by the Elliott family mainly covers the fields of news, media, newspaper publishing, and other terms. At this time, Edward was sitting at the dining table, finishing the breakfast prepared by the butler. He is middle-aged, with a very iconic mustache on his face, and his hair is combed into a hard and shiny quilt. He was wearing a neat suit, and his shirt and vest were taken care of meticulously. After finishing breakfast, Edward wiped his mouth with a napkin, picked up a Marvel Weekly that the butler had just brought from his channel, and started reading. It's truly a creation that spans the ages. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is not the first time he has read this newspaper. As early as last week, they discovered this sudden rise and sudden popularity of the tabloid. Whether it is the top-notch painters, various bold shots, smooth story rhythm, and most importantly, so many exaggerated creations, they are actually complete, mature, and integrated together. This simply doesn't look like a product of this era. Compared with this, the comic strips in my newspaper are hardly worthy of carrying shoes. Of course, those are not the things that matter most to him. Edward slowly stroked the newspaper. As the head of the Elliot family, he naturally had an extremely deep understanding of his family's professional field. When he first got the newspaper, he already noticed that the printing technology used by the other party seemed to be different from theirs. Go to read the novel on the site, Novels Nights. More advanced, better results. Thinking of this, Edward finally put down the weekly newspaper and asked the butler who had been waiting for him for a long time, "How is the investigation going?" The housekeeper reported the news he had investigated during this period one by one. "Sir, we found the former owner of this newspaper. Before that, this newspaper was just a small family newspaper on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Until the arrival of the two strangers." "Strangers?" "Yes." The housekeeper nodded and said, "I'm sorry, we didn't investigate the previous information about them. It's as if they appeared out of thin air." So. No one likes the unknown, and it represents risk. Although the deeds of Bateman were gradually returned from the front line, they were too far away to be able to contact them for a while. But Edward did not interrupt the butler, but motioned for him to continue. "Immediately afterwards, we discovered that the Grave family in the East District of the other party has a close connection." The housekeeper told the story of the Grave printing house, and also mentioned the recent turmoil of the Grave family and the conflict with the newspaper. "It is rumored that the core members of the entire Grave mafia were defeated by a woman single-handedly. Those guys are smelly, tough, and have a very strict tone. It will take some time to fully confirm the authenticity. However, the newspaper office said among the two strangers, one is a woman. The entire Grave was wiped out?" Edward finally frowned. He naturally knew about the Grave mafia, but he didn't take it seriously. "It's just a mafia. I heard that they seemed to be trying to get involved in the newspaper industry recently. If they really did this, he wouldn't mind beating them." But he looked down upon him, and he still knew a lot about the strength of a large mafia. The unknown identity and the suspected powerful force told him that these two foreigners were not easy to deal with and might be a bit troublesome. But that's all. As the head of one of the four major families, Edward has enough confidence. He ordered, "Send someone to talk." Marvel News Agency. After dealing with a series of new newspaper sales issues, Diana cleaned the entire newspaper office according to her usual habits. Immediately afterwards, she came to the coffee machine and skillfully prepared a cup of coffee, according to her taste, added milk and sugar, and then served it in front of Peter. The Amazon princess is getting better and better at handling chores and serving people. However, after she put down her coffee today, she did not deal with other things as usual. Instead, she blinked at Peter expectantly. Peter also knew what the other party wanted and took out the latest Iron Man comic. 3 weeks have passed since I first drew Iron Man. The saved manuscripts have finally been exhausted, and it's time to come up with new ones. However, when Diana saw the new issue of comics, she was stunned for a moment. Different from before, this time Peter took out a complete comic magazine. It not only records the previous 1 to 3 issues of Iron Man comics, but also adds the subsequent story of Tony's battle with his Uncle Iron Overlord.